What is the dumbest reason you ever got fired or written up? Before we get started, make sure you're subscribed to the channel and turn on the bell so you don't miss future videos. Thanks for the support. Got written up for logging in a minute late. Worked at a company that required you to sign in via thumbprint between 8:55 a.m. and 9 a.m. You'd badge the door, vacuum your shoes, thumbprint to sign in, badge the second door, and then you were in the offices. There was always a line out the door to get in because you were not allowed to thumbprint in before 8:55 a.m. That day the line was moving slow, and even though I'd been there before 9 a.m., I wasn't logged in till 9:01 a.m. Wasn't even the last few to sign in. Every one of us got a write-up. Still ticks me off to this day. Next story. I was a pizza delivery guy. The shop was owned by a husband-wife pair. Wife gave me the wrong address, then tore up the ticket to hide that, and had her husband fire me instead of getting mad at her for screwing up. Next story. I took too much benzos and didn't realize I was messed up and went to work. Got fired, but it didn't bother me because of the benzos, so everything was good. Next story. I got fired for being asked to take a second shift after my 8 hours. Even though being sick and customers blatantly asking me why I was working if I was that sick. 2 hours into my second shift, I had asked supervisor and district manager if I could go home. They said yes. I got fired the next day, my day off, for not showing up when scheduled. Next story. Okay, so I had been at a job for 3 years. Start time was 7:30, but I came in at 8. Fast forward. New leadership, new manager. Manager says 8 is still cool. New director says absolutely not. 7:30. Next day, arrive, pull into the lot and park. 7:28. Phone rings, answer. Take the order, answer questions. Get out of truck, 7:32. Walk in, 7:33. Director announces loudly, Mr. X, you are late. Come see me so I can write you up for being late, in front of several coworkers, customers, etc. Just replied with, okay, bring it to me and I'll sign it when I have time. Already swamped and don't have time to spend on administrative clock watching, and got written up for that too. Next story. Because I didn't do someone else's job for them, the person whose job it was even spoke up to defend me when this absolute twat jerk of a manager screamed at me. She was nuts. She got pregnant by the IT manager who had loads of affairs and eventually got sacked and arrested for stealing IT equipment. They raided both of their desks and found an inordinate amount of sex toys. At work, their work desks. Busy 999 call center. You got your day jerk. Next story. I had to call my spouse an ambulance in the morning due to medical emergency. I of course called work and said I can't come in because the kids saw it. I didn't just send them off to school because they just watched their dad hauled off in an ampu. They are scared. And frankly, so was I, and I am needed home to comfort them. I made it abundantly clear it's the kind of emergency that might end with me losing my spouse and the kids losing their father. Apparently, that was not good enough reason. My shift was scheduled for afternoon, and my job is something that doesn't really need someone else to cover it. The gears will spin even if I am not there. I got written up. Next story. I got fired from a restaurant in high school. The owner thought someone, me, was poking holes in the syrup bags for the pop machine. After he fired me and my 2 friends that worked there, he found out he had mice. Next story. I was reprimanded for using pink to highlight cells in Excel. My boss said she thought it was inappropriate for a straight guy to use pastels. My work was rejected until I chose a more masculine color palette. Next story. An older lady attacked me at work. She said I was mouthing off to her when I was doing no such thing. I got fired because she's friends with the boss. This was during an unemployment crisis, so it left me complete messed for like 6 months. Next story. I got in huge trouble for telling my 4th grade students that I had experienced a miscarriage. They knew I was pregnant. I couldn't have hidden it anymore anyways. I started bleeding very heavily in class, but they couldn't get anyone to cover my kids, so I had to wait it out while bleeding through my clothes until dismissal when I rushed to the doctor. Then I was out of school for 2 days recovering. My kids asked what was wrong and if the baby was okay, so I told them I lost the baby and we talked through it because I couldn't just ignore it. I got dragged into my admin's office and got written up and got put on an improvement plan for professionalism. I asked for a transfer that day and switched schools before the year was even over. Next story. I had company-appointed sick leave. I called in sick to take my wife to the hospital for plugged milk duct in her breast. Got written up for misusing company sick leave. 2 months later, got written up for fender bender between 2 of our work trucks. Fired for multiple write-ups and not following company policy. They had it out for me. I fought them. They didn't like it. Been happy at my new company ever since. Next story. I didn't smile enough. They genuinely wrote down, doesn't have a pleasant enough demeanor for the tasks at hand on my paperwork. I was making damn pizzas at Papa Murphy's. Next story. Urinating into a puddle of water that was 12 inches deep on a warehouse floor that had no roof when it was raining. The porta toilets were literally unusable. One had crap all over the floor, and the other had vomit on the floor. Got fired on a Wednesday, had a job and a raise the next day, took the next 2 days off to rest and started Monday. I should have pissed on the GC's floor in the job trailer. Next story. Got written up for using too many sick days in a row when I had COVID, when the law stated we had to be home for 5 days. I'm a teacher. Needless to say, I don't work for that district anymore. Next story. BC, I didn't want to date her. Used the excuse of taking excessive break time. I was also a manager at that store. My overhead, the owner, tore the write-up up. Next story. Didn't get written up, but my boss chewed me out because I had a guy on my service route complain that I texted him more than I called him. I explained that I have a company-provided flip phone and work in no low-signal areas. Texting was more reliable. Boss said I still need to make a point to call over text. Next story. Hired to train for 30 days to take over a production department so the current 20-year lead could take a 30-day vacation. When she returned, apparently did not like that production had increased 25% while she was gone. Her solution was to accuse me of stealing. Met with her and the GM to address the issue. I wasn't feeling a team player vibe at that point. I knew exactly where this was going and could see the outcome by the tone of the GM's questions. I decided to take the pure logic route. When he asked me, "Why should I believe you weren't stealing from the company?" I said, "Because you don't have anything I want." Fired immediately. Next story. You jerks need unions. I got sent home early every day for a month, with pay, because my wife was sick. My supervisor had an issue with my dress code, and my shop steward said he wasn't allowed to talk to me without asking her permission, and he wasn't allowed to talk to her at all because of a prior harassment complaint. I agreed to wear an old sport coat to court. Me and a coworker got taken to our chief due to a prank war and told, no collateral damage and no dead animals on county property. Have fun. Next story. Got fired for being smart. Boss hired me because he thought pretty women can't be smart. So when I was doing my job accurately and noticing discrepancies, like missing medication quantities, he got mad and fired me. Next story. Because I wouldn't buy the expensive basketball shoes and chose the Vans that were on sale at a retail shoe store in a mall. They gave us a measly 10% discount, and I was in college. Next story. A married coworker asked me if she should stop seeing her boyfriend, another coworker, and I said yes. She accused me of harassment, and I got written up. Next story. I faced constructive dismissal for disagreeing with my boss on whether assault was acceptable in the workplace. I stated that it is entirely unacceptable, while my boss said she didn't think it was a problem as long as the perpetrator outranks the victim. This was in reference to an actual incident of assault that the company was sued for. Next story. Got terminated recently because I had a heart attack and wasn't responding enough to texts from my boss while recovering from several post-surgical complications. Still deciding on whether to go to labor standards with this one or just move on. Next story. In HS, back in the 90s, I worked in the credit department of a major department store chain sorting paper applications. The cubicles all had a computer for data entry. Yes, they fat-fingered your application into the system. I would listen to my Discman and put the CD case up against the monitor. I was listening to INXS, all juiced up. My supervisor walked by and said it was inappropriate and to come with her. I was called in with her and the department manager for displaying inappropriate material. Google the album cover. Next story. An elderly person fell out of bed during the night. Family came to check on them and found them on the floor, conscious and alert but in severe pain. They called 911. We showed up. Family said that the patient had a recent spinal fusion surgery. Patient reported that the pain was at the surgical site. The patient said she felt a pop and that her legs were tingling, painful since the fall. We did our best to package the patient in a manner consistent with protecting the spine or at least preventing further injury. Family insisted that we take the patient to a hospital that was 45 minutes away and had several rough sections of road. To do so, we'd be bypassing one trauma center that was literally in between the scene and the requested hospital. There were also 2 high-acuity hospitals with neurological capabilities closer and smoother, but in a different direction. I informed the family as delicately as I could that I thought it was a better idea to go closer. They insisted that her doctor is at the other hospital. I informed them that the ride was further and bumpier, and being on a hard spinal board for 45 minutes is uncomfortable, painful, and since I can't do a spinal clearance, MRI, CT scan, at the scene, I had to follow the spinal precautions protocol at the time and keep her on the spine board throughout the ride. They still insisted. I made the family sign our EPCR, electronic patient care record, with my statement saying that I told them we should go to a closer hospital and that I would not be responsible for any negative effects from diverting to the further hospital. These events were automatically flagged for review by our internal auditors, as well as forwarded to the Medical Control Authority, Board of Emergency Physicians, for evaluation. MedControl said I did the right thing. Internal auditors combined the call with the feedback from the patient survey and said that I was rude, pushy, and treated the family with disrespect. They also indicated that the patient did have spinal damage from the fall and that she should have gone to a closer hospital for evaluation before being transferred to their hospital of choice. I was still placed on a 90-day audit, which meant that if I had negative feedback from any call within the next 90 days, I could be terminated. Next story, only time I ever got fired. I was a server, and there was a discrepancy over a gift card. Supposedly had $5 left, and the customer said I stole it. I didn't, but there was no proof that I didn't, so they fired me. Next story. In the mid-90s, while in college, I got a job at one of those companies that calls you and asks you to do a survey about whatever the company's client wanted public opinion about. The floor had about 100 people on it at any given time, all being paid a very decent hourly wage. I hated the work, hated calling people during dinner and bugging them, being cussed out, etc. I should have just quit and found another job, but the pay was good, and I didn't have any alternatives that felt better. Each of us had a very small cubicle with a computer that handled call routing and the survey software. After a few months of this grind, I discovered a way to drop to a DOS prompt and delete the network directories that held the survey software and data. I quickly learned this would necessitate shutting the entire call floor down and making us just sit there while IT worked to fix the problem, turning this crap job into getting paid to sit on ass and read a book. Heaven. Of course, I took it too far and did it too many times. The last time I tried to do it, it locked my workstation instead of letting me delete the files and pop back into my survey application. IT had set up a trace this time and caught me red-handed. I was fired about 20 minutes later. Next story, not smiling enough, not learning fast enough during training, not having the building clean at 12 p.m. when no one's works in the morning and I was only there the night before, clocking in 2 minutes late because the computers were busy and being told I didn't belong there. Being accused of getting a Cash App tip and didn't, but yet I still got fired for being a thief. Then they lied about how I got fired the next day when I only walked out after that and went home. It was a dude that told them I did when I didn't. They asked to see my phone, and I told them no. They confronted me in front of everyone. Next story. When I was a railroad engineer, I was trying to clear a main line switch so my dispatcher could run other traffic. My switcher train was especially long that day until my conductor could make a cut. I got off the engine to line a switch to speed up the process and help them out, and the managers were hidden in order to write me up, and they did for leaving equipment unattended. Lesson: never break rules to help out a big company. Next story. Got a warning for not moving around enough on a production line, despite the fact that I was watching a machine that was running poorly and was trying to fix it. Next story. I got written up yesterday, actually. We've had a little stuffed animal on a shelf in the security office for 6 months now. And yesterday, my boss threw it out without telling anyone that it was even an issue. He suddenly decided that it was too unprofessional for the workplace. I got into a really heated argument with him about not letting me just take the damn thing home, and he hit me with, "Take a walk to cool off or you're getting written up." I might have been a bit too stubborn and refused to back down, but the way he went about the whole thing was really shitty. Next story. I was half-ass trained, and when I tried to teach myself, they said I wasn't good enough. All the while, my supervisor, who had the same job tasks as me, refused to share the workload, or at least give me something to do day to day. It was my first real office job, and most of the day, I had nothing to do but make cold calls. Next story. Got written up at Home Depot years ago for wearing a hat to work one day in the garden department. Next day, the manager that wrote up was wearing hat. Then proceeded to walk to me and say, "I know I just wrote you up for wearing a hat, but my kids made me late and didn't get a shower this morning." Next story. When I was 16, a close family member died, and my parents had to suddenly cancel plans and quickly go help with whatever. I was required to stay home and watch my baby sister, and was told that, unfortunately, I'll have to call off work today, but everything will be okay, as my mom and stepdad were hastily and anxiously heading out the door. So I called my workplace, a restaurant, and informed them that I am now suddenly home alone with my baby sister due to a sudden and immediate death of a close relative that my parents are required to attend to, so I regretfully can't exactly come in to wash dishes with the other guys for 6 hours today, after school shift. I had worked there since 14, received pay increases, and was very regularly asked of what I thought and wanted for the back kitchen staff, etc., and told that I was significantly better and more pleasant than most of the types they got in as dishwashers. I never called off once, always came early and stayed late, never complained, and always took any shifts that I was asked to. In this phone conversation, the same manager said absolutely nothing, but a short silence, and if you do not come in today, you no longer have a job. I was very confused and hurt, so I just respectfully acknowledged the unfortunate information, and I thanked them for their time for the conversation, and I got myself together and tried to keep my sister happy and distracted, or perhaps myself distracted, until my parents were able to come home much later that night, or early morning, I don't know. So, that's how I lost my first job, and to this day, I firmly believe it was one of the more ridiculous and insane management choices I've seen. Later, I found out that when other managers were asking where I was, he informed everyone, I don't know, he didn't want to work here anymore. He quit, what can I say? He did record me as voluntarily quitting. I was literally informed that I do not have a job because of a sudden emergency situation that is extremely documented with all kinds of records, and was completely out of a young child's control. Next story, getting written up for not showing up to work because my boss made a mistake on the schedule. There was also the time the useless ass-kisser server was making mistakes all the time, and everyone but her was threatened with write-ups. I left before that could happen, so don't know if it counts, but hey, extra bonus story. Next story, I got written up for letting my residents have their policy-mandated second cigarette break by a misandrist nurse on a power trip who was trying to get me fired. Next story, a chain pizza place in the 90s and one of my first jobs in high school. I was 16 years old. I didn't feel well going in. It was a full-blown stomach bug a quarter of the way through my shift. I was in the bathroom 2 or 3 times, for both ends. I always scrubbed my hands and face with soap and hot water. The shift lead knew it was real. She could see the pale green look in my face. I should have been sent home for food safety reasons, but I didn't have a replacement. She called the store manager, who said absolutely not. I had to finish my shift, or else I'd be written up unless I could find a replacement. I didn't know most of the people who worked there, didn't socialize with any of the adults outside of work. Knew just one other teenager there, and he'd worked the day shift. I tried to power through the evening, but I was nauseous and gross. Tried to work through a solution with the shift lead, who was sympathetic but seemed trapped by the rules of the store and her boss's orders. Finally, I thought, this is ridiculous. Told the shift lead I was too sick to work and walked out. Said I'd be back when I was over the bug. Got called in by the store manager a few yards later. She took on a disappointed parent tone and said she'd have to write me up, and this poor decision to leave before my shift was done jeopardized my future with the company and would look bad in my job history. I told her to save the ink because I quit, and I walked out. Next story. My boss wanted me to meet one-to-one on things brought up in our public meeting, things that needed to be addressed corporately and obviously publicly. Next day, I was terminated by her boss for insubordination. Next story, called Charles Kirk a misogynistic racist, verifiably true, and the Jeebus Humper manager took such offense because he brought people to God that HR had a talking to me. Next story, got fired because the library director didn't like the branch manager and was trying to bully him into quitting by making his job harder with less staff. What she said when she fired me was that I wasn't a good fit, but what she put on my separation letter was conduct unbecoming, so I wouldn't qualify for unemployment, even though performance review had been good and I'd never been written up. I got fired 4 days before my year anniversary because had I hit the 1-year mark, I would have been able to file a grievance with the county. She was a corrupt woman and eventually got kicked out of the directorship. Next story. I told a customer to back off after he started cussing me out. I didn't even do anything to deserve it. The guy was known for this over the years, and the business just accepts his abuse because he was a good-paying customer. He came to me at the dock and started demanding things from me, and I told him something like, "I can get to it in just a few," and he started going off. I told him to back off, and he went inside and complained to the management. I had others around me who backed me up, but they didn't care. Next story. I worked at a cell phone store where we had cameras that our area manager watched all day. She came by one day and wrote me up because she said when she was watching the camera I walk too sexy and said it was inappropriate. Next story. Not properly formatting an email to a supervisor. Never been a problem in the past, and I have never been told or trained how they want it formatted. Now I write them all so they sound stupid with overly formal terms. Next story. A chicken went missing. Working at an animal sanctuary and still on my probationary period. 2 days before that finished, there were a couple of sick chickens removed from the enclosure, and one new one was introduced. At the end of the day, I put the chickens in their house, counted them up, checked the outside area for any left out just to be sure, then went home. I'd obviously got my numbers wrong when I counted them, as the next morning there was a missing chicken. Now bear in mind, these chickens had regularly been taken by foxes during the day, and we had lost maybe 3 chickens in the last month. I had been asking for some improvements to the enclosure to stop this from happening, but no plans were made to do this. Anyway, because I hadn't noticed the chicken was missing until the following day, the narrative had to be, "You left the chicken out overnight," and thus, the liability was with me, and I was let go. A month or so after, I hear from a former colleague that they had eventually secured the enclosure because they experienced what can only be described as a chicken massacre. Out of 20 or so chickens, 3 survived. Again, this would have happened in broad daylight. I felt bad for the chickens, but I also felt somewhat vindicated. Next story. Back when I worked at a restaurant, it was not allowed to exceed 40 hours worked in a week. The last day of the week, I was asked to stay late and help, due to a server quitting and there not being any coverage. Well, I had mentioned to the general manager that I would hit 42 or 43 hours for the week if I did so. She said it was fine. Come end of shift, I got called into the office same day and written up for working over 40 hours. I know I told you it was okay, but you should have known better. Biggest what the heck moment I ever had. Next story. I was written up for being 11 minutes late to my mid-8 a.m. security shift. I lived 40 miles away, and on a good day, it was a 50-minute commute. That night was a blizzard. It took me 2.5 hours to get to work that night, illegally driving on the interstate. Illegal because it was closed due to weather. My safety director told me I'd left my colleague without backup by being late, and it was very irresponsible of me, so he wrote me up. Damn you, Juan. Next story. I worked in an absolutely miserable state government office once, where I was written up for being too happy. Not disruptive or loud, or any other thing that might impact my coworkers' productivity, mind you. Just too happy. Apparently, it was unprofessional. Next story. Never really had anything stronger than a ticking off, but it really pissed me off when my manager and her manager told me off for not answering the phone during my break. They were looking at holidays online, not on a break. Next story. Dirty uniform. It was dirty because I was the one that worked the most and did the dirty jobs. Lesson learned, back off and let someone else do the dirty jobs. Great employer lesson. Next story. I got fired from Subway for putting too much cheese on my free lunch sandwich. We were allowed 1 6-inch per 8-hour shift, but apparently, cheese was the deal breaker. Next story. My greatest pain. I had gotten placed at the corporate offices of a major sports league, working in their licensing division. It was a temp position with the option to go permanent if they liked me. It was exactly the type of job I was looking for, and would have been perfect for me. I had never been more dedicated to a job in my life. Came in early, stayed late, had my lunch at my desk in case my boss needed me for something. Got along with everyone on the team, or so I thought. After being there for a couple of months, I was starting to wonder why the hiring process hadn't started yet. They had indicated to me it would start right away after I got placed. I asked and told they were getting around to it. Figured they were just slow and it wasn't a big deal. About a month later, they started the interviews. While mine wasn't perfect, I got really nervous and forgot a lot of the things I wanted to point out. I had been there long enough and assumed that it wasn't horrible and that being a known commodity would make it easier for them to hire me instead of bringing in someone else and having to train them all over again. Another month had passed with no word from them. Suffice to say, I was starting to get worried. Since I was spending my lunchtime at my desks, I would usually pass the time writing on my blog. One day, I wrote a post detailing my frustration that the process was taking so long. I made a comment to the effect of, If I don't get hired after all of the effort I put in, I'm going to be pissed. Not 5-state beat spree pissed, mind you, but I'm not going to be happy. As I was getting ready to leave that day, I noticed a group of women in front of the door of my boss's office. I walked over, told her I was leaving for the day. As I was walking away, one of the women, who had been very friendly to me prior to this, gave me a dirty look and a very angry-sounding, "Bye." Thought it was odd, but figured she was just having a bad day and left it at that. About 15 minutes after I got home, I got a call from my temp agency. I answered excitedly, thinking they were going to tell me that they were finally bringing me on full-time. However, as soon as I heard the rep's voice, I realized that wasn't the case. "Hey there, so I got a call from boss. I understand that you have a blog? Well, someone there saw your post today, and they decided they don't want you to come back." I'm sorry. Suffice to say, I was crestfallen, went into a long depression, and pretty much stopped writing. Spent the next few years working a crappy temp job at a bank until we moved out of state and got a break doing IT work at the place my wife was working at. I'm much happier now, even though I haven't been able to start writing again despite many attempts, but definitely wonder how things would have worked out had I not gotten fired from there. Next story. I worked at a zoo-like establishment and was in charge of the automation machines there for the aquatic areas as an overnight operator. We had this crocodile pool with about 10 to 15 African crocodiles in it. Each one cost like $60,000 minimum to buy one. One unprecedented cold front came by, and my machines started reporting the temperature in the water was dropping fast. Crocodiles need the water to be warm, or they can slip into a coma and die. So I immediately reported to maintenance to get out there and check the water heater that heats the croc pools. I heard nothing back. I tried for like 2 hours straight calling the maintenance guy to get out there and check the water boiler before the water temp gets too low, with no response on the radio. All the while, my machines were sounding the alarm that the temp is dipping into dangerous levels. Finally, I couldn't take it. I went out to the water heater myself and inspected it. I unscrewed the panel and saw the capacitor was bloated, which means it went bad, and it's an easy fix. So I drove over to the maintenance facility, got a capacitor from their inventory, drove back to the croc pools, installed the cap into the heater, and screwed the panel back on. The machine roared back to life, and when I got back to my control room, I saw the temp slowly climbing back up after it was no joke like 2 degrees Fahrenheit from dead croc temps. Those poor things were probably super lethargic, if not unconscious already. The rest of the night went uneventful. Temps came back up to normal, and all was well. The next day, my boss saw the extreme dips on the report and asked what that was, and I explained my story. They wrote me up right there on the spot for the dumbest thing, doing someone else's role and responsibility. I argued it hard for weeks, claiming if I hadn't done it, the crocs would have died and I would have been fired. They kept the write-up anyway because maintenance guys are above my pay grade and they have the training I don't, so I should have never gone near the heater in the first place. They eventually figured out the maintenance guy for the night was ignoring me because he fell asleep in his truck in the giraffe yard and had apparently been napping like that regularly on shift. He was fired. Next story. Came in on the weekend to help move the whole company to a new building. At the end of the day, the COO asked a group of us if we could move some empty cardboard boxes to the loading dock to be taken away. I stood up first to walk with the COO to be shown where the boxes were. I said, "I'll do it, but only if you give me an A+ on my upcoming performance review." I laughed, she laughed, we all laughed, and then me and a couple guys moved the boxes and went home. Monday morning, I get a calendar invite from the CEO. I had been with the company for 5 years or so, and we talked often, so I didn't think much of it. We get on the call, and I notice that the director over my department is also on the call. Panic sets in. CEO starts by just directly asking me if I had said, insert quote from above, to the COO during the office move. I said yes, but then explained everything like I did above. We were a very open office, and jokes were an extremely common daily occurrence, even from the CEO and other execs. Not to mention, the type of joking was almost always crossing some sort of line, which made me feel safe saying what I said because it was very mild compared to what was usually being said. CEO told me that HR would be reaching out to formally write me up for insubordination and harassment, along with remedial training for both. I told him I wasn't signing a damn thing with either of those words on it, and I certainly wouldn't be doing any training. HR rewrote the write-up to not use those words, but still assigned me the training. That training was still assigned to me 5 years later when I finally left. I never spoke to the COO again after that and actively avoided her. My relationship with the CEO was never the same, and my behavior in the office basically switched to just professional only. Next story. Worked for an eyeglass company in Folsom, California that was closed down a year ago. The manager, Mike, was obsessed with the swing shift supervisor. Everyone knew it, and he allowed her to do nothing and gave her endless vacation time. The day shift supervisor was doing everything except approving the time cards on swing shift. Every task that came up, he gave to the day shift supervisor. So the day shift supervisor is working 11 and 12-hour days, drinking a protein shake at lunch, trying to accomplish everything, and when upper management started to question it, his solution was to write up the day shift supervisor. The day shift supervisor didn't put up with it. He started to expose the relationship between the two married people. Apparently, the manager had a heavy-set wife, so he was going after the skinny Indian girl on swing shift. The day shift supervisor let him know that going forward, he was not doing everything, and if he was brought in for another write-up or IPIP, he was going to get a hold of corporate human resources and a lawyer. 6 months later, the building closed down. The manager is now working at a beverage company and still doing the same activities. Next story. Many years ago, I worked at Best Buy as an assistant merchandising manager. We unloaded trucks and stocked the shelves on Tuesday and Friday nights. I had worked my regular 6 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. shift on Tuesday, then unloaded and stocked shelves until 4 a.m. or so. I fell asleep on the 20-minute drive home and luckily only went into grass median on the highway. Thank goodness no one was around. My car was fine and drove home. I was scheduled to come in the next morning at 6 a.m., and I messaged my boss as to what happened and said I needed to get a couple of hours of sleep. She wasn't happy about me not coming in, but I wasn't going to drive being that tired. So when I came in after a couple of hours of sleep, I was brought to the break room and was fired. They didn't give two craps. Next story. I once got fired for not being a wizard. Many years ago, I got a job giving a 10-year-old kid some magic lessons. On the very first lesson, I went through how to do a simple card trick. I explained how you had to say you were doing one thing while actually doing something else. You mean, you have to lie? The kid was crushed, like he had just discovered Santa wasn't real, and store Santas all hate Christmas but love kicking puppies. Yeah, I said. Magic is an entirely lie-based performance art. He ran off to tell his mom, and she got furious and fired me. That was it. No more lessons. Apparently, neither of them knew that magic tricks involved, tricking people. Sorry, magic isn't real, kid. Next story. For making a girl cry. Wasn't even trying to. This was in an automotive shop. If you're unaware, there's a lot of crap talking, and you need a thick skin to operate in a shop environment. They hired a 21-year-old girl. People were tiptoeing around because never had a female out in the shop. I literally treated her no differently than any guy technician I've ever worked with. I forget exactly what I said, but it was probably funny, but it wasn't because she started to cry. Ben went to the manager and he wrote me up. I tried to explain to him. He said, I know, but my hands are tied on this. And it's not like I haven't heard those same words said 1,000 times before in the shop. Sorry, bud. Next story. I've only ever been fired once and never even written up. I was 17 working at Burger King. We were understaffed, just like every other BK this century. When I arrived, the store was busy as hell while also playing host to some sort of food inspection unit. I clocked in, scrubbed my hands for what felt like way too long with the pressure all around me, and hurried to make the burgers. As it turns out, the inspector person was timing me. I only washed my hands for 16 seconds when I was supposed to do it for at least 20 seconds. My boss was forced to fire me, cried, but gave me a glowing review to get me hired at the BK down the street. Next story. One day, me and a coworker were standing outside, talking for a few minutes. The guy then goes inside the building and makes up stories about me standing too close to him and asking personal questions. I didn't get in trouble for that alone, but the next day, after he and I clock out and walk out to the parking lot, I ask him if we were still buddies, since he told on me for that. He then reports me for talking to him about reporting me, and I get written up. Next story. I once asked for change, and when counting it, discovered I was given a 110 instead of 100. An extra $10 bill was slipped in with my ones. I told the manager who gave me the change, and they ignored me. My register was over $10 at the end of shift, and I was scolded and written up for not giving correct change to the customers by the same person. Next story. Got fired for workplace violence. I was 62, female, at the time. Mentioned to another coworker that I'd like to punch another coworker in the throat. She turned me into HR, and then I'm called in and told me they had to let me go. Turned out to be the best thing to ever happen to me. Got a work-from-home job, COVID happened, stayed there until I retired. Next story. Worked in a residential care home and had to give someone CPR. Documented everything afterwards, but got written up for not documenting it as and when it was happening. Like, what the heck do you want me to do? 20 chest compressions. Document. 20 chest compressions. Document. Next story. This was like day 3 of working at a flower shop. The owner hid a potted plant underneath a staircase with no gaps, and he brought me over to the stairs and asked me what's wrong. When I said, "Seems fine? Is something wrong?" he got angry that I didn't see the plant even though it was hidden on purpose. Next story. Surgeon I work with for written up for transplanting a donor's left kidney into the recipient's right side. Person felt it was a wrong site surgery. Ops. For anatomical reasons, the kidney, regardless of which side it came from, is always transplanted on the right side. Next story. I worked at FYE in a mall. A secret shopper placed a store gift card on the floor, which I later found. I checked its balance and it had $3 and change on it. Later in the day, I bought a few movies. Used the gift card as credit towards the purchase. Fired. Next story. I was working on Christmas for a pharmacy benefits company. My shift started at 7. I was waiting in the parking lot for the building to be opened until 7:10. I got written up for not being clocked in on time. I had one customer my entire shift. Next story. Is it dumb to get fired because you were doing your job correctly? It's a question because the company I worked for made a lot of money doing the job incorrectly. Honestly, I was dumb for not reading the room and cheating on my reports. Next story. Needed manager override code for a price adjustment. Called 3 times, they never answered. Told customer I was unfortunately unable to adjust the price because I was locked out of price overrides. Next day was written up. Next story. We were allowed 5 sick days per year. Then they changed to no set number of sick days. That year, I was sick 6 times. In my yearly review, they said I had taken too many sick days, even though that didn't exist. Next story. I got fired for using the old fax cover page instead of the new one. The only difference was that the new sheet had the date first, and the old one had the subject line first. Literally the stupidest crap ever. Next story. After a month, got terminated from a chef position at an Italian restaurant because I wasn't Italian and didn't fit the image. Never claimed to be Italian. My last name is nowhere near Italian. Next story. I was threatened with prosecution under Article 92 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice for not participating in mandatory fun while I was away on a training assignment states away. Next story. Got written up for replying to a Teams message with OK instead of thanks. She printed the chat and circled it like it was evidence in court. I was 3 weeks in and already over it. Next story. My last boss was insane and hated me because I always called him out on his abuse towards me and others. This is a list of everything off the top of my head he threatened to fire me or write me up for. Clocking in 1 minute late every day because I couldn't drop my kids at school before a certain time. Never going to the company's Christmas party because they always threw it the same weekend as my kid's birthday party. Calling it corporate instead of home office to a customer. Interrupting my counterpart's Snapchat conversation to ask for the folder of work she'd collected while I was out with COVID. Note, he ran at me like he was going to hit me. That was the moment I started looking for another job. Not getting up to wait on an able-bodied coworker because I was super sick. On that note, the 3 to 4 times I ever called in sick in 13.5 years, he acted like it was the end of the world and implied there may not be a job to come back to. So I had to pull a George Costanza and just show up, leaving 30 minutes early for a family emergency without his approval. He wasn't there, and none of the other office staff ever needed approval to leave. Also, everyone who is currently there, including the GM, was informed that I had to leave. He wouldn't let me take off when my dad had open heart surgery, and then threatened to fire me because I couldn't focus on my work. I'm sorry. My dad is undergoing a serious surgery. There was a reason I asked to take it off. I could go on, but now I'm actually getting mad. Next story. Hopped off the company golf cart one night to head inside the store, and the damn brakes are so that if you don't push it down all the way to the floor hard, then the brake won't actually engage. Everyone knew about it. It had been a problem. This particular night, I apparently didn't quite get it all the way engaged, but didn't notice as I was busy handling my duties. And wouldn't you know it, it just had to be so incredibly damn windy that night that as soon as I walked in the door, The damn wind pushed that jerk a good 200 to 300 feet right into one of our security guys' car. I have the actual security cam footage from it. The damn thing perfectly turned slightly to avoid hitting the dumpster area and just beelined for his vehicular man. So I got drug tested immediately after that, popped for mine herbal remedies, and that was game over. The guy whose car it hit wasn't even mad. We're still cool to this day. I got damn fired, of course, but he made out pretty well from the insurance. Like 5 or 6 grand, which I'm actually not mad at all at. He had just had another kid, so at least one of us came out of it with something positive. Next story. I got fired for bad attitude because I called my boss from the hospital saying, "I'm at the hospital with an infection. They say I'm going to be here at least overnight, and I will not be able to work tomorrow." Boss asks, "Well, what's going on?" I replied, "I have an infection and have been admitted to the hospital. I will not be able to make it to work tomorrow." I actually ended up missing 2 days, and on my first day back, he pulled me off the line right after the lunch rush and told me I'd been giving him attitude for months now, and he just kept hoping it would get better, but it never did. He could not give me any additional examples of bad attitude. When my coworker heard what happened, she asked me, "Why didn't you just tell him what kind of infection?" Like I was supposed to instinctively know that giving up my right to medical privacy would be the only thing that would save my job. Next story. Not written up, but in my paid internship in grad school, our boss was obsessed with people getting there on the very dot of 8 a.m. despite being a back office, workplace not customer-facing, library processing, and only half-time because we were grad students. She would call you out for being literally a minute late once in 8 weeks or so. But the worst was when we'd had a hurricane direct hit in the area, power out for 6 days. I was 15 minutes late after almost a week of no lights, no coffee at home, no radio, etc. She marched up to my cubicle and dressed me down the way you would a kindergartner, in front of other interns, insinuating that I was lazy and irresponsible. Her power had come back in the very next day after the storm. This same manager didn't even know how to save a Word document other than closing the file. Then when it asked, "Do you want to save?" hitting yes. Rough. Next story. I had pneumonia and had a doctor excuse to rest for 4 days. I failed to call coworkers to arrange coverage for my cashier shifts at a big box store. This was in 2003, and I didn't have anyone's personal contact information or a way to get it. I missed 2 shifts. Anyway, I got back and they put me on a performance improvement plan. When asked how I planned on making sure this doesn't happen again, I just said, "I guess I won't get pneumonia again." I walked out about 3 weeks later. Only reason I ended up with pneumonia was because I'd worked the entire holiday season while sick and had an ever-changing schedule that prevented me from being able to schedule a doctor appointment. I had been sick for about 6 weeks by the time I had to go to an urgent care clinic. Urgent care cost was 8 times what a regular doctor copay would have been. Still pisses me off. Next story. Took a new role, doing a completely different job, but within the same organization in the company I worked for at the time. After a few years working in that role, I then received a bad review at the end of the year, about 6 months later, primarily because I wasn't doing the things that I would have done in my previous role, even though they'd brought someone in to backfill me in that role who had also been doing part of the job for a little over a year before I moved on. And the review had nothing bad to say about my duties in the role I had moved into, even though I was doing fine in my new role. Even if they hadn't brought in a replacement, it wasn't my problem, as I wasn't even in the same part of the organization anymore. Needless to say, that was the beginning of the end of me working in that org. Next story. At my old firm, huge one, where we hire 300 people a year and only keep 8, and the firm was transparent about it to create competition. On day 1 of orientation, 3 girls took a selfie in front of the firm's logo, instead of listening to the counselor, coach, during the office tour. She told all 3, "Thank you, you can go home now, leave your badges at reception," and resumed the tour. They looked dumbfounded and asked me why. I was a coach as well. I had to reply, "It's very petty, but when you know you're only keeping 3% of your new hires, you'll look for reasons to disqualify people. What made you think you were automatically part of the firm? Paycheck? Sorry, the firm is willing to pay extra money to find the elite." Next story. During probation, I was given very few tasks to do. Tried to add value where I could and was told to stop. Was waiting for my manager, after 6 weeks of being there, to provide me with a media plan so I could see what was expected going forward and book things in. I got sick of her never attending meetings, sitting at my desk alone for days doing nothing. Asked her for a quick chat one afternoon. The next morning was let go. No conversation. The irony was, she was a leadership development facilitator, but had zero leadership skills. Next story. When I was 16, I had a little side gig that paid around $1,000 a month for my city, where in the winter, it was my job to drive around to all the mailboxes and salt the space in front of them. This was a few years ago in Western Canada, and if anyone from around here remembers, we got little to no snow that winter. Since it didn't snow, I didn't have to go out and shovel, but I still got fired because I wasn't uploading before and after pictures to upper management. I did get a free $1,000 for a few months though. Next story. My boss needed someone to blame for the bad accounting in that big, interwoven mental organization, so he wrote a report that I was to blame. Despite my never ever touching the accounts or having signed anything about them, HR accepted to fire me because nepotism, same nationality. Next week, he offered me the same job at half salary, despite my being formally that thief. I countered by offering to come back at $1 higher than my previous salary. We still say hi if we met on the street. Next story. Got written up for being 1 minute late. Then got written up a few weeks later for getting a parking ticket at the hospital. There was literally never any parking, anywhere. Part of why I was also 1 minute late. Anyways, I quit like a week later because I was so pissed. Next story. I worked a retail store. The entire store ran out of plastic bags. A customer asked for one. I said, sorry, we're out. Customer said, get some from another department. I said, they're out too. I got written up. Next story. As an early morning server at a hotel restaurant morning buffet line, I got fired for eating the leftover, discarded food from the buffet line in the back kitchen, food which is thrown away regardless. Next story. For working too hard. I got written up for coming in early and leaving late each day. I was an exempt status employee. Apparently, I made the people I worked under look lazy. Next story. Once got written up by a supervisor who on a prior occasion had told me, I don't like you. I don't know why. I just don't like you. I was one of the best employees there. I made his job a lot easier than I needed to, and I got along great with all but a handful of the most difficult people there, and those were cases of them refusing to get along with me. I laughed off his statement and kept bringing my A game every day and didn't let it affect any of my interactions with him going forward. I've never found it difficult to maintain that degree of professionalism, even with the assholes. The write-up stemmed from a female subordinate who a few months later repeatedly tried to use some personal issues in her life as an excuse to not do all of her job. I very politely, tactfully, and sympathetically told her that those issues had nothing to do with her job or what was expected of her, but that she was free to talk to upper management if she felt that she needed to take personal time off to sort those issues out, since I didn't have authority to approve leave requests, and that I'd have no problem with backing up her request and then making up for her absence in that meantime. I genuinely appreciated and respected her and had a good working relationship with her. She was one of the people who helped train me when I first started there. As with all of my other subordinates, I never let any of her coworkers give her any crap, and I always encouraged upper management to come to me first with any issue that they had with her or any of my subordinates' performance. They were all my people doing what I was telling them to do, and their actions were always my responsibility to one degree or another. So of course she went to the aforementioned supervisor and played the victim card by claiming, among other bullshit, that I reminded her of her abusive ex-husband. She fabricated a bunch of statements that I never made, but which I couldn't prove that I hadn't made, and he jumped at the opportunity to write me up. So the meeting was between me, 2 HR leeches, the aforementioned supervisor, and his immediate boss, who himself had promoted me to my position within record time of my entry-level hiring, and who had told me on multiple occasions that I was an impressive asset to the company. Of course, the accuser wasn't there. I corrected her claims, tactfully told everyone except my supervisor's boss that she and they were all full of crap, and then I signed the paperwork, simply so that I wouldn't get fired. Then, right after we had all stood up from the table, and my supervisor and his boss were thanking me for not being difficult about the whole thing, I pointed to my supervisor, told his boss what he had told me about disliking me for no good reason, and then told them that this was the last time I was ever going to sign any write-up with that supervisor's name on it. Then I looked that supervisor dead in his eyes and told him, and don't even try to deny your little personal schoolyard grudge against me, because you said that on surveillance, and I noted exactly when and where, and I know how long those records are kept. He clammed right up. His boss promised me that he would take a look at that surveillance, And for the rest of my time there, that supervisor made it a point to stay on my good side. It didn't take long after that for his boss to come to me and personally tell me that I would indeed never have to sign another write-up from that supervisor unless the infraction was provable beyond any shadow of a doubt. Eventually, I got sick of the place and quit on zero notice because damn them. And that 6-year supervisor lasted a grand total of 2 more months following my departure before he himself quit. Years later, I ran across an old coworker who told me that they needed to hire 3 people to replace me. Next story. Many moons ago, I was working at a market research company. Not the funniest job, but early in my career. I was only 22 and addicted to an online game called Dope Wars that my friend got me into. It's basically a game where you team up with 20 others and sling narcotics. Each round lasts a month, and every second mattered. Come the end of the month, you'd tally up the profit, and the highest amount wins. The game was super competitive, and we got so deep that there we were, all running secret starts. Quite interesting when I think back to how it was implemented. Anywho, with this game, you could only do a limited amount of actions per hour. I think you'd accumulate 12 tokens an hour. Certain actions like stealing cost most, and selling dope would cost a certain amount, etc. However, there was also a pay option. Now this is before modern-day tech and iPhones and tablets. My computer was a PC at home just like everyone else. So yeah, there was a premium phone line for premium tokens. Ching ching. It was near game round end, and it's kicking off online. Scores are so close. It's a real stressful time considering a whole month of work comes to this moment. So one day at work, I'm logged into my account doing my actions and strategizing with my team, and I'm doing the night shift, closing up. I'm always last to leave and have to check all the office is secured. I get a smart idea to use my desk phone to call this premium line number. And the longer you stay on the line, the more tokens you accumulate. I do my rounds and hang up maybe 30 minutes later. In this time, I've purchased a few hundred tokens. I cannot believe it. I go home and use my tokens and jump up the leaderboard, which draws attention, so I start getting targeted by opposing players. Anyways, I tell my team I have a secret weapon for them tomorrow. The next day, I got to every freaking landline phone in the office covering 5 floors, dial the number, and move on to the next, leaving it running. It takes about 30 minutes to do my rounds. Then I go around and hang up, so an additional 15 minutes or so. The next day, I got a call from HR telling me I have a meeting the following day. I stupidly attended, not actually realizing what was up. Coming to think of it, I'd had meetings prior regarding locking up and laptops going missing, which I wasn't involved with. And when I got to the office, everyone was giving me the side eye. In the meeting, HR, my boss and financial director, confronted me, and I told them the complete truth about my gaming addiction. I was fired on the spot, and the director disclosed to me while shaking her head that I had racked up thousands of expenses with the premium calls, but they wouldn't press any charges due to my honesty about my addiction. But my team won that game round by such an amount, and I'll forever be the MVP. Took one for the team. Next story. For obeying company policy in accordance with state and federal law. I worked for Bluegrass Quality Meats in their factory in Erlanger, Kentucky in 2016. They had an overhead rail system for transporting racks of meat, but it was way out of date and janky as hell, as were the racks that ran on it. Had a rack that hit a bad intersection, hopped the rail, dropped all the meat on it. A good couple 100 pounds of product. My supervisor said, that's a shame. Put it back on the rack, send it through. The law is that if food touches the ground, it is no longer allowed to be sold. It must be discarded. There's a caveat that if a pile of it falls, anything more than a foot away from the ground is good, but that's all that can be saved, and it wasn't relevant. Kentucky state law doubled down on the federal regulation, and company policy doubled down on that. I knew. I had recently gone through the training on the subject. I grabbed an armful of product and turned around. Now for the kicker. The QA team was right there doing their morning walkthrough. I walked past them and dumped the meat into the disposal bin. Supervisor watched me do this in multiple trips, conveniently waited for QA to leave, then walked up to me and said, "That was an interesting choice to throw the meat away instead of putting it back on the rack like I told you to." I shrugged and said something to the effect of, "I did what I was supposed to do." Sometime later, he came up to me with a write-up for insubordination. I fought it, of course. Talked to the union rep, but that was useless. The union was in bed with the management, so the contract was basically a promise to roll over. Supposedly, the contract forbid us from going on strike or otherwise leveraging our communal strength. Because I'd been given an order by a supervisor, nothing else mattered, and the union couldn't fight it, whether it was valid or not. I talked to my coworkers. I talked to QA. I talked to the factory manager and the company owner. While sentiments were generally on my side, the write-up stood. I started looking for a new job immediately. Here's the cherry on top. Obviously, for food safety, the factory has to be pristinely clean. No mold of vermin or pests or anything. To facilitate that, it is cleaned with a very corrosive chemical to hit anything that might try to grow in your food. This stuff is so strong, a splash the size of a quarter ate its way through my boot and into my foot, leaving a visible scar that I still have 10 years later. I can't imagine what that would do if consumed, but I had a couple young cousins I could imagine it happening to, and I 100% stand by dumping that crap in the garbage. I would not let it happen to my family, and I couldn't let it happen to anyone else's either. Next story. I literally just got a write-up yesterday. I work for a super fancy resort as a pre-arrival concierge. Basically, when people make a reservation, I reach out to them to collect info like the names of the people they are traveling with, food allergies, when they plan to arrive, stuff like that. I also get to sell them on things like transportation, fly fishing, horseback riding, etc., of which I get a 5% commission. So I had a guest who wanted to do a brand new experience that included horseback riding and a 5-course meal cooked over an open flame on top of a mesa as the sun sets. The cost was just under $6,000 for 2 people. Mrs. D, an incoming guest of mine, saw this on our website and called to book it. Awesome, I'll take a $300 commission off one guest. I inform her of the cost and she doesn't even blink at it. So I get everything planned, arrange for her room to get decorated with balloons and stuff because her 15-year-old son was traveling with her and had a birthday. Then disaster hits. 45 minutes before her activity was to start, she sends me a message asking me to remind her what the expense is. That isn't a good sign. I told her. She flipped out. I got the boss lady, who just started a few weeks ago, and explain what's going on. So she goes and talks to the guest, who claims I never told her how much it was, and ends up giving her a 50% discount on the experience. The next day, I get called into HR's office and get served a final write-up for failure to disclose the price of an experience to a guest. I argued my case that I had told her. Crap. The guest even said, "Remind me how much it is?" Which inherently implies that I had told her and she had forgotten, to no avail. We do have a system that records all the phone calls, but Mrs. D reached me by being transferred through the front desk, which means the call comes in as being internal, which means I can't search for it via Mrs. D's phone number. So yeah, I went from one of the hardest working, productive guys here to being one mistake away from being terminated thanks to that stupid guest. I miss old boss lady. She was great. Next story. Was fired because I asked not my manager a question. Getting towards the end of a Friday, and I was slated to work Saturday. This work required access to certain computer systems I did not have access to. My supervisor said he submitted the access request. I had already looked where the submissions sit and knew they weren't there. Maybe they were completed? I ran into the manager that oversees that area in a hallway, who approves such requests. We get along pretty well anyway, so I asked if he had seen the request yet since my supervisor said he sent them. He said no, and I thought nothing more about it. A few hours later, I am walked out, fired. It seems the manager I asked was pissed because my supervisor lied to me. I was let go because I caused the friction. Yes, I know. Ignorant me didn't know it was a toxic workplace at the time. Tom, I hope you read this. Don't bother asking, you can't figure it who it is from such little information. I found out through another manager friend that still worked there. One of my coworkers was pulled over for speeding while coming back from lunch. He's already on probation, but is caught with a gun in his boot and goes to jail. The FBI was already monitoring him because this idiot coworker was taking volume license software from work and selling it online. This coworker then calls Tom, the one who lied to me, to ask that he re-image his laptop. This coworker has also brown-nosed Tom by doing things like joining extracircular organizations just to brown-nose. I love karma. The VP of that group contacted Tom because it seems the FBI wanted that coworker's laptop. Tom was already halfway through re-imaging it. Tom was let go that day, although it was a large company and had many places to be promoted to. 1. I left a toxic workplace. 2. I lost my favorite coffee tumbler. 3. Justice was served. F you, Tom. The only clues you'll get about the employer is that it is like a bunch of farmers bought a computer and they're global. No, I won't answer DMs or questions about the people or employer. Next story, TLDNR, integrity. I had worked for the company for 28 years and worked my way up into management. Initially, the management team got paid a flat salary. Then we got a new CEO who did a restructuring, and they changed the compensation so that if you met your targets, you got a bonus. If you exceeded them, you got an extra bonus, which was all fine. Then, as we began to have more and more competition for our products and services, they completely changed the salary structure so that 25% of your salary, your boss's salary, and the VP's salary were at risk if you didn't meet your targets, but not the CEO's, of course. At that time, I was responsible for reporting the results for my team of about 40 people. Because of the increased competition, the team began missing some of our targets. I put together the final year-end package of our annual results to present to the VP. The results clearly showed that we had missed a number of targets. I reviewed the data with my boss before the presentation, and because of the missed targets, most people on the team, including myself, my boss, and the VP, would be penalized 25% of their salaries. My boss told me that we couldn't report these results and indicated that I needed to restate the results so that they indicate that we had met all of our targets. I refused, and he laid me off that week. I majored in statistics at university. Fudging data to get the required results is a cardinal sin. After a few phone calls, I got hired by one of our competitors 2 weeks later and worked for them for 16 years until I retired. The original company I worked for is a ghost of its former self, with far, far fewer customers and employees. Obviously, if the senior management team can't make decisions with accurate data, things are not going well to work out in the end. Next story. Worked for a franchise location of a sub shop. Guy owned it. His girlfriend was the manager. They always worked the same shifts together, never saw one without the other. I was there for about a month when my grandpa ended up in the hospital with pneumonia again. Second time that year. I came into work to a sink overflowing with dishes, because neither could be bothered to wash anything from prepping before opening or any point during the day. My phone kept going off while washing dishes. It was my mom sending urgent updates. I stopped to check my phone twice. One time the girlfriend gave me a slightly burnt cookie that they wouldn't be able to sell, but was still edible because she could tell I was stressed. Guy comes in, asks why I'm on my phone and eating a cookie instead of washing dishes. I said, with my mouth half full, because he demanded I answer immediately, that the girlfriend let me because it was urgent. He flipped and told me that was unacceptable. Like, sir, tell your girlfriend maybe? The next day I was scheduled. Got a message from a coworker that dude was bragging about planning to fire me because of my attitude. I brought all my uniforms with me, let him fire me, then turned around and went to my other job to let them know I could take a lot more hours now. Ite, forgot to mention. Both of them were always getting high in the kitchen. Shop was right next to the sheriff's office. Lots of deputies and admin people came in for lunch breaks. One day, dumbass apparently forgot to relocate his acid and had left it visible on the counter. To say the shop closed down quickly after he was arrested is an understatement. It was pretty much same day. Dodged a bullet there. Next story. Decades ago, I was a bartender. The boss became an addict and was running the bar into the ground. I was supposed to work Saturday night, but woke up at 10 a.m. with a fever. Boss was supposed to be working the afternoon shift, so I waited until 2 p.m. hoping I'd feel better to call in. He wasn't working the shift, and one of the remaining bartenders, 2 had quit because he wasn't always on time with our pay, and one who was his girlfriend who was pregnant, answered the phone. She couldn't get a hold of him, so she called his father and another bartender. Father couldn't find him, and the other bartender was busy. She waited until 5 p.m. to call his girlfriend because she didn't want to upset her. He wasn't home. The woman working couldn't stay because her babysitter couldn't work all night. Owner's father told her to stay as long as she could, close and lock the bar. She stayed until 7:30 p.m. The next day, the owner called me and started screaming at me for calling off at 5 p.m. Told him I'd had a fever, was vomiting, and called off at 2 p.m. He just froze and said, "If that's the way you're gonna act, don't bother coming back." Then he hung up. I'd worked there for 11 months and never called off. Found out later, he started telling all the regulars I'd just up and quit. My fellow bartenders told them it was BS. Also found out he was at a motel that day with an addict feeding her and give her substances. The bar ended up going bankrupt. He lost his bar and his beautiful country home. He moved to Florida, and someone told me he died of a heart attack when he was 45. Next story. My first tech job, working for a small IT service company, doing system, network setup, hardware installation, break, fix, eventually some low voltage and sysadmin type work, under a manager who I worked well with until he inadvertently sent me to the wrong work site. He wasn't answering his phone, so I called the client, before start time, to let them know there was a miscommunication and running 20 minutes behind as a result, then got the correct address from his boss. Client wasn't happy but didn't really complain. I'd accidentally made him look bad once and he never got over it. I got written up for improper client communication, despite doing what was expected of me. He started writing me up afterwards for increasingly unimportant and petty reasons, which culminated with a write-up for a typo on a follow-up email after a big expensive system installation I was responsible for, which went well and with no issues, before deadline and below budget. Reason on paper makes the company look unprofessional and decreases client confidence in our work. Reason in meeting, because it's damn humiliating, 100%. Nobody wants to work with a company full of morons. Got out of there after about a week. Cited his terrible behavior as the reason for leaving during exit interview. Later found out he was fired for alienating all the company's talent, as several people had been complaining about his behavior. Career has gone exceptionally well overall since. Next story. I was fired for allegedly being unproductive in comparison to my coworkers. Well, my coworkers were bullied into working 3 to 4 hours off the clock by a complete idiot of a supervisor, and I refused to do what she forced others to do. The company had just settled a lawsuit for $650,000 for unpaid breaks and overtime. I worked with the legal team during the discovery phase and knew all of the ins and outs of the case and wasn't going to do what just got us in trouble. When I transferred back to that office, I said I'd work as many hours as needed, but that I wouldn't work for free. I also refused to take a salaried position and said that I'd prefer to remain hourly. They gave my job to a friend of the general manager, a former manager at our company, one that had been fired by 2 of our competitors before coming back and begging for a job. I also made the mistake of joking with that idiot. She was sniffling and sneezing, and I asked if she had a cold, then asked if she had allergies. When she said no to both counts, I suggested that she do as I did and switch from powdered substances to crack since it was easier on the nose. It was so over the top as to not be taken seriously, but she reported me to HR. Probably the only way you could take that joke seriously is if you actually were an addict, something I didn't take into consideration. I was joking that I used substances when in fact I didn't use illicit substances and had maybe 1 or 2 drinks per month in total. Next story, teacher story. I told my temporary boss, I was floating for coverage, that someone had accidentally covered the handicap parking and blocked it off. We had visitors coming, and they wanted them to have priority parking. Cool. The spots were covered and blocked off in the dark. As I am telling my boss this, the man who blocked the spots overheard and said, "Oh, I wasn't thinking, and it was still dark out." I said, "No problem. Do you want help? When can you find out whose cars need to be moved and I can move it or go cover their class?" But I wasn't allowed to help. Instead, she screamed at me for 30 minutes about how I don't know the culture of the school. What the heck does handicap parking have to do with that? And all sorts of things. I just stopped talking and let her go at it. I thought it was over, so I went back to work. She came into my room and continued to yell at me with 3 witnesses she brought in for another hour. All this over federally required, cannot be blocked off handicap parking. She then called 5 different district-level people and demanded I be fired. They all told her no, but my supervisor had to put a write-up in my HR file because she was a lunatic. I was later told, by different people who didn't know each other, that principal really hates white people. Do I know this for sure? No, of course not. Maybe she hates handicapped people. Next story. I went on vacation and my boss ran my sales route for me. I was gone for a week. No complaints. He sent me a list of things that went on while I was gone and would bring me up to speed. Cool, thanks. 2 weeks later, I get a call from him. "We need to talk." Okay. "No, I'm going to need you to come into the office." Okay. He called me in to write me up for not doing my annual employee self-evaluation, which is a stupid damn reason to write someone up in and of itself. So I sign the write-up. He tells me if he writes me up again, he's going to fire me. I get back to my car and I'm heading back to my route, way behind on my day. If I don't hit my deadlines, it's a damn write-up. I finish my day and just barely meet my deadlines. I go home and start looking for the employee self-evaluation and send it in. ASAP. I scroll and scroll. I finally find it. The self-evaluation was sent out while I was on vacation, and he marked it as read in the inbox and ambushed me over it 2 weeks after I got back. Damn snake. TBH. That's not the worst that guy put me through. On 2 occasions, I sat in my car and cried because of him. I quit that job a long time ago. I've told my wife that if we bummo into him, she just needs to let me do my thing. I don't think I'll kick his ass, but I'll do what I can to make him really afraid and uncomfortable. Next story. 17 years ago, we had this huge blizzard in the state I live in, and my dumbass tech support job was still open, and almost no one could come into the call center. I was a supervisor, and the other supervisors scheduled for the day called out, and they called me to beg me to come in to work a shift, and I agreed. Driving in the blizzard was easily one of the worst driving experiences of my life, to this day. Almost went into a ditch. Brakes barely worked in the snow. Terrifying. Got into work 20 minutes past the start of the shift, but I made it in. Immediately called into the office and given a write-up. First time I was ever late in 3 years. Was coming in to do them a favor and risked my life for $16 an hour. Looked right at the HR lady who happened to be chill with me and asked her, "Is being late the same write-up no matter how much time passes?" And she said, "Yeah." So I got up and told them I'd be back in a few hours. Then to work a little of my shift, and got up and walked to the nearby Panera, and then took a nap in my car in the parking lot. They tried to write me up a second time, but I had never clocked in before getting yelled at the first time, and they had to call corporate, who told them to let it go. I left 3 months later for a way better job. Next story. Written up for providing poor customer service to a customer after she complained I would not give her 95% off everything she wanted. She had a going out of business coupon from a store that had been at the same location decades prior, and expected me to honor it because of the same address. Like, no ma'am, I am not selling you a 65-inch OLED TV worth $6,000 for $300, in addition to the multiple other items she wanted. If I still worked there and someone tried to do that again, I absolutely would have maliciously complied and given a customer everything in the store for a few thousand. Also, written up for not trying to sell a new mobile, internet, or television service to someone calling trying to make arrangements for paying off bills that were several months overdue, or someone calling to cancel a line because the person who owned it had died. I really don't miss working for telecom. The people in charge seem to think the best thing to do when someone can't afford their current bill is to offer them something more expensive. Behind 9 months on a $35 talk text plan, only paying the bare minimum every few months to keep it from getting deactivated sounds like the perfect customer to sell a $2,500 phone to on a $150 plus plan. 500 phone to on a $150 plus plan. Next story. I got fired for helping a new mom with a crying baby. The year was 2007, and I worked at Whole Foods. We would have monthly store meetings from 5 to 7 a.m. When the meeting ended, the morning shift went straight into work, while the other shifts had to stand in line to punch out before we got docked for being outside the 7-minute window. A friend of mine had a 4-month-old baby. You can't exactly get a babysitter from 4:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. She brought the baby to the meeting. The sweetheart slept through the whole meeting, but woke up as we were finishing. While my friend stood next to me, trying to soothe her crying child, she told me her employee number so I could type it in for her. She put her finger on the pad, thanked me, then rushed out to take care of her child. I punched in my own number and left. Before I could leave the store, my supervisor asked if I typed in another person's employee number. I said yes, and I explained the circumstances. They made me wait until my shift at 3 p.m. to come in and get fired for time card fraud. The new mom got a 3-day suspension. I told them I felt just fine with helping a lady with a crying baby, and I hoped they could sleep at night for firing me for it. Next story. It was almost 20 years ago, and I was driving a taxi in a small town, just under 8,000 population. The taxi wasn't very busy, and nights and weekends, we just had a cell phone and no dispatcher. And we charged a flat rate with no meter, and I kept a clipboard and wrote down my pickups and drop-offs. And I was a drug addict at the time. It was super easy to do a handful of rides, and then just not write one of them down and pocket the fare. On a busy night, I could embezzle a lot of money to feed my habit. Sunday, on the other hand, was usually dead, so I tried to quit one day and gave a 2-week notice, but the owner begged me not to quit, so I stayed. And a couple of weeks later, I go in after a Sunday shift to drop my money bag in the safe. And Monday they tell me that the bag is missing and accused me of stealing the money. Now my best defense is, why would I steal $20 out of the Sunday bag when I take hundreds every Friday and Saturday? But obviously I can't say that. I think I either set the bag down and forgot to drop it in the safe, or it got caught in the trap, and then the cashier found it when he was closing and kept it. Or the owner just decided he wanted me gone. Next story. I refused to accommodate a client that had no call, no showed to a previous appointment, and proceeded to show up to the next one an hour and a half late for a 1-hour massage, literally as we were getting ready to close. I nicely explained I wouldn't be able to stay as I had to pick my son up from the babysitter. The client was very understanding, even apologetic. The next day, I was fired for not being caring enough for our clients. The office manager that had to fire me thought it was bullshit and gave me her personal number for a reference. Was able to get a job at a better place in less than a week because the manager of the previous place had, come to find out, a reputation for being an absolute psychopath around town, and at one point or another, burned the owners of the other 2 competing businesses in the area. So when I applied, they just assumed I had quit, and I went along. I ended up working for her main competitor, and as a new employee was kind enough to let them know about all the nasty rumors she was spreading concerning them. Next story. For suggesting an emergency plumber. I worked as an admin at a preschool in Texas, and I was the closer. As I'm closing up, I head to the kitchen to fill my water before my 45-minute drive home, and I notice the water looks odd. So I poured 4 to 5 more pitchers just in case. They all showed up this brown, yellow, muddy color, and there were no signs of settling. I know bubbles can change the color. So I sent a picture to my boss, and her response was, "What do you think we should do?" And I replied back, "I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that the water needs to be checked before any students arrive, as all the teachers refill their water jugs for their classes in the kitchen. Is there an emergency plumber we could hire for overnight? Or is Nandu able to head over to check?" Came into work the next day, fired for negligence. Honestly, what pissed me off the most was getting a fake-ass write-up so that she could fire me, as I had never done anything wrong. They sat there for 3 hours trying to pull something out of their ass to write me up for. Next story. I got fired because I had an anxiety attack after working at the place for a few months. The manager knew that I am autistic and have anxiety when they hired me, as I disclosed this, and was very accommodating on the few things that helped me keep structured in a rather chaotic job like a cleaning list, fast food. But when I actually had an anxiety attack, they fired me the next day, saying that I should work in an industry with less people. There were 4 people as I was the cook, and I did not interact with customers. My anxiety attack was triggered because my coworkers were talking about the recent assassination of someone, and it put me on edge, and they started making jokes about people getting murdered. And since I am neurodivergent and not normally liked by people, even when I don't do anything to them, they kept making the jokes explicitly when they walked past me. So I started to feel very on edge and threatened, especially since I work at night in the sticks. Next story, written up for asking to go home during the pandemic, but it eventually was appealed. Someone had COVID on a shift of mine the day before, and all of the people on that shift got sent home with mandatory 2 weeks pay to quarantine. I walk into my shift, following day, and the entire store is completely replaced with people from another store location. I ask why, then tell them I was also on that shift with my damn manager who had COVID. Because I was the only person from my store, they expected me to essentially manage the store. I was 17 and never even applied for management. It took me calling my dad, who was besties with my boss. 15 minutes later, after Pops cussed out my district manager for me being there, they sit and count to make sure that the time I was around the exposed COVID coworker was over 7 minutes. Yeah, I'm being serious. They watched cameras to ensure that it wasn't 6 minutes 45 seconds, but 7 minutes exactly. Then I finally get sent home for 2 weeks paid. Next story. I had a very nice pen, Acme Pen Company, from Hawaii. My wife bought it for me as a wedding present. While I was on a job site at an Air Force base, the pen broke after falling from the roof of a building. No problem. Lifetime warranty. I asked my secretary to send it back. Unfortunately, she FedExed it, which was obviously expensive. A week later, I was brought in for my annual review and accused of theft over the FedEx charge. I explained what happened, and they said that the company provides pens, so there was no need to use my own, and I was fired on the spot. At the time, I had 20 years of experience as an engineer and a project manager. The reality was that I broke the salary cap, and they were a garbage company anyway. But it's more fun to say I was fired over a rollerball pen. Funny subscript. The guy who initially hired me offered me a reference. I said sure. When he died 10 years later, I told a former coworker, guess I'm not getting the reference. Next story. Got written up for not ensuring all the money got locked into the safe during closing procedures one night. And by that I mean the details not put into that report was a roll of pennies, 50 cents, had rolled away from me when I was putting things back into the bag to put into the safe, and I didn't notice it went under a bag on the cash wrap, the area behind the checkout where items are displayed. Was initially just a write-up from my assistant manager being petty about me complaining about all the rules he was breaking. When upper management was looking to make cuts 2 months later, they fired me citing that leaving cash out is a serious offense and should have been an immediate termination. My manager was pissed, especially as he knew it was an honest mistake that has happened plenty of times. Thankfully, the number of write-ups the assistant manager had also got him dismissed as well, so at least it was semi-fair in that regard. Next story. The fact that I had to explain to some customers, they were an older couple and some of my favorites to that point, that I can't reverse their AMC Theaters charge because I'm the bank. I could file a dispute, but there wasn't a guarantee that it'd be refunded, and we'd have to get them a new debit card, and that their best bet is to contact AMC Theaters. They didn't like that and started yelling. I tried explaining again. They kept being upset. My manager was listening next to me. They finally left after being told 5 different times what I can and can't do. They escalated in such an unnecessary way, and my manager didn't have my back. Instead, I was put on a performance plan, which was honestly ridiculous. In banking, the customer is not always right. I was not harsh with them, nor did I yell, but at one point, I did reiterate what I'd said in a more firm way due to frustration, I suppose. That's probably what did it. Next story. A customer accused me of abandoning her at the changing rooms, despite her pleading for me to come back. The only customer interactions I had that day were customers either being polite to me, no pleading, begging, or being colossal idiots, trying to convince me that I did actually have the ability to change what the day's sale applied to directly from the register, hearing me say, "Follow me," and immediately walking the opposite direction, etc. I was physically not allowed to leave the back until I'd signed the customer is completely right in what they said I did, and I take full responsibility, and I'm so incredibly sorry for committing such a heinous act, paperwork, despite literally none of that being true. Damn dress barn, by the way. Being promised 8.50 per hour on the listing, but only getting 8 per hour was nowhere near enough pay to deal with middle-aged, cliquish mean girls in management positions. Next story. The day after I finished my 2 weeks of training of stocking shelves at Target, I was threatened with being fired because I was too slow. I was assigned one of the hardest sections of the store to do on your own, as there are these things called repack boxes, a bunch loose items in a box that had been returned but never used, which take forever, as you have to scan each individual item to find the location it belongs. The hair, health, beauty section were notorious for having the most of these. I got pulled aside with HR and the manager to ask why I was so slow after I had been trained. I honestly had to stare at them with a blank face. They threatened to fire me if I wasn't up to speed with the other staff who had been there for 2 years. Every day after that, he kept giving me the same section. It felt like he was trying to fire me for no reason. I got offered another job the day those 2 weeks were up. Next story. I worked at a grocery store in high school. One day, this kid came in and started dumping all the cheese in the dairy section onto the floor. I walked over and told the kid to stop making a mess. Never touched him or anything, just told him to stop. He looks at me for a minute, throws more cheese on the floor, and runs off. After about 20 minutes, I've got most of it cleaned up, and I hear my manager ask me to come to the office. Boy, was I surprised when I find 2 police officers and a very pissed-off mother waiting for me. Apparently, the kid ran back to his house and told his mom that I beat him. Luckily, I was proven innocent after they pulled up the security feed and saw that I never touched the kid. For some reason, I never understood. I still got written up for the whole ordeal, and my manager made me apologize to the kid's mother. Next story. Not exactly a write-up, but I got dinged in a performance review for not micromanaging. I was a fairly inexperienced manager at a software company. The people reporting to me were fantastic. Apparently my boss had gone around asking team members to name any problems with me. I eventually figured that he was looking for negatives. He was a fairly hostile person. One team member told him that she wanted more hands-on management. So, after that, I made a point of being more specific about tasks I assigned to her. I started regularly checking in with each person to see how they were doing and whether they had anything I could help resolve. I'm not sure how much it improved the team's functioning, but the one person was noticeably happier. It was a good lesson for me. Some people want extra clear direction from their management. Next story, I wasn't fired, but I was bullied out of a job. I was 18 when I started, on the lowest pay, but I was doing everything my manager was doing, who was 3 bands higher. I was promised a promotion, and they said if I take on these tasks, it'll be easier to present to the director. So I did, but when the time came, they didn't want to move me up. I still did everything. They couldn't find any faults in anything I did, so they made things up. They said I don't say good morning as soon as I walk in, or if the printer is broken, I don't fix it. Even though that's not my job, and it's a shared printer with 4 other departments. It was silly things that they would say is the reason why they can't offer me the higher position. I should have fought for it, but I found a better job and left. Now the person who replaced me is in the same boat. Next story. I was 16, working my first job at a smoothie place. I was refilling powders, and another girl, 23-year-old, was washing dishes. 18-year-old assistant manager was in the office rolling joints since there were no cameras in there. We got the beep on the headset that someone pulled up to the drive-thru. Me and the other girl figured the assistant manager would get it. After 10 seconds, she came out of the office yelling at me about not getting it, got in my face, cursing at me because I said I was busy, she wasn't. I went and took the order. Few more cars and up, girl washing dishes came to help me and told me to go to the office when we were done with the customers. 18-year-old wrote me up for not getting order for 15 seconds. She got fired by owners for smoking joints in the parking lot like 2 months later. The whole place was a crap show. Next story. I was put on performance improvement for not meeting expectations as a supervisor. Within 6 months, I was terminated for failing to report times, locations, agendas, supplements, details and outcomes of meetings with direct reports within 48 hours. This included 9 direct reports and 4 departments, meeting weekly. Reasonably estimating comparable times for conducting the meetings and the prep and process reporting, that's around 25 to 30 of the 35 hours compensated. Other duties as assigned included everyone else's jobs as needed and regularly putting out public service fires and organization-wide personnel meltdowns. I'm much better off contemplating reducing my responsibilities, entanglements, expenses, and more than meeting expectations for a so-called upper-level administrative role. Damn all that. Next story. I worked opening shift at an auto repair store. A dead Toyota Highlander hybrid was blocking one lane of the service drive. It had a major electrical problem and cannot be started. Assistant service manager asked me to push it out, but I was the only one on duty, and he wandered away to chit-chat with sales instead of helping me. Those hybrid Toyotas are heavy. I managed to get it out, but I can only safely push it to the manager's parking row, as the rest of the lot was on a slight incline and didn't want to risk the vehicle rolling further, so I left it there till more people came. I was working on a waiting vehicle, still the only one on duty. Then he asked me to push it out of the manager lot, and when I refused, he wrote me up, tossed it in the bin, and told him to back off. Never got rewritten up again. Next story. Boss was complaining that he didn't sleep, and his mother made him drive to Boston to pick her up from the airport. He got mad that I wasn't working fast enough, even though I was ahead of pace. At one point, he got mad and told me to go home for the day. Okay. The next day when I just clocked in, he confronted me and asked, "What do you have to say about yourself for yesterday?" I paused as I didn't think anything was wrong. I said, "Oh, I just assumed you were grumpy yesterday." Immediately fired. When I stopped by to pick up my last check, he couldn't even look at me. He knew he messed up. I was a barista with some baking experience, and I stepped up when all his bakers quit. When I looked downstairs, I saw the worst employee there being the new baker. They were messed. Next story. I worked in a really bad nursing home. I was going to corporate and the union. There was a resident who came out yelling at us. He was alert and oriented. He was drenched in pee. He came out yelling that we need to change him in bed. We go in there, and his bed is awful. He wanted to climb back into bed and have us change him there. He threw a fit because we made him go to the bathroom to get washed up. I wasn't having the laziness. My job was to assist this capable man to the bathroom. Ed said I was suspended for abuse and neglect. He said my name specifically. I pissed the executive director off over a legal matter. She lost her job over everything she had done. Nothing was ever done to me after that. It was immediately pitched, and HR was pissed. Next story. I got fired for telling HR to check cameras if they didn't believe I was doing my job. Plastics manufacturing. The interim supervisor gave me a workload of 16 people, according to the paperwork, so I was rushing and irritable the whole 12-hour shift. She then told HR that I never checked any of my parts, which I did. There are cameras all over the production floor. I said, "If you check the cameras, you'll see I was doing my job. I didn't even take a lunch." They said I was suspended while they investigate. Next day they called and said, "We've done our investigation and saw you working on camera. Unfortunately, we will be letting you go for the way you talk to us. The official paperwork will say misconduct, so I wasn't able to apply for unemployment." Next story. I was threatened with a write-up for insubordination when I suggested that my boss wait a few minutes to acclimate to the temperature inside the 72 degrees Fahrenheit office instead of turning down the thermostat. He just came inside on a hot day. He turned down the thermostat as low as it would go, which iced up the condenser, and then we had an 85 degrees Fahrenheit office for 2 days instead until the ice melted. He did that 3 times one summer, telling me to yell at the idiot HVAC techs for not fixing the problem immediately. After the last event, I had the HVAC tech set the thermostat so that it wouldn't go any lower than 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Idiot boss would crank down the thermostat, and we'd be a little colder for the day, and the condenser would no longer ice over. Next story. Fired for dancing on the clock. I worked at a cafe that was all floor-to-ceiling windows. After closing, my coworkers and I were listening to music while wrapping up our tasks for the evening. I was mopping while bopping along to the music. They cited this as the reason because, how would we explain that if a shareholder walked by? The new manager didn't like me, and the COO didn't either, so I think they were just desperate for a reason to let me go. When I walked back in to grab my stuff after the firing took place, I told my coworkers they had fired me, and 2 people quit on the spot. One of the quitters made a very big scene, and because of her, I'm still banned from all locations to this day. Next story. I showed up 2 hours early because my ride could only drop me off at that time. No big deal, I'll just start prep early and help everybody out. I go out back and have a smoke near the dumpsters. Kitchen work. This is very common. General manager looks out back and starts screaming at me. I tell him I just lit it. He writes me up and drags me in the office. Up one side of me, down the other. I ask him, "Do you want me to punch in now to make this official? Or would you like me to keep working for free for this too?" I never saw a face get more red or a writ of notice get crumpled so fast. New managers, don't damn with the kitchen staff, jackass. We'll make your life miserable. Next story. I got a talking to for rolling my eyes while on the phone with an employee from another office. My supervisor happened to see it and told me it was unprofessional. I explained that I never let on to the recipient on the phone that what I heard him say caused me to roll my eyes. So I clearly was professional enough not to tell him I thought he was full of crap. But my supervisor told me that didn't matter. The next day when I came in, I gave her a resignation letter. That scared her, and she offered me more money to stay. But I calmly explained that I really wasn't a good fit because I couldn't be sure I could censor my eye rolling in the future. Felt great to walk out of there. Next story. One of my coworkers was verbally and physically harassing me. After at least 9 months of putting up with it, I finally told my bosses. Then, instead of even investigating what I said or talking to her, they tried to have me sign something saying I was refusing to get along with my coworkers. I refused, and they fired me the next day. They didn't give me an exit interview. Then they told my state's unemployment that I quit, forcing me to attend and win an official hearing before I could finally collect unemployment after waiting 3 months. Thank God that wasn't life or death for me, because it easily could have been. I've genuinely never met worse people in my entire life. Next story. Have a job with sleep overnights. Was told they were limiting my hours because sleep makes you exhausted. They were worried that too many hours would make staff bad. A sleep shift from 10:30 p.m. to 9 a.m. would have like 3 awake working hours. Rest of time you could sleep, but were there in case troubled youth needed you. So in 4 shifts, you would be at 40 hours, but really only worked like 12. I was written up and my logic fell on deaf ears, and that was the explanation I got. Management also had no response when I pointed out other people worked 40 hours and also had other jobs. Well, we can't police that. So I took way less overnight shifts, because easy, they paid less. Next story. Got written up for sitting down at the end of my 10-hour shift where I was on my feet all day while I was waiting for my coworker to come relieve me. I have scoliosis, and it was known to them that I had back pain. She was a little late, so I sat down to rest for a couple minutes before she showed up. When she came, she saw me sitting, and I guess she didn't like it because she didn't say anything to me, but went straight to our boss, who yelled at me until I cried the next day and then wrote me up for sitting while on the clock, I guess. Even though I reminded her I have chronic back pain. They took the chair away too, so I couldn't sit anymore. Next story. I was working picking strawberries on this farm, and someone threw a strawberry hard and it hit one of the bosses, who was yelling at people micromanaging, etc. He got hit in the back of the head while he was facing towards me. He blamed me when I and all the others smirked, smiled after I told him the strawberry hit the back of his head. It was impossible for me to throw at him from that angle. He told me to get off his farm. I had a large container berries that I had picked, so I dumped them on the ground and walked over them. He was grouchy bastard treating pickers like garbage. I hope others threw berries at that idiot. Next story. I got fired because I wasn't able to do mortgage loans and learn in a month. Mind you, I didn't apply to do mortgage loans. I applied to be an executive assistant. He didn't even have me do the personal stuff he originally was going to have me do. He had me do mortgage loans. He was a horrible trainer. He was only in the office to criticize us. I had to teach myself while doing the work. I managed to learn how to do conditions, which I made my own guide since my dumbass of an ex-boss wasn't training me. Sad thing is, if he had sat me down and had me learn how to do it, I would have been able to do it. Next story. I used to work in retail as an hourly manager. A newly promoted hourly manager nearby was selling a bicycle, and she forgot to offer an extended warranty. This was directly following a reminder from higher management to remember to offer these warranties. I walked by for a second and said something like, "That's a beautiful bike. Did you tell him about the warranty we offer?" In a very casual, happy-go-lucky way, promptly written up for talking to her customer because apparently she went to higher management bawling her eyes out over it. I'm glad I'm self-employed so I don't have to deal with fragile egos. Next story. Had a regular from a previous bar who I was close friends with, and they came to visit me at a new place I was at. She called herself a dirty pirate. That's a whole story. I listed her tab as DP Hooker because I knew she got a kick out of it. Fast forward to my GM pulling me aside because my barter showed him, "Damn you, Ryan, you scheming twat." And he wrote me up because, "What would you think if a 3-year-old read this?" When he showed me the receipt. I'd be impressed a 3-year-old could read. Was apparently the wrong answer, and that earned me a write-up and suspension 2 weeks later. Next story. I was a school teacher on Halloween. I threw out candies to the kids for correct answers. I got called into the principal's office. He asked if I wanted a union rep. I said no. He proceeded to demonstratively dump out a paper lunch bag of garbage confiscated from the bin in my room onto his conference room table. It contained peanut M&M wrappers. There was a girl in the class with a peanut allergy. I told him I forgot and laughed it off. "Write me up if you have to," I said. This same overprotected girl was habitually hanging in a local bar with free peanuts and spent shells on the floor. Next story. I worked in a steel mill as a shearman, cutting the rolled, flattened sheets to size on a shear at 20 feet tall. We all had shitty, filthy steel desks to keep our worksheets and orders and all that. For 6 months, my supervisor blew by on his scooter as I was at the desk, tallying mine and my helper's work. I had great numbers. We didn't mess around. I got written up at my next eval for being at the desk all the time and not at my shear. Okay, idiot. For the next 6 months, I did all my paperwork at the shear. Our numbers didn't change. 6 months later, I got an attaboy for always keeping busy. Next story. One of my coworkers got fired for not adding turmeric to some kind of dish because it wasn't in-house and the truck was late. Then she tried to say she fired him because she was afraid he would retaliate for the accusation. I didn't react correctly when a different boss stated she didn't wear bra or underwear, when she said she was ultra-vegan, or when she shaved her head and bleached what was left blonde and got Botox. I don't know, live your own life. But that was the problem. I know this because she said as much to one of the servers she didn't realize was my friend. Next story. Not fired or written up, but more of a verbal warning because I chose not to go to my work Christmas company party. This was also 10 years ago, and I have far removed myself from that place since then. Anyways, Christmas company party is the time when everyone receives their bonus checks and the boss personally hands them out to everyone. I didn't go, and next morning, I was basically scolded that me not showing up was rude and a poor reflection of myself, Lamau. He also said that I didn't deserve a bonus check and maybe he should take it back because next time I wouldn't be receiving one. Next story. When I was a delivery driver at Lowe's, I got asked a complex plumbing question by a customer. I told her, "Ma'am, I don't work in this department and don't know a lot about plumbing. Let me find someone for you." She replied, Every employee should know something about every part of the store. I noticed she had a local software company on her shirt, and since it was 6:05 a.m., I asked her if she knew what last quarter's profits were. She said, "No, I work in HR." I responded, "And ma'am, I don't work in plumbing." My boss was within earshot and was laughing during the entire write-up. Next story. When I was a teenager, I worked in an indoor pool. Myself and a few other lifeguards used to goof around making whale noises. One of the lifeguards was training a new girl that we were all trying to impress, and he tells me he's going to make a whale call and I need to respond. He does a Steve Irwin impression for this girl, saying there are wild whales around. He makes a whale call, and I make one right back. Lady in the pool thought we were mocking her, so she complained to our boss. We both got suspended for like 3 days. Silliest suspension I've ever received. Next story. I was a legal secretary, and one of the partners told me to clean the microwave because she spilled her soup in it. I didn't agree. It stayed that way for the whole day. No one cleaned it. And next day, the boss jokingly fired me over it. He knew it was stupid. But I guess when you sleep with your partners and they have you in their pocket, you can make the boss do anything you want. It was not in my job description to clean up your messes. If I saw it, I might have cleaned it out of courtesy and keep the office tidy. But spoiled brat attitudes don't work for me. Next story. I worked at Safeway, and I was on loan to another Safeway for 2 weeks. After that, I went back to work at my original Safeway, not realizing that the other store kept me on the schedule. So I was scheduled to work both stores at the same time. I continued working, but was fired for not showing up to work even though I was working at the time. Union representatives, 2, literally said nothing. I was stunned. 2 store managers screwed up and I got fired. If this happened today, I would have sued for wrongful termination, but I was only 18 at the time. Next story. Worked at a juice bar restaurant in college. Told them when they hired me that I was finishing my senior art project and would not be available for a few days in March for the art show. Otherwise, had full availability and rarely asked for time off. When they scheduled me for the day of my art show, I reminded them with the email I sent when I was hired that I had asked off for those dates way in advance, and they told me, "We are tired of catering to your schedule like this. You can work these dates or find a new job." I quit right then and there. Next story. I got written up failing to follow instructions of a manager's wife, who was not employed at the business. Manager's wife came into the gas station and wanted free fresh food fried. We had exactly what she wanted already cooked, but an hour before. We had a policy not to cook food after 6 o'clock. We also had to break down and clean the equipment before the end of the shift, which was in about 2 hours. The next week, management passed around notification that we were to treat managers' wives as we would treat managers themselves. Next story. Client found out the truth. We could not start construction in 2 weeks. IFC packages issued this week. We need 30 to 60 days to get the permits. I never found out why we were keeping this a secret from the client. I, the scheduler, was never made aware of the promised construction dates. I was assigned this project 2 days earlier, so did not know the backstory or required dates. I spoke to the project leader over the phone. He withheld these details from me and forwarded the schedule to the client. Owner was pissed, blamed me. Next story. For telling them I wouldn't be able to make it on time when they changed my schedule at the last minute. I was originally scheduled Sunday, 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. I got a call around 2:45 in the afternoon from them, asking if I could come in at 3 instead. I am a 20-minute drive away from work, and was in my PJs because I was napping. I told them I wouldn't be able to be there by 3, but could make it by 3:30 or 4. A few minutes later, while I was getting ready, I got another call from work saying that they were firing Mem. Next story. I tried to move an item labeled kitchen into the kitchen aisle instead of in the queue line. It was a silicone cooking spoon pack and was thrown in with a bunch of laundry stuff. Apparently, my crime warranted one of my coworkers telling on me and getting a stern talking to by the manager. They both then kept a close eye on me the rest of the shift, and the coworker that told on me kept making underhanded comments. Just choose something easy to do. I've worked literally 3 shifts and I already want to quit. Next story. We were busy. Long ass line. I had a new employee who didn't know what she was doing, backed up with orders. A regular skipped the line, asked me to step away from the numerous drinks I had to make her a fresh ground, French press coffee using the coffee she brought from home. Service without payment. She bought the bag of coffee from there, so I guess that counted as payment in her book. I told her I was too backed up to do it at the moment. She complained to corporate. Next story. In the job I got during the summer of 2022, We had end-of-the-month quizzes that we had to take. I failed them. The job position was a behavior technician for applied behavior analysis psychology. I had wanted work experience in my field of study right after getting my bachelor's in psychology. But now, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm likely going to work outside of what I studied because the better jobs in that field require higher education beyond what I got. Next story. I had 2 managers. One manager wanted me to do A, another expected B. I chose to do A because B would take me into next shift. Manager B got pissy, pulled Manager A from a meeting, so Manager A got pissy, showed up, slapped my hand when I explained the details. So I got pissy and told HR, "Got let go. You should obey your manager," on the next round of layoffs. A couple months later, the whole plant was shut down, and that was the end of the cell phone industry in Canada. Next story. I got fired for going out of town to volunteer, despite my time off being officially approved by my immediate supervisor. The chair of the board wasn't aware, and despite canceling our previous 2 weekly meetings, wasn't intending on canceling that week's meeting. I even brought the laptop to work remotely, despite having that time off. I hope they hit every red light for the rest of their lives, because 2 years later, I still haven't recovered from getting fired. Next story. I worked at this dumb job doing online chat customer service, and got written up for going to the bathroom without asking and getting up to get myself a glass of water outside of my break. I was also reprimanded for missing a punch-in from lunch, which required a time clock adjustment. I realized it that same day and still got in trouble. The manager, for some reason, didn't like me and just kept writing me up for the smallest things until I finally got fired. Next story. Supervisor fired me because I wouldn't reschedule the 2 doctor's appointments I had on the same day so she could spend the day after her son's birthday with him. She had already planned on taking the day before his birthday and his birthday off to spend time with him. I had already rescheduled the appointments once. I got called into the conference room the day after she asked me about rescheduling the appointments and was let go. Damn you, Joanne. Next story. I got written up for not showing up to 2 shifts in a row, a total of 8 hours, mind you, to go to my grandfather's funeral, that I let them know a week before that he was dying, and then gave them a 24 hours notice in advance I wasn't going to be there the following day or the day after. Still counted me as an NCNS. I had always been early, came in for other shifts, etc., but going to a funeral for someone I loved dearly was just a hell no to them. Next story. Worked at Walmart distribution while I was in college. I was involved in an accident that caused, in their estimate, 10 cents worth of damage. I had to go to a meeting about it, which was a waste of everyone's time. After the manager was told that it was 10 cents worth of damage, they gave me half a step. I don't think half steps even existed, but because it was documented, they had to do something. To clarify, 3 steps, and 1 was given a write-up. Next story. Took a long weekend off work, and why to Vegas? Landed and found a customer had sent an email saying they would come into work to have a meeting Monday morning. I got this at 11:30 when my plane landed. Got back to the office around 2 p.m., customer still waiting. Next day get written up for not being professional. Did not matter that the email was sent whilst I was flying. Left the Finnish company a few weeks later. Next story. I got written up for going to the food court on the way to my office. The issue, though, is that I had been fasting at work for months. I never ate at work, and everyone knew it. I even offered to show them my bank statement showing that I only ever spent money on my days off. She told me, "Well, just scratch off the reason for the write-up, but I still need you to sign it," which I refused to sign it because... What? Next story. I called out of work for being sick. The next time I came into work, my manager pulled me into her office and fired me because she saw me at a ski resort. I was absolutely not at a ski resort, and she would not believe me no matter what I said. This was a job at a mall 20 years ago, and I was in college, so I just gave up and left. I always wonder if I have a doppelganger out there, or if she was off her rocker. Next story. My employee regularly crap herself at work. Seriously. One day my boss said we need to stop letting people leave early. That day, she crap herself again. She called me and asked to leave. I said, "Okay, but you need to bring a spare set of clothes or something because this has happened a lot, and I don't want to have to hold you accountable." She called HR and said I refused to let her go home. Then I was fired. Next story. Leaving when my Pizza Hut shift ended. On my own from morning till 2 p.m., super busy lunch, didn't prepare enough bases for night shift because so busy, cut my hours for the week because saving money. They asked if I can stay on. I said I'm leaving because that's the hours you gave me, and walked out. Later, manager called me to have a go at me. I told him to shove a pizza up its ass, and he fired me there and then. Next story. I have a single write-up in my 18-year file, And it's from when a guest screamed at me because they didn't have silverware. I said, "You don't even have drinks yet. Let's not put the cart before the horse." My manager acted like I had said something incredibly offensive. And I'm sure I gave her the 2009 version of, "It was never that serious," because the write-up notes I show no remorse. Remorse? For what? Next story. I got written up once working for customer service because the customer didn't say what management wanted the customer to say. Management. Remember, you tell them all about the deal, and then they say wow or something. Me. But they said, "What are you reading, a stupid script?" Management. Well, that is just totally unacceptable. And if this happens again, I'm going to have to write you up officially. Next story. Got written up on my second day at a job for not knowing perfectly how to use a piece of new equipment I'd never encountered before. He'd refused to train me, and also told me on my first day not to bother anyone else for onboarding or training, because apparently they were all too busy doing important work and didn't have time for me. Then I got another write-up for finding the manual and reading it. Next story. For not clocking out to attend my work anniversary gathering. I stepped over to the marketing department and had cake and talked to the CEO and a few other coworkers. Came back to my desk about 45-ish minutes, and the CEO told me I could leave for the day. I clocked out. I was formally written up by HR the next week. We were a small company that my boss had to get an outside HR consultant to do it. Next story. An independent restaurant lunch joint. Cook was running late. After waiting on a few tables, getting drinks and stuff, they asked why their food late. Nicely explained that cook was running a bit behind, offered to refill drinks or sides. The customers were fine with it. The owner jumped all over me for telling them the truth. Fired me on the spot. I was so grateful. He was a slime ball. Next story. Refusing to process calls that we most certainly should not have been processing. I worked as an operator for deaf, hard of hearing, which is paid for with taxes collected on all phone numbers. The service can be used by anyone in the US. My employer was letting calls come in over international servers, and the calls were scammers using stolen credit cards to order all kinds of stuff. Next story. When I was 17, I got hired at Taco Bell and worked for 3 days. When I came in on the 4th day, the manager took me aside and said, "Joe, this is fast food." The implication being awesome. It was actually awesome. Only guilt and shame were pushing me to find summer employment. I did what I actually wanted to do and took my newly earned $76 and back off to Jackson Hole. Next story. Got written up for not smiling at a customer at 6:45 a.m. for a certain coffee chain. Except, I did wish her a wonderful day. Since I didn't smile while doing it, she called and told my boss I ruined her day. Toyed with writing me up all day, then did it at the end of shift. I quit 4 days later because I wasn't about to be harassed at home and then at work at the same time. Next story. I worked at Meijer in high school. Someone I knew went to that Meijer at like 2 a.m. on a Friday night and threw a football over 2 aisles to their friends. The nighttime manager saw them, and since they had on the same high school football team shirts I used to wear when I would come in after practice, he fired me the next morning and swore he had me on camera throwing the ball. Next story. I was in high school. I would let the owner borrow my keys to go to the bank. Until I leaned, he had 3 DUIs. Told him my dad won't allow it. He dug in my stuff and I caught him. Just gave him the old raised eyebrows and went back to work. He fired me later that week after closing up his shop for him. Next story. In the military, I got written up by our superintendent for being late. A little while later, a southern good old boy intimidated by my independence, ineffective junior NCO decided to write me up for getting written up. Same guy that got really red in the face the day we were listening to the Grease soundtrack, and we asked if he knew how to do the hand jive. Damn loser. Next story. Got written up for not selling a DirecTV unit during my shift at a Blockbuster. It was my first shift at that store. Was never trained on selling them. Wasn't explained before my shift I had quotas. My old store didn't have any of that. And on top of all of that, this was in a small college town. College kids aren't getting DirecTV. I lasted that one shift. Next story. Let go because I didn't look happy in my job. Idiot. I worked in a toy shop. My job was making stuff for the window displays. My job was literally to play with Lego. But yeah, sure, not happy. Had absolutely nothing to do with the fact I was going to be 21 soon, and they'd have to have paid me more due to, at the time, minimum wage laws and their step increase. Next story. I got written up because my manager didn't move $20,000 like she was supposed to. EOD flagged it. She wouldn't answer her phone at 2 a.m., so I called help desk. HD messed it up, so she wrote me up in her stead. I literally did nothing except sit on the phone at the front desk for 2 hours while corporate help desk screwed up. I didn't even touch the computer. Next story. Coworker and I were the only ones working on Christmas Day. Boss had emailed us about sending a fuel release for an aircraft, as the woman in the department who normally did it had taken the day off. We both were slammed and forgot. We were written up for insubordination, not carelessness or simply forgetting. I started looking for a new job that day. Next story. The other day, I got a write-up for doing my job the way they told me to, because I was doing it too slow. There is a specific manager who is out to get me and tells me to do things in the slowest way possible. Yeah, I don't think I'm staying at this job, but I will make sure that manager crashes and burns when I leave, because I am not the only one. Next story. I had a boss that liked to micromanage and would always assign arbitrary deadlines to everything. I was not always the best at hitting them, but I made certain that the critical ones were never missed. In my review, they said I needed to pay more attention to deadlines. I could not get a raise until my review was done. My review was 4 months late. Next story. I asked to take a day off to join a search party for a friend who went missing in the forest. Was denied. Woke up that day to get ready for work and received a text that they were letting me go because my mental health didn't seem well enough to work in the drug industry. I really enjoyed the unemployment they had to pay out to me though. Next story. I worked second shift, done at 11 p.m. They tried to mandate me for another 8 hours. I suggested they mandate the next person because I had approved leave for the next day. When I was written up for refusing mandation, I was told my approved leave was only for my usual 8 hours. They could expect me to work the other 16 hours of the day. Next story. I worked at Shoppers Drug Mart. I was told if anyone came in with something unopened by their house brand, Life, they could return it for a refund without a receipt. A scam artist came in, took a $150 Life brand item off the shelf, and exchanged it for cash without purchasing it. He got cash, I got wrote up. I never went back. Next story. Got chewed out for some sterno. After a catered lunch, I threw away the disposable chafing dishes and used sterno. I put the lids back on after they cooled off. A coworker had fished everything out of the trash and stacked them on a shelf. Safety person saw them on the shelf and said it was a fire hazard. I was blamed. Next story. I got fired for taking a mop home. I worked at a place that took donations. Employees took stuff home all the time. Food, clothes, cleaning supplies. New director who blatantly said she wanted to bring her own people in. I was the third to go. Shitty part is, it was the best job I ever had, and I was so damn good at it. Next story. Another employee started a rumor that I stole cash from the register. Our boss tried to write me up, and I didn't sign it saying I didn't do it, and there was no evidence to suggest I did. I later found out that said employee just had it out for me because I had gotten promoted over them, and I guess just didn't like me. Next story. I got screamed at for asking maintenance for a key to a room that I had to access. Not because I couldn't have the key, that was fine, but apparently I had to ask my boss first, who then would ask maintenance. This was the day after being lectured that I needed to be more proactive and not go to her with every problem. Next story. I showed up to my college, on campus, job to find out my direct supervisor was taking the week for vacation with his friend. Same job. With no bosses around, I decided to also take the week off. I got an email a couple days later from my boss, still on vacation, that my services were no longer needed. Next story. Haven't been written up yet, but apparently one of the higher-ups isn't happy when I've expressed my displeasure after I've been standing around doing nothing for most of my shift and start cleaning, only for the server to ring in a bunch of food, resulting in me leaving late and missing my bus home. Next story. Moving things in a stockroom to lower shelves so that they would be both easier to find, not require a dangerous ladder climb to access, and not blocking the sprinkler system. I got written up for removing a fire hazard, improving safety, and making my coworkers' lives easier. Go figure. Next story. Accidentally stealing a $0.50 oatmeal cup because I was exhausted from overnight work and thought I paid for it at self-checkout, but didn't, working at a grocery store. Instead, or accepting my apology and paying the $0.50 I was forced to resign over an oatmeal cup. I was a manager too. Next story. I got hired in mid-2015. Written up in early 2020 for a factually incorrect report or article somebody in my role published in early 2014. When I pointed out timeline, I was told I should have caught the mistake. I had already planned on quitting, and that incident accelerated my exit. Next story. I was written up at my first job, grocery store, for being on my lunch break when there was a random rush and they needed help up front. He handed me a written warning, and I handed it back and quit. $7.25 an hour to be scolded for bad timing and not enough workforce? Nah, I'm good. Next story. Missing a shift due to being in the ER the night before and being on narcotics. I couldn't drive or legally do my job, nursing. I called from the ER the night before to inform them I would be out, and I got a doctor's note. I put my notice in soon afterwards. They acted surprised. Next story. I got termed with the lame explanation that the company is going another way. It's been nearly 20 years, and I still occasionally think about it. I think my boss was threatened by me, intelligence-wise. Not that I wanted his position. Further irony, he was gone a year later. Next story. Got accused of stealing money I didn't steal. I handed it to the manager, he counted it, then put it in the safe. Next time I came by, I was told I was fired for stealing. Manager wouldn't come out and talk to me. It was fast food, and I was 16, so not that big a deal. Next story. Put in a PTO request a month in advance, and it got denied less than a week before the days I requested. Got told by a supervisor to just call out 24 hours in advance if I couldn't find someone to cover. Did that, and got written up for not finding someone to cover. Next story. For putting staples on the wrong area of a piece of paper. No, really. The boss, owner, had a very set way things had to be done, but had never told me this. I was given a verbal warning by him, walked out of that job after 4 weeks. Absolute megalomaniac. Next story. Our inventory guy got fired for pissing the eye wash, chemical washing area, because he didn't want to walk to the bathroom. Also randomly found him asleep working at the RMV like 4 years later. Door open, feet up on his table. It was perfect for this guy. Next story. I got fired for showing up late too many times, and I was a prep cook, and I put the truck delivery away on truck day amongst being a fill-in dishwasher on top of being a janitor, housekeeper, or environmental services, I guess is what it's called nowadays. Next story. Someone, a whole different manager than mine, said, "Excuse me," and my brain was meant to keep quiet, but my mouth took over. Said back, "What did you do, fart?" Got written up for, ready? Undermining authority. Didn't stay there much longer. Next story. The other Chinese girl was messing around in front of the customers. I was in the kitchen prepping food. A customer complained, and the manager took me aside and wrote me up. Both me and the other girl said it wasn't me. They left it as me. Next story. I passed out from stress because my car got stolen after my 12-hour shift was over. Kid you not. Deemed me a risk. I reported them to state. Did what I could, but I'm sure nothing will change. And sadly, those patients are facing abuse and neglect. Next story. My first and only week working as a receptionist. And I got fired for not mind reading the boss and getting him a coffee when he wanted. Like I was supposed to just magically know he wanted a coffee and bring him one. All the damn time. Next story. I got a warning for going over my absence percentage. The reason I was off? I got chickenpox at age 30. I was lucky to not end up in hospital, and I wasn't allowed to be around vulnerable or pregnant ladies. I work in customer service. Next story. I came into work based on the submitted online system. Apparently, I was supposed to follow the sheet that was put on a clipboard and is only accessible if you were there prior to see it or knew that it was updated without being told. Next story. Got written up for following the law. I was a cashier a while back, and we aren't supposed to allow people to use food stamps unless it's theirs. I got written up because someone tried to buy something that didn't belong to them. Next story. I had a football watch party on my weekend off and didn't invite a certain coworker who nobody liked. She was very gossipy. I got a write-up because she went to HR upset nobody liked her. I quit a month later. Was there 7 years. Next story. I was a busboy and would usually go behind the dumpster to get high. It was cold, so I decided to smoke in the kitchen bathroom that had a ventilator fan. Didn't realize it would blow straight out into the restaurant dining area. Next story. Written up for talk about working conditions at my job on my FB back when I still had one. It was after the NLRB ruled it protected if attempting to incite group action, which it was, so I documented that on the write-up. Next story. I worked at Long John Silver's for a summer after my freshman year in college. I misread the work schedule and didn't show up for a shift and was suspended a week without pay. Are you kidding me? No, they were serious. Crazy. Next story. I was working at Wells Fargo and got denied my annual raise because I was short $7,000 one time. Supervisor didn't care that on every other day I balanced to the penny. It wasn't my fault that we got robbed that one time. Next story. Was written up for using too much long distance from my desk when my dad was dying on the other side of the country. I need your assurance that this will not continue. It won't. He's dead. Asshole. Next story. Got fired the same day I started at a senior facility when I was fresh 18 because I was cleaning the residents' rooms too slow. I guess cleaning was walking in, shake a rug, and walking back out. Next story. I got snowed in when I went out of town. My boss said I should have known it was going to snow that much. There was no blizzard warning. At the time, there was no weather app or smartphones in 1999. Next story. I got fired from being a lifeguard because I let people struggle for a moment, and 100% of the time, they regained their composure and swam off. No rescue needed. But I should have rescued, I guess. Next story. For writing a memo that implied someone wasn't doing his job. I corrected the HR lady that I wasn't implying, but rather stating unequivocally. I essentially got written up for being mean. Next story. I almost got court-martialed for destruction of government property when I got a horrible sunburn in Puerto Rico during a deployment. I was government property. I'm the property I destroyed. Next story. I got audited for even mentioning a ticket to a customer before doing all the troubleshooting steps. I didn't even do the ticket, just talked about it, and I guess that was against the rules. Next story. My boss once threatened me with a PIP because she didn't understand how Netflix works, their business model being subscription-based and not trying to sell physical DVD units of their shows. Next story. Used to work security at a train station. Got off an overnight shift and was waiting for my granddad to arrive by train at the station. Got written up for staying at site after work hours. Next story. A collage of mine uploaded company file to Diff Checker online. She was a tester, so that is easiest tool to use to find defects. Damn that company. I'll all the worse to let it collapse. Next story. I got hired to do a job cleaning part-time for 3 hours and consistently got the job done in 2.5. Got fired 6 weeks later for not being able to get it done in 2. Next story. Job 1. Fired because I sent a complaint in regards to wrong salary compensation. Job 2. Fired because I stood up my boss. It was salary related too. Both bosses were egocentric ASF. Next story. My boss told me to look busy because we had higher ups in that day. I asked what I should do to look busy, and they wrote me up still to this day. I have no clue what I did wrong. Next story. I was like 15 to 16 and drew on the sidewalk outside with a rock. Made a chalk-like line that went away as soon as it rained. Fired me and threatened to call the police for vandalism. Next story. I was doing something that up until I got wrote up for it, I didn't know I was not supposed to do. Rules got changed and no one bothered to tell me or a couple others about it. Next story. Written up, then fired for placing produce close together at a health food store. Apparently leaving big spaces between withering lettuce and collapsing tomatoes was de rigueur. Next story. I probably got fired for having short hair at a Christian school. Once the headmaster was bullied out after a few months who hired me. Thank God I don't work there anymore. Next story. Twice. This new girl squeaked, "I'm not helpful," and mean. The third time I had enough and just slid my badge and work phone and said good luck. HR and GM were stunned. Next story. I got written up because I didn't seem enthusiastic and was hanging out with the wrong crowd. I was 21 in a factory working 60 hours a week. Nobody was enthusiastic. Next story. For being 1 cent short or over on my till. I don't remember which one. I just think it's ridiculous to have to sign a sheet because I messed up my one singular penny. Next story. I got fired for swearing at a supervisor. I was literally dying of a failing liver and said, "I feel like crap." Ended up doing rehab and am mostly okay nowadays. Next story. My boss, at a 9-to-5 office job, called me on my personal cell on a Friday night to fire for looking for another job. Filed for unemployment. They disputed. I won. Next story. Being in the office doing work on the computer when there was an unwiped table in the dining room and there was a FOH employee whose job it is to wipe tables. Next story. Got written up by HR for sending a memo to my boss and HR confirming that I was never to put in writing confirming anything that he ordered me to do verbally. Next story. Got written up for texting my manager after she said it was okay when she first started. Then gaslit by saying she said, "Only after you leave a voicemail." Next story. I was once told by an old boss that I'm not allowed to do anything on my own time that may cause me to be sick. A call to HR put an end to that stupidity. Next story. I once got fired because I wouldn't go to the clubs with the other crew members. Yes, I know that makes no sense, but sewer rats are a strange breed. Next story. Sending a mass email to clients requesting a time to meet. Our intern had just finished, and we are supposed to be meeting with people weekly or monthly. Next story. My grandmother passed away, and I asked to leave. Got a write-up when I came back from bereavement because I left early without using bereavement. Workers of Reddit, what is your best, well, I'm getting fired, moment at work? What were the consequences? Next story. I worked at an automotive parts manufacturing factory while going to art college, and part of my job was boxing up parts and attaching a tag onto the box with thin wire. But for every box I completed, one every couple hours, I sculpted a little animal out of the wire with needle nose pliers. I gave the little sculptures, bears, rabbits, whatever, to random employees, which they left on their workstation. One day, as I was making one of the little sculptures, I looked over my right shoulder to see my supervisor standing directly behind me, just watching me with a clipboard. I paused, looked her dead in the eye, held out the sculpture, and said, "Want a bear?" She fired me on the spot. I'm now an animator at Disney. Next story. I was a legal secretary. My boss was excited about our new big money case with a new big money client, Plaintiff Smith. Boss had 3 attorneys write a 6-page letter to our client outlining exactly how we were going to cream Defendant Jones. The letter included possible counterattacks and legal citations, and basically our entire strategy. Meanwhile, I was poring over docs we received regarding Defendant Jones. I was asked to mail the strategy letter to our client, Plaintiff Smith. No biggie. Just put it in an envelope, right? I knew he lived on Maple Drive, so I pulled his address from some papers on my desk and mailed that sucker out. Next day, I'm poring over those Defendant Jones docs again, and my blood ran cold. No one had told me that Jones and Smith were next-door neighbors. The address I'd pulled was Jones. I'd mailed our entire strategy to the opposing side. I immediately called their local post office and used my lunch break to drive there for the next 2 days. People at my office knew my mistake. I think I wasn't fired immediately because there was some chance I might fix it. Everyone avoided me or gave me tight-lipped smiles. Miraculously, the postmaster finally located the letter. The carrier had it in her bag on the 3rd day and brought it back to the post office where I was waiting. I gave the postmaster a $25 gift card and my tearful gratitude. My boss, who had avoided me, finally broke the silence and said, "I cannot believe you damn found that letter." It became a crazy story around the office, and I was not fired. Next story. I worked at a movie theater in high school. I'm blind in one eye and used to be sensitive about it. Got in an argument with a coworker at the theater, but didn't really think anything of it. Later on, I was going down the hall to get more ice, and passed him as he was tearing tickets for customers. He muttered, "Cyclops," as I passed, just loud enough for me to hear. So I immediately turned around and punched him in the face in front of his line of customers. Never saw managers run so fast. Next story. Worked at a pet store. Manager asked me to move a koi from one tank to another. Big, giant $100 koi, rips through the net, lands headfirst on the ground, and flops twice before dying. Manager and I made eye contact, and all he said was, "That's the first one I bought when I started the store." His name was Patches. He went into the office and gently closed the door. I grabbed my jacket, waved to the others, and left. Next story. Worked at Taco Bell. Background. People generally consider me very mild-tempered and kind. One night was particularly stressful. It wasn't unusual for us to kind of beat on the touchscreens a bit, but I got mad and punched one. Mind you, it wasn't a full-blown punch. It was more like if your buddy made fun of you and you kinda annoyingly punched his shoulder. The screen shattered and the touchscreen but started ringing up hundreds of, coincidentally, fruit punches. The girl working next to me saw the screen shatter and saw my hand bleeding and looked at me like she thought I had just started a rampage and was about to go after her. I got fired 3 times that night. Each manager, store, district, then regional, fired me, yelled at me, then calmed down and said that since I had been a good worker, they would let me stay if I paid for it. I paid for it. Took a couple of paychecks to replace a touchscreen computer on 2002. Next story. I had the bright idea to shoot off a potato gun in the parking lot of my company. I fired a few rounds across the road when the maintained manager came running out screaming at me. I then realized I was shooting a firearm on company property. Doesn't matter, it's potatoes, and right guard, it is still a projectile. My fellow supervisors who were watching all disappeared. Went back to my desk to await my manager. All I got was a, "I trust this will not happen again" email. Still work for the company, and it occasionally gets brought up on my work anniversary. Next story. I was working in a movie theater, and we found a phone inside. It was a flip phone, nothing special. We kept a hold of it until the owner claimed it, and for some bonehead reason, I decided to take a picture of my junk on it. Made it the background photo, so whenever someone unsuspecting opened it up, bam, there's my junk. Co-workers thought it was hilarious and wanted to see it too. Next day, we're all preparing for work when our manager comes in and says, "All right, who did it?" and looks around at us. I feign ignorance and ask, "Who did what?" He replied, "The junk. Who took a picture of their junk and put it on the phone?" I denied it was me, and everyone else kept mum. Later on that day, he approached me privately, pun intended, and said he knew it was me. Knowing I couldn't hide it anymore, I questioned him as to how he knew it was me, and he explained that the background made him realize it was taken in the employee restroom, and he narrowed it down from there. Holy crap, I felt bad, but he gave me a pat on the back and told me never to do it again, and I somehow kept my job. Next story. My dad has a great one. He was a busboy at a restaurant, and it was his first day on the job. The place was packed, and he was rushing back with a ton of dishes. Somehow, the tray to carry them fell, and all of the dishes fell to the floor with a loud crash. Everyone looked over at my dad. My dad saw that there was one lone dish intact, picked it up, held it out at arm's length, then dropped it. It broke. Everyone in the restaurant applauded. He was then fired. Next story. In high school, I worked at an AM radio station in my small town on Sunday mornings. I was the only person there from 6 a.m. to noon. It was mostly reading the weather and playing pre-taped programs. At one point, I play a live broadcast of a Catholic Mass going on. During that time, I would crawl into a ball in the break room couch and doze off, hungover from the night before. One Sunday, I wake up to, "Hawkeye 1200. You can't sleep on the job." I sit up and see the boss who runs the station standing over me with a frown. "But I wasn't sleeping," I say. Just when I think he might buy it, he says, "You have an alarm clock next to you." Oh yeah, I brought in an alarm clock that I'd set so I didn't oversleep. Hard to explain that one. I thought I was screwed, but somehow he didn't fire me. I worked there another month and then left for college. Next story. I worked for a small computer company doing a couple million a year in sales. One of my tasks was to update price listings and have those changes reflect on our vendors' websites. I put one less zero on one computer model and ended up costing our company $30,000 in about one day. Someone had noticed the error and bought a crap ton of computers. Even though there was a QA process to catch these things after me, I knew I was getting fired. I should say that my boss was actually pretty cool about it, but they had to put the blame on someone. He told me I could still use them as a reference, and that I could label the position as a short-term contract. Next story. I had just started work in the field as a natural gas technician. I'm normally a model employee at every job I have, but this one started off a little shaky. First day, while making a K-turn, I backed the company truck into a ditch and bottomed it out. Bosses had to drive out 45 minutes from the office to pull me out. They were obviously pissed, but for some reason, they decided to keep me aboard. Strike one. Second day at my last house of the day, I managed to lock my keys in the truck. On-duty boss had to leave home, drive all the way to the office to get the spare keys, and come unlock my door. Strike two. Third day, no incident. Fourth day at my first house of the day, while bleeding the gas line inside the house, the gas ignites. Totally burns out the AC unit. This is it. I'm fired. There's no way I keep my job after this. Boss comes to the house, looks at it, looks at me, and said, "Man, you messed up." The next day, I was told to stay home, and thus concluded the worst first week on the job I've ever heard of. Best part? Somehow, I didn't lose my job, but instead went on to be the best tech they had and worked there for over a year before moving on to better things. Next story. I was young and I had just gotten my first full-time job at an awesome company. It was a small dot-com startup, and those of us in customer support, about 5 people, had a running gag with the NOC team, about 5 people. We called them NOC bastards, and they called us pool boys, even though I was the first female on the customer support team. On a dare from my supervisor, read not real manager, I went into the company's alias list and set up knock bastards to go to the knock alias and pool boys to go to us. The sysadmin saw the file change and saw who changed it. Third day of work, I got a stern talking to. I went white as I saw my dream job slipping away. He saw how freaked out I was getting and said, "Calm down. You're not going to get fired for this or anything," before proceeding to go further. He then called in my supervisor and gave him a real stern talking to as well. I ended up becoming great friends with that sysadmin and spent 6 wild years at that company. Next story. I was working at a COSI, sandwich, soup, and salad place, and had asked to leave early the previous day since my uncle died. I went back to work and was still in a state of shock and couldn't check my baggage at the door. I had this horribly talk lady change her order 4 times during the lunch rush when I had a line out the door. I couldn't take it anymore and told her to either order or to get out of my line. My manager heard me. Before he could say anything, I took my apron and hat off, handed it to him, and grabbed my stuff and left. Next story. I worked for a privately owned restaurant deli. The owners were married and terrible people. I would get a phone call and be demanded to work in the next few hours on threat of being fired if I quit. Anyways, one day I got in a big deal of trouble for giving a customer double meat without charging him. Now, I don't mean a talking to in the back office. I mean full-on being screamed at in front of customers. Anyways, after I back-talked, I was let go in front of a line of prospective buyers. As I walked put of the store, I looked over my shoulder and proudly said to my bosses, "I pooped in the cookie dough." This was a lie, but they didn't know it. We had a huge vat of it in the back. Our cookies were very popular, so it was a big deal to them. My coworker eventually told me, and the husband and wife devil duo looked through the dough and couldn't tell what was chocolate chip and what was my poop, even though I never actually did it. They threw out the whole vat, approximately $500 to $1,000. Felt good. Next story. I use Adium to manage my IMS while I'm at work. I'm a developer. I was speaking to a project manager at a new job. I'd been there for maybe a month. She was asking me to do some tedious work that was completely unnecessary because they promised it to a client. While frustrated, I tabbed over to my girlfriend's idea to complain how frustrated I was that they were making us do all this work for basically nothing. Unfortunately, I didn't tab over. I sent the idea to the PM. My heart sunk into my stomach. Saw the little icon that showed she was typing and was like, "Oh crap, how do I cover this up before she responds?" I reread the comment and noticed I used a lot of pronouns. So when she responded, she thought I was talking to her about the client. Dear Lord, I thought I'd ruined my awesome new job right after it started. Next story. I am a police dispatcher, and one time at work, I was working the desk and Toys for Tots workers came in. My boss joked that I should ID them to make sure they weren't thieves. We laughed, and the gentleman took the 10 trash bags full of toys and left. Later that night, a man called and asked when they could pick the toys up. After telling him that 2 guys already picked the toys up, he informed me that we had most likely been robbed. He asked if I had ID'd them, and I said no. He spoke to my boss, and my boss then informed me that we would probably be on the news since a police station was robbed, which was ironic, and he flipped out on me. It turns out it was an off-duty cop calling to play a prank on me. Next story. I work at a university. A vice president brought a minority student to my office. Said minority student complained that I had refused to help him because I was racist. I'd actually denied the student's request because, as I'd explained to the student earlier, I wasn't permitted to fulfill his request as he hadn't paid to join the program that gave him access to what he wanted. He had thanked me for checking things out for him and answering his questions and then left. So I was quite surprised when he came back with an irate vice president in tow. I made an exception at the vice president's request, and then spent 3 very tense days explaining my actions to my boss and her boss. It led to my boss's boss having a meeting with the helpful vice president about why we couldn't issue $1,000 pieces of equipment to people who hadn't paid us any money for the use of them, and why my department heads didn't feel like they should fire me for following department policies. Next story. Creepy male boss put his arms around me during an outing. I automatically shrugged him off. Consequences? Well, a few weeks later, I started overhearing rumors that my clients were complaining about my job performance. I haven't gotten any complaints from or had serious problems with any, so that was odd. Then, my $3 million client got transferred to my coworker, who's always had his tongue shoved deep in that creepy boss's ass. Things turned out great though. I was lucky, since another boss who's frequently in competition with him decided to take a gamble and absorb me into his team. His gamble paid off. Creepy boss tried getting rid of another new employee. The guy was a seasoned hire, refused to suck up. The CEO was confused, since the guy has lost 4 people in a team of 2 in just 3 years. And if he got rid of that guy, it'll be 5 within 3 years. Since I was the only employee he got rid of that's still in the bank, he asked about my job performance. This happened in a meeting where he's off on vacation and can't defend himself for about 2 weeks. The other unit heads smelled the blood and quickly bullshitted praises about me. They told the CEO I was a genius. Clients adored me. Several operations heads lovingly talked about how popular I was with operations. Unlike most relationship managers, the treasury head talked about how he spotted my talent in my first year, and everyone was so upset he lost the bid to absorb me into his team. Basically, tons of bullshit. The CEO came to the conclusion that this guy sucked as a boss and only got to where he is through tons of ass licking. I got to know all this because my boss was so gleeful about the backstabbing session, he couldn't resist gloating to me. When creepy boss mentioned another big bank wanted him, trying to negotiate for a counteroffer, the CEO just said, "They want you? You will not be on my list of people to poach." The CEO's secretary loves to gossip and told everyone. He didn't get a counteroffer and had to leave. Next story. I'm a medical equipment repair technician. One night I was working on an exam light that was hanging from the ceiling in an operating room. I had a bit of it apart and was inspecting the connection between the big light head and the arm that it was suspended from when a clip popped out. The light head dropped to the floor. The arm is spring-loaded and it shot up and shattered the ceiling and 5 or 6 lights showering the operating table, anesthesia cart, and myself in ceiling tile, plastic, and glass. At first, I was in shock, and what just happened didn't register in my brain. I reached down to pick up the light head, which is about 3 feet across, and grabbed the arm with my other hand. While trying to put them back together, I realize I'm coating everything in blood. The OR staff came running in and just saw me surrounded by destruction and covered in my own blood. Fortunately, the charge nurse had a sense of humor. Next story. Well, this was actually kind of funny. I was hoping I didn't get fired, and no one confronted me because it was not really my fault. I lived in fear of the day people would finally notice, though. My company came around the call center and took pictures of people in their everyday lives in order to put on our website. Well, me being cheery and dressed in a cute dress that day, I somehow managed to be on the front of our website as the face of our company. We have a few 100,000 visitors to our website a month. Little did they know, if you looked really closely at the writing on my desk, you could see I had a bumper sticker that said, "Life is too short to argue with stupid people," and I had Reddit open on my desktop. Win. Next story. This was many years ago, working tech support, sales for the up-and-coming GoDaddy.com. I'm on a call with a customer who needs to reset her password. Since it's very difficult to turn a password reset call into a sale, we were required to wrap them up under 10 minutes. This woman is awful, doesn't follow directions, and is completely computer illiterate. 30 minutes into the call, and I'm still trying to explain the concept of highlighting text with her mouse, and my supervisor comes over to ask what the hell is taking so long. Frustrated and aggravated, I mash the mute button, and once the light turns red, I turn to him and say, "Sorry, this lady is a damn idiot." There is a brief moment of silence. I recall my supervisor's face morphing into a grin of understanding, when suddenly I hear in my headset, "What?" Scumbag mute button. Worst part is, if I had just called her an idiot without the adjective, I would have gotten off with a warning. There's a strict no swearing policy on the phone floor that no one, even the managers, followed. However, in the rare and unlikely case a customer heard you curse, you were fired without question. Next story. 2 incidents. Boss had been rude to me for a while, and I wasn't over the last shift's abuse. Boss made an insulting comment about me loud enough so I would purposefully hear it. This is by far my largest pet peeve. Went up to him, gave him my hat, and yelled, "I am sick of your crap." This was in front of all of the employees. He responded, "Fine, go." I think I would have been fired, quit, if I didn't immediately respond with, "Give me his boss's number." His mood changed quickly, and I ended up getting a raise. I would not suggest this tactic. Second incident was having a massive nosebleed. Took some generic medicine that I didn't recognize to deal with my constant coughing. Apparently, it had cleared up my sinuses that were infected. You know when you are biting into an onion ring, and the whole onion strip decides to all fall out at once? You get all of the onion on your chin. Imagine that only with nose blood. Also, instead of my chin, it was the customer's food, in front of the customer. Next story. I got a summer job working for a new start web company dealing with used automobiles. My manager was a colossal jerk. Anyway, the website was crap, and he was supposed to change it but didn't. I asked my cousin, a web developer, to look at it for improvements, and he showed me how to hack into it. One night, I got drunk and changed the featured vehicle on the front page to a big, black, veiny sex toy with the registration plate D1LD0, and he found out it was me. I walked in, said, "My bad, I better quit really." 2 weeks later, after I quit, I heard the said manager had stolen the major investor's spare car, bankrupted the company, and was drunk on the phone telling the investor he would stab him if he tried to get his car back. It was a really healthy working environment. Next story. When I was younger, I worked at a small pet shop on the Central Coast. We sold mainly saltwater and some freshwater fish. Also, we sold pre-mixed saltwater to customers that didn't have time to make their own. One of my tasks was to make sure the betta bowls got clean and the water was changed. We kept a bunch of blue jugs in the back room that were always used for water changes. They were usually filled with fresh water so we could top off the fish tanks. So I go about my day like usual and start cleaning the bowls. We had about 40 bettas in stock at the time. I cleaned the bowls and replaced the water and moved on to help customers that started coming in. About an hour later, I come and find most of them belly up and half dead. Nobody told me that the blue jugs had salt water in them. My boss had filled them up a day before and forgot to tell everybody. I didn't get fired, but I did feel bad about the poor fish from that day. I was known as the betta killer. Next story. I'm an MRI technologist. One time, a family member of my patient entered the MRI room with a gun hidden underneath his baggy shirt, even though I clearly told him to put his wallet, keys, watch, and any metal objects on a chair away from the room. The guy forgot one thing, his damn gun. As he was helping me with his grandma in the MRI room, he was 2 feet away from the machine. Then, boom, the gun was stuck on the machine. Thank God it didn't fire off. The safety was frozen and ready to fire. I tried to pull it out with my hands but was impossible. The force of the magnet was too strong. The guy was a cop in civil clothes. He had to call the gunsmith for the cops, and we called the service tech for the MRI. Long story short, we were able to pry it from the machine using a strap with a winch. Pulled out and inspected. It technically fired, but no bullet was lodged out. I swore I was going to be fired, but I was told it was an honest mistake, and the guy had all the fault. Next story. Years ago, when I first started at the dealership I now run, I was working in sales. We had this skeevy douchebag of a lot attendant who went to school with my younger sister. For whatever reason, he was always talking about how he wanted her and telling me she was an escort. I just ignored it. One day, he caught me at the wrong time and made a smart comment, and I beat the living crap out of him right there in the showroom. Shortly thereafter, the dealer principal called me into his office. I walked in and said, "I beat up Ronnie today," and he replied, "Sometimes we have to resort to violence for our family. But I called you in to ask you about random car deal I was working at the time." Next story. My office has a private IM system we use to communicate with each other. Something like my second week of working here, I went to a coworker who I was getting to be friends with. A comment making fun of the VP's outfit that day, except I accidentally IM'd the VP instead. He didn't laugh it off either. He just got really awkward in that, "Oh, I'll just brush it off, but secretly I'm really pissed" sort of way. Shockingly, I did not get fired and still work there 6 years later. Next story. I worked at a surf shop for 2 days after college. It was the most mundane crap ever. I basically just walked around looking for shirts to fold all day long. On the 3rd day, they asked me to go drive to work at one of their other stores about 10 miles down the road. When I got there, they told me to change shoes because I was wearing sandals. This wasn't an issue at the other store. It was a damn surf shop. While I was driving back home to get shoes, I got a call to interview for a more legitimate job. At that point, I just said, "Damn it," and didn't go back. I ended up getting the other job. Next story. I went to a restaurant in my work uniform and was lightly flirting with the waitress to see if she would bring me bigger chicken tenders. She did, and when I was leaving, I tipped her 50% or so and left this message on my receipt. "Thanks for the huge tenders. I have something huge," and I left a fake phone number. She showed her boss, who drove down to my work and showed my bosses. I heard that everyone knew about this incident at an off-site meeting, and I just knew I was fired. When I went back to work, one of my bosses said he almost laughed out loud when the other supervisor told him, but was able to explain that I'm not a creeper, just an idiot. To this day, 6 months later, my bosses still ask if I'm eating chicken tenders for lunch, or if I would move that over a couple chicken tenders. Next story. Not me, but my coworker. I work at a hotel and she is in housekeeping. She went in a room to strip it of dirty linen, washed her hands, and left the hot water tap running. 3 rooms were flooded because of that. Next story, when I was a teenager, I worked at the movie theater. Quite a large theater, 20 screens. One night, I was up front at the box office, and it was an insanely busy night. A clearly homeless man walks up and asks me to exchange his rolled coin for bills. And I told him, no, you'll have to get manager approval. He disappears for a while and returns, saying he had spoken with a manager who had approved it. I was so flustered. I didn't think. Grabbed the rolls, marked .10, and gave him $60 out of my till. In the back room at the end of the night, I broke them open and, obviously, they were full of pennies. I thought for sure I was a goner, but the float for the day was over by quite a bit, and it only ended up in the negative by a small amount. They called me dimes from then onwards. Looking back, I cringed so hard at my stupidity, but lesson learned, I guess. Next story. I worked at McDonald's in high school and was on the midnight shift with a very lax manager. We decided to make a prank call. I honestly don't remember the bit, but I know I had to call someone that boarded horses. Anyway, I forgot to block the store's number. The person I pranked leapt, calling back every 10 minutes. My manager talked to them and tried to calm them down, but they kept calling until morning until they talked to the store manager. I didn't get fired, but I got demoted from my crew trainer position, which is even better for the purpose of the story. McDonough PDS fires thousands of people every year, but how many have been demoted? Next story. I am a beverage cart girl at a golf course. One slow day, I was booking it around the cart path, looking out at the course, not down at the path, and bam, I hit the curb. This jerked the cart up onto the hill, and before I knew it, the cart and all the contents were on top of me. Luckily, I had my phone on me, so I called for help. The chef, GM, and manager had to lift the cart off of me. It was my very first ambulance ride. I thought for sure I was going to get fired. I totaled a beverage cart and cost them several thousands in doctor's bill because of workers' comp. But instead, they paid me for the rest of the day, and I'm full-time now. Next story. I worked at a paintball field owned by a very religious man. And this day, we had a group of Baptists playing that was mostly 10 to 14-year-old kids. I got a chance to hop in and play at the end of the day, so I did. I ran up the center, got shot in the shoulder, and went to walk back to the dead box when the kids on my own team lit me up. So what did I do? Yelled, "Damn, I'm on your team," and threw my gun at the net. I still had the job because my boss is very forgiving, but damn, that was close. Next story. I worked at a Moe's, Chipotle-type restaurant, and had this lady who came in looking for a fight, snapped at every question I asked, and by the time I got to the salsas, my nerves were shot. Would you like a salsa? Like a mild picante? Or that one? Put a spoonful on her burrito. Not that one. I can't eat that. I wanted the one beside it. Start over. Start taking off the salsa. No, start over. I kicked the trash can out from under the counter and slammed her food in the trash. She was shocked. I took off my apron and walked out back for a smoke, all in front of the owner. Didn't get fired, was surprised. He hated her as much as I did. Next story. Bussing tables, washing dishes at a steakhouse. The kitchen floor was absolutely slick as soon as the place got even a little busy. I was coming back with a tray of glasses and heard this huge crash. I look around like a doofus wondering what happened, then slowly realize I'm sitting on the floor next to a pile of broken glass. Consequence. Got a better job a week later and quit. Next story. I forwarded a meeting invite for a client meeting to my boss that said, "This woman is up my ass, and I need some support here because she won't leave me the hell alone until we actually help her." In the end, it turns out it wasn't sent to her, but the format of Outlook makes it look like updated notes about meeting invites go to everyone, and I believed it went to her. I had a full-blown panic attack and started sobbing under my desk. Next story. My supervisor used work construction, and him and another guy were working on a second-story roof when the guy pissed off my supervisor, who proceeded to throw him off the roof. When he walked downstairs, his boss met him at the door and said, "You know you're fired, right?" My supervisor looked at him and said, "Yeah, I figured that when I threw him down." Next story. A few years back, I was collecting a customer's car to deliver to their home on the back of my recovery truck. I'd never driven a car quite so powerful as this before, and driving it onto the back of truck gave it a little too much gas. Panicked, missed the brake, slipped back onto the accelerator, putting the car into the back of the truck cab and causing 4,000 pounds worth of damage to the truck and 25,000 pounds worth of damage to the brand new Aston Martin DB9. Next story. Worked in a private clinic, medical. My boss had asked me to send a picture of a port on my home PC for some reason. I don't remember at the time. I got home, took a picture of it, and sent it to my boss, and then promptly realized not only was it a picture of the port, but also the substances in the background. I sweated it out that night and was sure I'd get reprimanded or fired the next day. He never said a word. Next story. My boss and coworker have the same name. After I lost a big client a few years ago, I got a call from what I thought was my coworker and told him I lost a client and said it was my boss's fault for not giving me enough time and rushing the deadline. He didn't say a word till I got back to the office. Thank God he is my sister's college friend. Next story. Where I used to work, I would pick on some of the staff I'd gotten along with. One night, I had just finished talking to the general manager when my coworker comes by. We pick on each other a bit and she says, "Geez, Carino, why do you always pick on me and not the general manager?" I casually said, "Well, that's because I like you. I'm never going to live that down. Ever." Next story. I walk into the liquor shop where I worked for a few years, and there's some clown behind the register. Turns out, he's the new owner. Old owner decided to let us figure it out the hard way that we were out of a job. Ass. Next story. Teaching first grade, and two of my kids got into a fist fight on the carpet. I immediately run over and pull them apart, and the principal walks in. The kids are taken out of my room, and I think, oh crap, I'm gone, as we were warned to never touch students. Got fired a couple days later. Next story. Did a stint at an alarm installation company. During training, I had to prove I knew how to trust an alarm. So, I enter in the test alarm's code in the computer and click test. Nothing happened. I did it again. Nothing. Then I realized I had the wrong code. I was setting off a live alarm in a bank in New Jersey. I got fired really fast. Next story. Copy, start, run, wmem, reload. You can imagine the horror when you realize this happened on 1,000 plus switches via script. Thank God we had out of band to each one and saved configurations. It's a damn surreal experience to nuke your entire company's switch infrastructure. The only upside is, it was at 12:05 a.m. on a weekend. Next story. My manager told me I had to speed it up at the drive-thru, Dunkin' Donuts. About 5 minutes later, this woman pulls up and orders an iced coffee. She ended up changing her order 7 damn times and was there maybe 20 minutes holding up the line. Needless to say, I was fired. Next story. Working as a high school teacher, called home to chat about a student's behavior, left a polite voicemail when no one answered, proceeded to think that I hung up phone, looked over at colleague and started swearing up a storm about this kid. Saw phone light still on, had a small heart attack. What's your best I got fired on the spot story? Next story. Not me, but a friend. He worked at Target, which we all probably know has a khaki pants and red shirt dress code. His manager got on his case about his salmon or not red enough shirt and told him to wear red and khaki the next day. The next day, he shows up in red pants and a khaki shirt, fired on the spot. Next story. Wasn't fired, quit. I was hired as an IT worker for a medium-sized business. Not my field, but I learned enough about it in acquiring my degree to make do. Passed pre-employment drug test. Passed background check. Started work on Monday. After meeting some people and receiving some documentation, I began learning the ropes from another guy in the department. Suspiciously, the IT manager had told me that they had a jacket policy, which required me to hang my jacket up all the way down the hall near the owner's office. Never mind the fact that all of the other guys in it had their jackets near their workstations. Not thinking too far into this yet, I oblige. After about 45 minutes of learning some of the logistics of the department, the HR woman who hired me asked to borrow me for a minute. Does anybody else hate these phrases? I followed her to the IT manager's office to find my jacket splayed over a chair in post-search fashion. She informed me that they were concerned that I was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. She listed 4 things. 1. I twice drank water from the drinking fountain. 2. My lips seemed dry. 3. I appeared agitated. 4. My pupils were dilated. In my head, 1. I require H2O to survive. 2. It is winter in the Midwest. 3. It is my first day in a corporate environment filled with folks who I don't know in the slightest. 4. Turned out to be a lie upon inspection. They informed me that company policy was for me to take an alcohol test immediately. I hold my tongue, other than expressing surprise, and go take the tests. HR woman drives me to a clinic. Negative prelim assessment. She informs me that I can continue work when I get back. I reply, "Oh, I'll be resigning when we get back." Silent car ride. Get into the building, head up to the IT manager's office, and inform him that I have passed the drug test but will be resigning. Something along the lines of not wanting to become part of an environment where the level of trust is so low. A poisonous atmosphere, if you will. Damn people. Put them into a corporate structure and they become overly suspicious, backstabbing, autonomous bastards. Next story. I was working at a Sonic. I think it was my third day on the job. I've just started cleaning the grill when the boss's son, who I went to high school with and had a few physical altercations, purposely bumps me so my hand touches the back of the grill. I burn out of my hand and turn to punch him in the face. It was after I hit him I realized two things. His father is standing 10 feet away looking like he wants to beat me, and that I have third-degree burns. He fired his son, fired me for punching his kid, and then drove me to the emergency room. Next story. When I was 21, I worked at a cheesy hotel resort in Phoenix. I had to hustle drinks from the restaurant, bar, at the top floor of the 10-story resort to the people at the pool, ground floor obviously. It was a pretty fun job actually. I got a lot of exercise, the customers were pretty fun, drunk, having a good time. I spent most of my time outside, and I made really good tips. I wasn't too fond of my boss though. She seemed really immature, harping, vain, just kinda jerk. But whatever, people are people. One day I had to serve about 8 women. They were kind of like sorority girls. They got wasted and were super mean to me, made fun of my uniform, made fun of me, would purposely run me by massively staggering their orders, laughing hysterically every time. And of course, they stiffed me completely. 0 tip. Bad day at the office for me. The next day I went into work and my boss fired me for stealing money from those chicks. I didn't steal a thing. I was floored. They told her that I'd left with money and didn't come back with the change, like $15. I'd never do that. Anyway, she wouldn't give me my last paycheck until I gave her the stolen money. She was such a total jerk about it too. I went to the bank and got $15 in pennies. I came back into the office and grabbed my last paycheck out of her hand and threw the pennies all over her office. I tried to run out, but she grabbed me by my hair. I got free, but lost a chunk of hair in the process. I'd like to say it felt great, but it didn't. I went home and cried about losing a job that I liked and the injustice of the world. Next story. This is kind of cheating because, well, here goes. So I was the only male waiter on the entire staff of a new Japanese restaurant that had just opened in my hometown, Rusan's, in a couple of cities in the south. I won't specify which. I had been working there for a few weeks, and the owner was still working there every day to make sure the place got up and running to his satisfaction. I hadn't had much interaction with him, aside from exchanging pleasantries in Japanese. All the female managers painted a picture of him as a tyrannical asshole, and we were all terrified to piss him off. He was very traditional in a lot of ways, wrote poetry and did sumi-e paintings among other traditional arts. His wife was also working, a middle-aged, bird-faced, bleach blonde with a shrill voice and a drinking problem. She had a tendency to get in the way and keep me from properly doing my job. One very busy night, I am waiting tables, skillfully and unobtrusively as is my wont, and she kept following me, giving me suggestions. I go up to greet a table of 6 I had just taken, and as I'm attempting to take their drink orders, she flaps up and starts shrieking, "Make sure you get their drink orders! Are you getting their drink orders? Caw, 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 caw!" Finally, I decide that I don't care about the job anymore, and that she is driving me nuts. I take a wad of service napkins, hurl them directly in her face and yell, "Shut up and let me do my damn job!" I go outside and await the inevitable. Rusan comes outside, sits next to me, and lights up. Looking in the middle distance, he sighs and says, "What did the damn jerk do to you now?" Long story short, Rusan turns out to be a total sexist in the traditional Japanese manner. Managers and wife get out and told to stop using his name to scare me, and to leave me alone, as a woman has no place ordering a man around. I got to keep my job, and I never got bothered again. Next story. When I was 17, I worked at a Pizza Hut restaurant in the small town I grew up in. There was a guy there named Rodney, who was also 17 and a quasi-friend. We laughed and joked, but never hung out outside of work. One night, Rodney is working the drive-through window while I worked the pizza board, cutting and boxing the pies. At one point, Rodney runs over to my station to tell me that there's a really hot woman at the window. I laugh and respond without thinking, I will give you $20 to tell her that you want to lick her pussy. Rodney goes back to the window, and 5 minutes later is back at my station demanding his $20. I thought he was kidding until the woman's husband comes into the restaurant 10 minutes later. Rodney told the manager that the only reason he did it was because I offered to pay him $20. Fired on the spot. Next story. Worked for a video game store in 2004. I made a whopping $6 an hour. Someone stole a $50 game during my shift. The next day, the manager tried to make me and another coworker reimburse him for the full $50, even though the manager paid way less to stock it. I told my boss, just because someone stole from you doesn't give you the right to steal from me. A few minutes later, my job was stolen from me. To clarify some things, the manager was also the owner. It was locally owned and not GameStop, EB, etc. The stolen game in question was Fable. My coworker paid his $25 portion of the $50 and got to keep his job. The name of the store was called Video Game Exchange. I'd rather not post the address or state of the store because I feel like I might regret it. Next story. My first IT job 24 years ago. I worked at a mom and pop shop. Had started full-time 3 months ago. My manager goes to lunch and the boss comes in. Tells me he wants to work every Saturday now. Was working every other. I tell him I can't. He says, I better look for another job then. I say, are you firing me? He says, yes. I say, thank you, leave, and drive right to the unemployment office. Meanwhile, my manager comes back from lunch and sees signs in the window. Help wanted, computer tech. He says to owner, where's Lori Moore? Flash forward 20 plus years. I'm senior level security guy, still good friends with former manager and owner, long since ran his business in the ground. Next story. This happened to a friend. He was putting little notes in the DVD cases at the Blockbuster he worked at. Just little things like, hello, enjoy the movie. Fired the moment they found out. Next story. Not me, but a friend was working in downtown Indy on the 45th floor. He was in it. Out of the clear blue, on a Friday, they fire him for some made-up crap. He cleaned out his cubicle of personal items and left, determined to go to his neighborhood pub and tie one on. They have a cafeteria on the 40th floor, and having worked there for 8 years, he had gotten to know the people, so he stopped in to say bye. He saw some other people taking an early lunch at the cafeteria that he knew from the 38th floor. They saw his box of personal items and figured out he had been fired. A quick discussion and impromptu job interview was set up. He was hired on the spot to start Monday. Didn't even have to take his personal stuff home. The best was Monday morning, when he got on the elevator with his old boss who asked, where are you going? To work? He replied. Like hell you are, the old boss retorted. I fired you Friday, don't you get that? Hey, I didn't say I was going to work for you, asshole, was my friend's response. Priceless. Next story. My worst job to date. I was working as a game tech for an arcade. My job was supposed to be simple things like fixing ticket jams and token counters. But since I had a basic knowledge of computers and electronics, I was usually asked to do the more elaborate things that we normally left for my supervisor, who was responsible for actual repairs. It was our busy season, and unfortunately, we were understaffed. I was asked to work a lock-in after having work an open and close shift, but I need the money, so I agreed. Before the lock-in, I was charged with setting the games to free play for the people who paid to stay overnight. By 3 a.m., the owner of the arcade could see that I was physically and mentally exhausted and sent me home early, knowing I had the next few days off. I reminded him about the games on free play, and he assured me my supervisor would fix them in the morning. Fast forward to 2 days later, I come in for my opening shift to find 4 games still set to free play. I asked the owner what other game techs worked while I was off, since I had trained several on how to change games to and from free play. He informs me that only my supervisor worked while I was off. He asked why, and I showed him the games still set to free play. Irate, the owner then confronted my supervisor, reprimanding him for the obvious oversight. Jump forward 5 minutes to the owner went back to his business. My supervisor calls me to his office and tells me that since I can't be a team player, he's going to fire me. He continues that I should have taken the blame, since I was the one who changed them in the first place. Fast forward a few months later, I find out that the owner immediately fired my supervisor for firing me and wanted to hire me back since I could do the supervisor's job anyway, but I had already found a better job. Next story. One of the department heads locked himself inside the conference room with an office admin for a sexy time, unaware that the teleconferencing system had been left on, and was broadcasting a live video feed to our remote office in Boston. Next story. I worked at an IHOP kind of place, washing dishes and a gas station many years ago. I was really barely making ends meet and couldn't always keep my clothes super clean. For a lack of time with the working of 2 jobs, I barely had any clothes to begin with. So one day I was sick with a stomach bug, but I had to work. I ended up crapping my pants at the gas station, throwing out my undies with no backup. I thought I cleaned up really well, but I didn't notice the crap bled through and was visible when I bent over to pick things up, and the pants were getting very thin in the back. Plus, I was still feeling sick. So off to my IHOP type job right after the gas station. I'm in the kitchen, washing dishes like a champ. No problems. I get a 15-minute break and sit at a table and drink some hot tea. I guess I farted, but in reality, it was much worse. Break over, back to work. Well, my crap-stained pants now have bled into the seat, and a rip has developed in the back of my pants. I should have known that cool breeze was not normal, and something felt wet. So my manager comes by to talk to me on my way to the restroom to investigate my pants. I take off my hat. "Ugly, fat, broke, tiny cock," she says. "Were you sitting at that table?" Pointing to where I drank my hot tea earlier. "Yes," I said. "I took my break there. Why?" She says. "A customer says the chair smells like crap and was wet." My face lit as red as a baboon's ass, and I dropped my hat, which I had been clutching in my hands. When I bent over to pick it up, I guess I mooned half the restaurant, and my manager, with my shart-covered ass, fired on the spot. I wish unemployment had been 99 weeks back then. Next story. Was working in a deli for about 3 weeks. Extremely fat woman comes up and is giving me a hard time about everything. Said something along the lines of, I should be serving her every whim because she's the customer. So I said, here's a recommendation. They sell 2% milk now. Walked away from the counter, went in the back room, ate a Twix. Got fired shortly thereafter. Next story. Me, a busboy, standing at restaurant window, staring out moodily at a rainy day. No customers. Boss's wife. Rinip, go clean the stoves. We aren't paying you just to stand around. Me, at 1.65 an hour, you aren't paying me to do much of anything. Fired on the spot. And yes, minimum wage in California was $1.65 when I was 17. Next story. I worked at a fast food joint when I was 17. In the middle of my shift, I got called into the back office by 2 managers. They told me, not accused, they presented it as fact, that $300 was missing from a till and that I had stolen it. Being young and very afraid, I bawled my eyes out and just went home. When my mother heard what had happened, she was having none of this crap. Enter Supermom. My mother pulled together a bunch of facts and took the fast food chain to the labor board and eventually to court for unjust firing. When they fired me, they had absolutely no evidence I had committed any crime. No video. There was 2 cameras in the store and neither of them covered the register in question. Any employee on staff had access to the register at any given time. And also, I had just gotten paid $700 plus for 2 weeks where I had worked overtime. My mother caused an investigation which ended up proving that a manager, who had taken a previous disliking to me, had actually stolen the money. One of the managers who had been present at my firing. I won over $7,000 in settlement and promptly put it into my university fund. Next story. More of a damn you, I quit than anything else. Working for ATT. First week out of training. Guy calls in to make payment arrangements for his bill that is over $1,000. I am looking at his bill and comment that he might want to get a data plan if he intends to use that much data. And he says, "What? I have data blocked." Sure as crap, he had data blocked until he called in a month before to change his messaging plan. I look at his history, and he had called in previously to block data. When you change certain features, such as the messaging plan, you had to add a data plan. So, whoever made that changes for him never put the block back on for his data. I go to my supervisor, who tells me to help him set up payment arrangements. I reiterate that the error is on my end. He asks if I told him that we made an error, and I said I hadn't. He told me to go ahead and transfer the call to him, and he would set up arrangements. I went back to my desk, informed the guy that we had made a mistake and what had happened. I then told him I would transfer him my supervisor to correct it. I got my crap, gave my supervisor a big smile, and walked out. Next story. Well, not exactly fired, but 5,000 plus comments in. Nobody will ever see this, and it feels good to vent. I worked as an expo in a newly opened location of a Mexican food restaurant for about a year and a half. Our tip-out policy was 3% food sales for kitchen staff, 1% for bussers, and 1% for expos, and it was collected at the end of the night. Then we'd get it on our next shift. We closed out before some of the waiters. It was a 500 top space, and we had people waiting to be seated at both lunch and dinner, even on slow days. If I took home less than $75 on a dinner shift, the restaurant was losing money. I usually got about $150 a shift, but on a really good night, could get $350 or more. The first year was great, but after that, a newer location opened, and our lead manager and main shift manager left for the newer location, and my tips started shrinking. After a couple months, I was lucky to take home more than $20 or $30 per shift. It still seemed busy to me, so I talked to my shift manager about it. We agreed he'd mark down what each waiter tipped out to me, so I would have a record of what I should have gotten versus what I was getting. At the end of the night, my tips were under $20 for what easily should have been a $300 night, and the amounts my manager had written down only added up to $20. I asked some of the waiters how much they tipped me, and all of them gave me numbers that were perfectly in line with, or a little above, 1%. One of them alone had tipped me $20, so it was clear the manager was pocketing my pay. I talked to my head manager about it, and at first he said he'd look into it, verify my story, etc. 2 shifts later, I followed up with him, and he said he'd get to it. Then I called the ops manager at the corporate office, who first said he'd look into it, verify my story, etc. 1 week later, I called him back, and he said he'd get to it. So, then, I called my previous manager that had moved to the new location, and he said he'd never go on record, but he'd heard similar stories before about my shift manager. But he was the first cousins with the ops manager, who was the son-in-law of the owner, and I was messed. I waited until the next Friday dinner shift, our busiest shift, picked up the pittance of tips from the previous night that hadn't been stolen, then started working. As soon as the first rush of orders came in, I apologized to the kitchen staff, told them the shift manager had stolen all my pay for over a month, took off my apron, and walked. I went to the shift manager, who was aggressively hitting on the high school-aged greeter in front of a line of customers, and told him I quit because no one gave a crap he was stealing my money. He didn't even try to deny it. He just asked me to stay through the rush before leaving, and I told him he could pay me back immediately or back off, and walked out the front door. Since it was Friday, and checks were issued at the end of the day, I came back Saturday morning to get my last check from the head manager, and told him why I quit. He was pissed at me for leaving mid-shift, and told me I could still come back to work the shifts I was scheduled. I just told him I wouldn't be coming back for any reason other than to accept their apologies with a large envelope of all my stolen pay, and left. Bonus: the shift manager called me the middle of the next week, after I'd already missed 3 or 4 days of shifts, and told me I'd been scheduled to work Friday. I asked if he'd be so kind as to not steal all my pay for the shift, and he didn't answer for a moment, so I added that if he apologized and paid me all my stolen money back and didn't steal my pay anymore, I'd consider being rehired part-time, if my new, better job could be scheduled around it. He answered that if I didn't come in Friday, I was fired. I laughed at him for a moment, told him that firing me would be a little difficult since I had quit a week ago, added that he should die in a fire, and hung up. Next story. When I was 16, I was employed at a large grocery store. I think it's only a Midwest chain, but it rivaled Walmart for size, ability to abuse its employees. Anyway, it was New Year's Eve, and I was scheduled to push carts all night and into the morning. One of my coworkers and I thought this was bullshit. So on one of our breaks, around 10 p.m. or so, we went to his friend's apartment and got royally messed up. Shots, substances, shotgunned a beer or two, then went back to work. His sober friend drove us, so no worries. I was young, stupid, and didn't know my tolerance level, so of course I was ripped to the gills. When we got back to work, we first went into the bathrooms to see how bad we looked. The bathroom had the closed sign on it and was obviously shut down, but we figured that just meant someone was cleaning it. As we went in, we heard a funny noise, but didn't think twice about it since we were super messed up. We turned the corner and saw our mentally handicapped coworker, who was fully deaf and about 40 years old. You know how these big chains always have a few? Seizing and twitching on the floor, facing away from us. We rushed over to help him and saw his pants were down. I guess we thought he had had a seizure while using the urinal, so when we get to him, we're totally unprepared for what we see. The guy is pleasure, furiously on the bathroom floor, looking at the bra section of our store's Christmas ads. I realized he was the one to put up the bathroom closed sign, expecting some privacy for a New Year's wank. Worst of all, he has a really weird, slightly misshapen, and had a purplish color to it. He was so into his session he didn't notice us, so we got the hell out of there, giggling like traumatized schoolgirls. So we clock back in and go out to collect carts and try to avoid as much human interaction as possible. This is easier said than done, since we were very obviously messed up and falling all over ourselves. We had a ton of people coming up to us, most of them laughing at us or giving us high fives, but there were a few people who were idiots. One obviously trashed customer offered us a beer from the case he just bought, but we turned it down. Eventually, we grow tired of doing our job while the earth won't stop wobbling, and we decide a race in the motorized grandma carts would be in good order. So we each hopped in one and took off at full speed, about 3 miles per hour. We raced Mario Kart style, everything was fair game, around the whole parking lot for 3 laps, while smoking like 2 very drunk chimneys. That took us about a half hour. After this, our boss finally figures out that we aren't doing crap and comes out to find us. She finds us while we still have cigs hanging from our lips, relaxing in the grandma carts, and freaks out. She screamed for a solid 10 minutes, ending with, "You're fired," while we sat there and took it like champs. As she stormed back into the store, she yelled over her shoulder she was calling the cops, since we were underage. My buddy yelled back that Gary, the handicapped man, was jerking off in the men's bathroom. She perked up, totally shifted gears from angry mode to disaster mode, and sprinted to the north entrance. We were at the south doors at the time, and we called our friend to come pick us up. We later found out that this was something Gary did on a semi-regular basis, but the higher-ups didn't want him fired for one reason or another, so the managers at the store I worked at had to deal with this numerous times. Also, the manager never called the cops on us. I guess she was too busy dealing with Gary to bother with us anymore. Next story? Never been fired? Here's my long-ass best quitting time story. Worked as a cleaner on a Navy base for a third-party company who paid minimum wage, no benefits, no sick, vaca days, and who understaffed like champions. Didn't matter. I took the job happily, not having worked for 9 months. The first day I start, my supervisor is late, hungover, stoned, and struggling to stay awake and form sentences. She gives me a 10-minute walk around to see the areas I'll be working, doesn't show me where to get supplies, doesn't show me all the places I was meant to work in, and doesn't tell me all my tasks. I work my job, learn the ropes, learn where to cut the corners, ended up having the jobs of 5 people piled onto me by this addict over the course of the few months I worked there. Crap starts to hit the fan when one of the uptight pricks in the Navy keeps raging that one of my coworkers can't clean anything right and is worthless, and for weeks petitions to have him fired. Eventually, management does, and his tasks are now mine on top of my own. All because replacements who came in to take this guy's place kept quitting on the first day, leaving in tears because there was so much to do and military people always watching you. I'm now working the jobs of 8 people. To cut to the chase of it all, I find out from guy who was fired, as he came back for his last pay, that the supervisor addict is the main reason that this guy got fired in the end. She and her little follower suck-up have been clocking into work and leaving for hours every day. And also, that she was aiming to get me fired next because I was a no-call, no-show at work on a snowstorm day weeks prior. Transit wouldn't run equals can't go to work. I was already fed up with the absurd amount of work I was doing for $9.00 per hour, but this took the cake. It was a Friday, and only I knew it was my last day. So I pulled a GGG and did everything I could to make the job of next poor soul who would replace me a little easier. I stocked everything to the max, cleaned every single surface, swept, mopped, wrote notes of all the things that should be done, and how since the damn twat didn't do this for me, and to warn them of why they now have this horrible job and not to trust the idiot. I waited at noon, and sure enough, I watched the idiot walk all the way out to the bus stop instead of her building to work. I bolted to the other end of the yard and told my other coworkers that I was quitting. She's gone. Just lock up and go home and sign out as if it were closing. And we did just that. I go home and called the management to tell them about all the crap that goes on. That she would bring drugs to work, sell them, use them, leave early, sit on her ass watching TV in the brass's break room for hours, etc., and that I was done. They already knew and refused to do anything about it all, which only solidified my resolve to quit such a retarded place. Monday comes, and they never told her. She wakes me up phoning at 6 damn a.m., probably to ask where I am. I turn my phone off till I'm up at the crack of noon, and she left me 13 damn voicemails all asking, "What the heck? Where are you? You damn idiot, where are you? People are complaining here. Damn it, call me now. There's only me and Herpaderp here." Sure enough, another call, and another, and by 1:30 she's called me 18 times since 6 a.m. I answered the last call with matchbox in hand next to the smoke alarm and lit up as she starts raging. I'm guessing she called management to have me fired, and maybe they finally told her I'd quit. I found new work with better pay and benefits very shortly after, and see her worthless ass still working there to this day when I drive by the base. Next story. Not me, but a friend. He worked in the same GameStop I did. It was the weekend the Xbox 360 Slim came out. He was scheduled to work that night and the next morning completely alone. He ended up having something in the neighborhood of 160 people requesting trade-ins. Obviously, we didn't have the inventory. Plus people just streaming in the door. He finally snapped, told everyone to get out, locked the doors, and left the keys on the counter. We had a good laugh about that one. Next story. While working in a convenience store when I was in high school, I had a customer come in and ask for the price on a carton of cigarettes. I had never actually sold a carton of cigarettes at this store and did not smoke, so I legitimately didn't know how much one would cost. I offered to ask the owner when they came in later. For some unknown reason, this was not an appropriate answer, and the lady went all Rosie O'Donnell on me. Later, I receive a phone call. It is a customer who is wondering about the price of a carton of cigarettes. I repeated my position on this topic was one of ignorance and would have to refer to the owner. Click, she hangs up on me. Not 2 minutes later, I receive another phone call, this time asking about the price of some type of beer. Now, I am not so ignorant that I cannot tell that this is the same grown woman who has been raising hell about cartons of cigarettes, but I am curious to see what lengths she is willing to go to, so I play along. I find the price of beer. Next, it is whipped cream. Again, I find the price, but mention that it is the tub and not the canister. "Oh, it's the tub," she says. "Well, that should still work." Laughing in the background is overheard. "Well, do you have condoms?" Scene asks. Laughing in the background becomes hysterical. Classy folk I am dealing with at the ripe age of 16-ish. "Yes, I believe we do," I say. "A single pack is such and such a price." "Oh, well, that seems pretty expensive." The background is silent. You're right. That does seem expensive," I respond. "I'll tell you what, you can come in and pick up your beer and whipped cream and pack of condoms and then go damn you." I hang up the phone with a sense of accomplishment, only to see a mother with her young child standing at the soda cooler, unimpressed. Fired the next day. Next story. I used to work at Einstein Bros Bagels. Once, there was a district meeting at my store, and all of the local store's employees and managers were in attendance. After some random informational crap, the regional manager begins to describe some of the new menu items we were going to have. He talks about a few of them before he begins a spiel on our new, freshly made salads. These were different than a normal salads, which were pre-made and available in a fridge in front of the counter. After explaining the difference, he then says, "And cashiers, me, please make sure to ask the customer when they order our new fresh salads if they would like their salads tossed today." I lost it. I had a laughing fit that almost asphyxiated me. I would laugh, then try to stop myself, just to burst out laughing seconds later. After a solid 5 minutes of interruptions, I was asked to leave. They got shut down about a month later anyway. Next story. This is embarrassing, but I didn't know how to tell time on an analog clock until the 7th grade. In the 3rd grade, I was a library helper, meaning I was supposed to leave class at a certain time once or twice a week and help return, sort, and shelve books. My very first shift rolls around, and I'm watching the clock all day, trying to remember which hand was which. Eventually, even though I had no idea what time it was, it just felt right, and I left class. The librarian told me I was 2 hours late and advised me never to return. On a related note, I was also fired from the lunch helpers team in the 6th grade. Overall, not a good start to my professional career. Next story. I was working at a telemarketing place. Horrible job. The company sold those paper rolls you put in debit machines at 5 times the normal price. The pitch was essentially designed to trick the caller into thinking we were the usual supplier and we were just calling to confirm an order. It was selling by lying. Obviously, I decided it was unethical and I refused to do it. But I didn't tell them that, of course. Instead, I would go into work every day, put on my headset, and pretend to call people. Sometimes, if a supervisor was nearby, I would actually call people and go through the pitch. On occasion, a caller would fall for it, and I would have to tell them not to buy anything from us. It was great fun. On the fourth or fifth day of work, the head office of this company was raided by the cops. We didn't have work that day. We came back the next week and our company had a new owner and a new company name. It was back to business as usual. I think they were a bit distracted with hiding from the authorities, and it took them 2 weeks to notice that I hadn't done anything the whole time I was there. Finally, the new owner called me into his office and told me that I hadn't sold anything and that I had to change my attitude or I would be fired. I apologized and said I would try harder. The next day, I did what I normally did, pretended to call people and drew epic pictures on the back of the calling lists. The boss called me into his office again. He was furious. So angry that I would dare to lie to him about trying harder. I have to admit, I was a little confused. Did he not realize what kind of company he was running? Anyway, I just smiled at him and walked out. I had successfully acquired enough money to get home for Christmas, so I was quite pleased with myself. Next story. A year ago, I was working as a tour guide at Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. My entire department was called in for an emergency meeting where they proceeded to tell all of us that we would be out of a job in 2 days. Apparently, someone high up in the company decided that with all the renovations going on, that having tours was not acceptable. We asked if we were going to get any kind of severance or anything for being laid off with 2 days' notice. The HR vice president in the room said, "If you were, we would have told you about it already." 2 days later, on my last day, I told my boss that I felt the company was one of the worst companies I've ever worked for, then called my boss's boss and told her the same thing. I then got in contact with a bigwig friend of a friend at a major media corporation in NYC and told them what happened. About a week later, I got a call from my boss's boss telling me, "So, because we didn't give you any notice, we're going to give you 2 weeks of pay." I figured they thought it would be cheaper to just pay us all 2 weeks' salary, which wasn't much anyway, than deal with the bad publicity. Next story. They give me my schedule a week ahead of time, and I wrote that crap down. No work on Thursday, so I didn't go into work. I show up for my shift Friday morning to see a new girl on the register. My boss is like, "Why are you here?" I tell him to work, of course. He then tells me I missed my shift yesterday and he thought I wouldn't show up today. I was like, "What? Why didn't anyone call me?" I had just started this job and he told me I should know my schedule by now, and I was fired. Next story. A buddy and I worked at a movie theater. He was working one day as a floor supervisor, which meant he was in charge of cleaning crap up. So this really old woman trips in the hallway and breaks her hip. It's a big ordeal and the ambulance has to come. This woman starts claiming that she stepped on a raisinette and that it was the theater's fault. Who trips on a mother damn chocolate-covered raisin? So the manager, who was new to the theater, gets worried and decides to suspend my buddy to hopefully make the woman feel better. My friend was really pissed off about the whole situation and was already getting sick of our new boss. So he decides to take a box of raisinettes and pour them all over the floor in the manager's office. He then starts stomping around, yelling, "Do you see this? Do you see how they smash when I step on them? It's impossible to trip on a damn raisin." Fired on the spot. Worth it. Next story. I was working as a delivery driver for a pizza place last year, and while I was on my way to the car with my deliveries, a wild ex-girlfriend appeared. She jumped on my back and kicked and punched like hell until I got locked in my car. I called the police, got a protective order, and walked back inside. I was fired for not keeping my personal business out of work. It was especially painful because I had neither seen nor heard from her in 6 months. Next story. I worked at a crappy job binding books for 4 hours a day, every day. Not too bad considering I could listen to my iPod and just go about it mechanically. I worked with a guy who was way into weird conspiracy theories. I listened to him and humored him because it was fun. Then we got a new guy. When we hired him, I had been there about 4 months. On his second day, while my other coworker was away, he told me straight to my face that I don't have the authority to tell him how to do anything. Mind you, I was showing him how to bind a book properly, because he was damn it up royally, to the point where the book was falling apart. I wasn't mad at him. I was simply trying to correct him. He came to me a few days later and complained that I wasn't stocking the soda in the refrigerator properly. Being the person I am, who has 3 jobs as it is, I stopped caring what he had to say, until one particular day in which it was just me and him working. I had had a pretty rough morning at my other job, and we were left that afternoon to bind a lot of books by ourselves, which meant that, as the senior employee, I would be supervising. At the end of the day, right before we left, I discovered that he had been binding the books completely wrong, again, and they'd all been sealed in envelopes. If they had gone out that way, we'd have been royally screwed. So I said, "We need to open each of these and fix them." To which he replied, "You don't have the authority. They're fine as they are." I'm a relatively calm guy. I get angry, sure, but never really explode. I exploded on this guy in a series of profanities and verbal assaults that, by the end of it, he was cowered into his turtle shell and kept repeating, "Okay, I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry." Unfortunately, the manager happened to overhear this, and I wasn't allowed to come in the next day. But honestly, it was completely worth it. Guy was a total tool. Next story. In high school, I worked at a movie theater. Things were slow, and my boss told me to wipe down the poles that holds the ropes that designate where the lines begin. He told me to wipe down those poles. I told him to wipe my pole. Bye-bye job. Next story. I worked at Tiger Direct. I got fired 30 minutes after the store closed as soon as the investigation ended. Someone stole a laptop. They blamed me. Not for stealing it, but for aiding the thief. This was false. I gave the laptop to the cashier and told her it was for that guy. The guy slipped out of line and said, "I forgot one other thing." Came back with a monitor box and placed it beside the laptop to hide it away from the cashier's POV while she was cashing other people out. He swiped the laptop, walked up the greeter at the door and said, "This is my laptop. I was just getting it repaired." The greeter let him go, and off he went on his merry way. Tiger Direct does not have barcode door detectors. The greeter also got fired at the end of the shift, and he was rehired 5 to 6 months later because he has Down syndrome and was going to sue the store. Damn that place. That was my first infraction and was there for 2 years as a service technician. Selling laptops wasn't even my job. I was doing the salesman a favor. The same thing would have happened to anyone, but because I touched the laptop, I was automatically labeled as an aid in theft. Unemployment insurance saw through my boss's bullshit reasoning and compensated me for 9 months of same wage pay. Win. Next story. I used to be a DJ at a strip club downtown, and we had a regular customer who owned a local area sports bar. He offered me a job about once a week, when he was wasted, to come and be a bouncer at his place because I'm also a pretty big guy. Right around Christmas time, I figured that I could use the extra money. So on a whim, I told him that I would work for him for a few weeks on the side. My first night there, he told me that he only had 2 rules. Don't drink on the job, and don't mess with his daughter Shannon, bartender and fellow drunkard. So about 1 week after that, I stayed after hours and had a few cocktails with her and some of the wait staff. And the next morning, I, 22 and virile, wake up to him yelling some foul obscenities and a very naked Shannon, 18 and loose, next to me on a fold-out couch in his living room. I was very fired. Next story. Not me, but a former friend. So this guy had been working as a meat wrapper in the butcher department at Safeway for years. Every now and then, a customer would accuse him of being a creep, trying to peek up skirts and stuff. He was a really nice guy, cripplingly shy, so he had enough clout to get away with it. One day, he was standing behind the seafood counter, pleasure in the open like it was nothing. Some lady shopping for some beef ended up getting an eyeful and reported it to the cops. He tried his usual deny, but ended up confessing. Next story. We were closing down the bar after a big Saturday night, and my boss asked me and someone else to stay, unpaid, for another hour to mop the floor, because the cleaners wouldn't be in the next day. After my boss had exited the room, I turned to my colleague and say, "Damn that. I'm gonna throw a bucket of soap water over it, make a sandwich, and then have a nap on the sofa. The stupid smackhead wouldn't know a clean floor if he was snorting." I turn around laughing and see my boss stood behind me, about to hand me the keys to lock up for the night. Oops. Next story. My cousin did this. He was working at a grocery store as a bagger while working on his undergrad. He's on his PhD in a top uni now. He complained about something or was annoyed at the manager, and she said, "You know you're just a bagger, right?" To which he replied, "And you're just a manager at this shitty grocery store. The difference between us is I won't be here the rest of my life." Next story. It wasn't exactly on the spot, but he overheard my calling him a shaved Wookiee while on lunch. I said some other things, really venting. He was 2 booths behind me at the restaurant. Next day, I had all kinds of free time. Next story. I was accused of mooning a patient at the nursing home I worked at in North Carolina. The girl who accused me thought I had told the boss she was coloring her hair at work on the clock. Wasn't even there the night it happened, and I was fired, while she kept her job and was then promoted a year later. Next story. I registered just so I could tell this story, even though it will probably get buried. Years ago, I got my first job ever working at a Second Cup. They had BlendTech blenders. You know these things. I was so excited because days before I got the job, I watched this guy blend a rake, some marbles, and other crazy things. On maybe me fourth or fifth shift, I noticed one of the milk bags in the fridge was leaking. Instead of putting it in another container, I thought, perfect, let's try out this BlendTech. Not perfect. Before I could say, that was disappointing because it didn't blend, the manager walked out from the back and I was fired. Next story. Used to be a cable repair, install tech, until about a month ago. I came down with a nasty flu and had to miss a few days. First time I called in, neither manager answered their phone, so I left a message with the head manager. Second day, I sent them both an email so I'd have a copy, due to a nagging feeling. Third day, I was still feeling like total crap, so I had to call in one more day, but made mention that I'd be in the day after that. A Saturday, usually known for being pretty busy, no matter what happened. This whole time I hadn't heard from them one bit. No confirmation, no requests, nothing. Finally, that night the head supervisor replied saying I couldn't come in without a doctor's note, and that he was already angry that I hadn't tried contacting them until that day. He had also CC'd a few higher-ups. His reply, I guess to make his attempt to humiliate me as public as possible. So I reply by citing the records on my phone of when I called him and the other supervisor, quoting both emails sent, and also deciding now would be a good time to remind him yet again what my days off were, since I know that he tended to forget and route me anyway. After that, I asked what he wanted me to do since I didn't have a doctor's note. I sent the reply to him and everyone he CC'd. A few hours later, he hadn't responded, so I tried calling him yet again to no avail. The next day, they routed me anyway. In fact, they expected me to do what came out to be 6 hours worth of work in a 3-hour period, along with the rest of my route. I went back to sleep. The secretary called me a couple days later and informed me they had decided to terminate me. As an epilogue, I went to turn my tools in a couple weeks later. I wasn't in any hurry, and the guy was there. He wouldn't even look at me, despite us standing right next to each other and me looking straight at him, waiting for him to say something. I know this'll probably get buried since I always seem to post on these kinds of threads late, but meh. Next story. I'll try and keep this short. I was young, naive, and just got a car. Why not be a delivery boy? Local pizza shop. Owner, an old colleague of my dad, former cop. Second to last delivery of my first and only day as a pizza boy. After the pizza is paid for, I hear an old man crying at the bus stop. It's now 11 p.m. Sir, are you all right? Why are you crying? I'm blind and I don't know where my bus is. I think I missed the last one and I just want to get home. How far do you live? A few blocks down, but I can't go on my own. I'll drive you. Get in. 20 minutes later, we haven't reached his apartment complex. Is there someone I can call? I ask. No, he says. I don't remember the number. My boss starts calling me at that point, demanding to know where I am and why haven't I delivered the pizza that's sitting in my back seat. I ignored his 2 first calls. I pull into his complex at 11:30. Thank you so much, he says through tears. I never would have made it by myself. No problem, I sigh. Have a good night and be safe. As he turns to shimmy through the front door of the local retirement home, I pick up the 3rd call from my boss. I tell him the pizza hasn't been delivered. I got lost. He orders me back to meet him at the customer's house. When I get there, he's storming out of the customer's yard with his own piping hot pizza. I step out and immediately apologize, but I'm interrupted by dodging a pizza box flung at my head. Before I can say anything else, he rips open the passenger side door of my car, finds my travel map, and tears it to shreds. In the process, and between curses, he breaks my indoor light and lightly abuses my rearview mirror. I'm helpless, as he takes all the money I earned for myself and him. If you know what's good for you, he snarls as spit flies into my face, you won't show up tomorrow. I cried on the way home, but smiled in the morning when I remembered that old man. Next story. Unfortunately, or fortunately, this didn't happen to me, but happened to people who worked at my organization. I work for an agency that has a housing counseling department and a weatherization department. The weatherization department was previously made up of felons, degenerates, morons, druggies, and all-around dip crap. I worked in the housing side of things, but have since transitioned in order to write the massive crap show that was our weatherization branch. After our crew guys repeatedly showed up to jobs high, the one guy who didn't smoke reported all of them, causing my executive director to flip a crap and order a drug test for all of them. Obviously, this was bad news for everyone else. When they got to the drug testing place later that week, the guy who reported them, who despite not smoking on the job was a total jerk, found out that the other 5 guys all had somehow gotten clean piss from someone. Not only had they gotten clean piss, and I don't know who they got it from, but in order to sneak it in, since you obviously can't carry it in and they check your pockets, they taped little vials of piss underneath their ball sacks. In order to try to expose them, the guy who ratted on them then tried to initiate a fist fight with the other guys in the damn drug testing place, hoping to somehow dislodge the little piss vials from their balls. The lady working at the clinic flipped a crap, rightfully, and threw them all out, threatening to call the cops. My executive director then found out that a fist fight broke out amongst our crew at the drug testing place, and immediately fired the guy who ratted, as he started it, which was an ironic, massive backfire to his plan. All the other idiots got off scot-free somehow, but inevitably were fired for various other messed-ups within the next few months. The best 2 being when they were so high that they accidentally caulked an old lady's front door completely shut so she couldn't get out, or when they accidentally spray foamed themselves shut inside the underbelly of a trailer. I have no idea how this is even possible. Next story. I used to work at Staples, an office supply store, and one day I was bored as crap, so I decided to make a fort. We used to have this big cage where we kept supplies in the back. There was just enough room to climb on top of it and hang out. So I decided to build a fort up there with empty boxes and styrofoam and whatever I could find. So slowly, day by day, I build this epic fort up, all the while keeping a captain's log of the status of the fort. As time went by, I acquired crew members, and the fort grew to become known as the USS Damn Staples. We were 3 strong and beginning to loot Staples with our new pirate ship. We stole small things like staplers and pens and flash drives. We recorded this all in the captain log. The following is my best recreation of one of the captain log entries. Captain's log entry number 8. Morale, medium high to high. Crew size, 3 men strong. Date, May 15th, 1770. Acting captain, Brody_Broderson. We have seized enemy materials from aisle number 2. Their island is rich in the resources of ink and paper. The men have suggested we create a base fort on island 2 in order to formulate an attack on aisle 3. I will consider such tasks in the morning. For now, we feast on this 1-pound container of cashews looted from the registrars. Tonight, we feast. Captain Brody_Broderson. We feasted and ended up leaving the empty cashew container out, and a manager found it. He then discovered the fort, which was amazing he didn't find it before. He climbed up and found the captain's log and nearly crap. He fired me on the spot, and they made me sign a form that admitted to stealing the cashews. On the form I wrote, I, Captain Brody_Broderson of the USS Damn Staples hereby denounce my role as captain and take full responsibility for stealing cashews from Staples. Damn you. And that was the last time I worked at Staples. Next story. Worked at a gas station on a corner of a busy street in Vancouver. Cars often drove through when turning right in order to get past the light. And one day, a car drove in and stopped for a minute, looking like it was waiting to merge back into the other street when traffic let up. Apparently, it was waiting for me to wave it to the pump, and finally it drove to the pump on its own. Imagine that. They didn't need a wave. And my boss came over upset. I was already pissed at him because he had just made a female coworker cry for a really small issue. He flipped out and yelled at me in front of the customer for not waving them in, and I explained calmly that I thought he was driving through, and he said, I think you should learn to use your brain a little better. And I said, I think you should stop being an asshole to your employees in front of customers. Fired on the spot. Next story. I worked at an Asian buffet for a week. I was in charge of desserts and salads, writing recipes, ordering food, etc. On my 7th day of work, I went to clean the fridge out and noticed a box of broccoli had fallen on the floor, and the broccoli was all over the place. So I picked it up and threw it out. When the owner saw the broccoli in the garbage, he flew into a rage. He then picked all the broccoli out of the garbage, rinsed it quickly, and placed it back in the fridge. I couldn't believe my eyes. We had it out for about 5 minutes before I walked out. Next story. I wasn't fired, and I didn't technically quit. We just pretended I never worked there. Last year, I was finishing up my degree at the University of Illinois, where, like most universities, there was a pita pit. I started delivering for them at the beginning of my last semester, and things were pretty okay. The problem came the day after unofficial, the big campus drunk day celebration of St. Patrick's Day, on an arbitrary non-St. Patrick's Day. I was the only driver for the night. We had 2 the night before and had only a few deliveries. For some reason though, that night demand for shitty pitas was through the roof. A friend who delivered for one of the 3 Jimmy John's on campus said they were running like 12 drivers. By the time I came in for my first delivery, there was 8 deliveries waiting for me. The most I had ever seen at once was 4. I get through those and get back to the shop, where there are no less than 15 deliveries waiting for me. I take them and go. At this point, I know I'm quitting after tonight, so I'm giving people their pitas free because they're cold and an hour and a half old. Before I left, I told the people in the shop to stop taking orders. Well, they didn't pass this on to the shift change, and I get back to the shop and there are 20+ orders that have been sitting on the counter for up to a couple hours. I immediately nope out of there and return with the light-up car topper and my uniform in hand. I cashed out for the night and never spoke to the manager or any other employee. Next story. I was working as a line cook at a fairly busy restaurant. I was the only one scheduled on a Saturday night. The others somehow managed to swing it off. This Saturday was the norm, really, but still busy for one cook to handle alone. I got behind, waitresses cussing me out. Eventually, some asshat costumer came into the kitchen, yelling, "She's been waiting for 30 minutes, etc." I looked at her ticket, 15 minutes only. Told her I'd have it out ASAP. At the time, I cared about the job. Also told her not to come back into the kitchen again. Another costumer decided to mimic the previous one. Same result. As I was finishing both dishes, they both came with 2 extra costumers, screaming, hollering, etc. I had a bag of goldfish crackers under the line, where the plates were stacked. At that time, I had waitresses freaking out on me. The dish boy walked, and my deep fryer kid walked out on me. 3 waitresses, 4-star customers who weren't supposed to be in the kitchen, no line cooks, no other support staff, along with a supply that was dwindling because management didn't order enough damn inventory. In front of them all, I picked off a large vodka bottle, 2 liters in size, but only a quarter or so full, and drank the whole thing in front of them yelling, "You cook the damn crap yourselves, you damn idiot!" Walked out throwing the goldfish crackers at them. Figuring the whole thing was recorded, I could make the case that there was no one, and not one person should be held alone running restaurant of that size. Management disagreed. I was given my last pay and told to never step foot on the premise ever again. 12 months later, they were closed, and I was the executive chef for the new restaurant that took its place. Premises. Damn that crap. I no longer work for that restaurant, but for reasonable reasons. Next story. Working as a milk delivery boy. My job was to sit in the back of the truck, grab the milk as I was told, and run between houses until my hands were empty. Specific orders for specific houses. We communicated via radio headsets. The guy in the truck was the one with the list of what milk goes to which houses, so we relied on him. Third night of training, my headset started malfunctioning. Could only just hear the boss in fits and starts. At one point, jumped out of the truck with 3 bottles of milk, and only caught the first address to deliver to. Thus, couldn't deliver. Run back to the truck, say, "This headset is broken, I can't deliver," he says, out the window. "This job isn't right for you. We don't need you anymore." I put the milk back in the truck and walked the 8 kilometers home. Next story, working for a propane delivery company. Went to pull over into an empty parking lot to take a leak. Get back in the truck to go back to the yard. As soon as I get there, boss calls me over and tells me someone saw my cock when I was peeing. There was a giant neon phone number for the company on the truck. Instantly fired. Next story, my fired on the spot story isn't exciting, but I am amazed at what some people will do just to maintain their power position. I nannied for a very rich family for quite a while. I was young, 18 at the time, but had watched the kids for close to 2 years. Of course, I was still in school at that age, but watched the kids several nights a week during the school year and about 100 hours a week during the summer. These people were like lottery rich and didn't work a real job, so I was the only one watching their kids even during the school year. They were cool. It was a really sweet job. I watched all 4 kids under the age of 5, cooked, cleaned, and did laundry for a pretty low wage, $6 an hour. They treated me really well, paid me over my agreed-upon wage pretty routinely. They knew my boyfriend at the time told me I could have him over any time. He could stay the weekend while they were out of town. I loved the kids like my own, taught them all kinds of things, always had art projects for them, etc. It was generally a sweet arrangement for everyone involved. One year I told them I wanted to spend Valentine's Day going out with my boyfriend and wouldn't be able to watch the kids that night. The dad told me not to come back. I had been with their kids all that time, had taken care of the youngest since just days after his birth, etc. He didn't try to explain, "Hey, I had big plans for that night. Can we work something out?" or anything like that. Just, "If you can't work that night, don't come back." I never saw the kids again. Next story. Got fired for calling the speaking clock on speakerphone. I was working in an architect's office. Times were tough, and I had to have 3 interviews for the job. But that's another story. I eventually got hired. A few weeks into the job, my boss called me over and told me I had to be more punctual, as I was supposed to be at my drawing board at 9 a.m. on the dot. He told me I was always between 5 to 10 minutes late. I was confused by this, as I pride myself on being on time. I then discovered that my boss and the jerk office manager both set their watches 10 minutes fast for some reason. That evening, I called the speaking clock from my apartment and verified that my watch was set to the correct time. Next morning, I arrive in 10 minutes before 9 a.m. At 8:58, I ask my boss and the office manager what time it was. They both said it was 9:10 a.m. I dial the speaking clock and put it on speakerphone as loud as possible. At the signal, it will be 9 a.m. Beep is heard by everyone in the office. All the other office staff try to hide their grins behind their hands. I hang up and continue working. Boss and office manager go into the conference room. 5 minutes later, I'm called in. "We don't appreciate your attitude. It's best that you leave the office now and don't come back." I packed up my stuff and walked out into the bright morning sunshine with a smile on my face. Found myself an early pub and got drunk. Glory days. Next story. Not exactly getting fired per se, but one of my managers was removed. On with the story. The store I was working in was hiring a new manager, and a part of the process was to give them a test shift in the store to see how well they work, etc. So this new manager, who knows nothing about how the particular store ran, started telling people what to do, and within a matter of minutes, the place was in complete disarray. And with perfect timing that the gods themselves could not muster, he starts screaming at me just as the area manager walks into the store. The area manager is the guy who hired me a couple of months before. Anyhow, he calms him down, and the guy apologizes to me, and all is well and good. About an hour later, these 2 regular customers, who happened to be police officers, came in and ordered their usual, but then pulled me aside, asking about the new guy. I told them his name, and the looks on their faces were that of a cliff face. Almost all humor those guys had just drained away. They proceed to ask me if there was somewhere private where they could talk to him, but alas, we were in the middle of a lunch rush, and the only free space was the freezer. So they pull the guy aside into the middle of a busy restaurant, ask him a few questions, then arrest him. Never saw him again. Got a call the next day from the police asking me to go through his bag. I found a black book, every page filled with people's names, credit card details, phone numbers, and addresses. Interesting day at work, I have to say. Next story. Didn't happen to me, but to a friend of mine. I'll try to do it justice. He wrote a script that got a lot of attention in Holly, and he got a bunch of calls to see if he would become a staff writer on a few different TV shows. So he goes in to see a TV bigwig, and as he sits down to interview, the guy hits a button under the desk, and behind him, the door to the office automatically shuts and locks itself. My friend looks back at the door, then at the exec and says, "Are you going to take advantage of me?" The exec stares at him for a long second before saying, "I don't think this is going to work out." Next story. So this'll get buried, but hell, and it's not about me. I was with a Japanese friend at a Denny's when he asked for some steak sauce. The waiter then pointed to the soy sauce on the side of the table. My friend said, "That's soy sauce," in which the waiter replied, "That's your steak sauce." We called over the manager, and he was fired on the spot. Not our intention, as we just wanted some A1 sauce. Next story. I had a friend who worked at Dunkin' Donuts and was accused of stealing. He never stole a dime and flipped out and threw a coffee pot against the wall and said, "There's your 2 weeks' notice." Turns out they accused the wrong guy of stealing and they apologized. But he quit anyway. Next story. I work as an English teacher in South Korea. My first school was a private academy. The first year was pretty great, but the school hired a new accountant around the same time as me. I paid into the National Pension Fund for 3 months, which is required by law. The new accountant used a loophole and said I don't need to pay pension, which my school has to match. I didn't think this was correct, but he was an accountant. Fast forward 1 year. My school has become a crap hole to work for. Myself and other teachers look into Korean law and find that they have to pay us pension. We tell them that they have to pay us pension. They say they will if we take a $50 pay cut a month. The new teachers agree. We say, damn that. So myself and 3 other teachers submit our payslips to the National Pension Office. They investigate and find our school was illegally denying us pension. The school knows it was me and my coworkers. Technically could not fire us, but they gave us extra work hours and then asked us if we would terminate our contracts with them early. Bottom line is, we messed the school over, and they had to pay almost $20,000 to back pay our pension plus penalties for not paying us. My pension amount comes to about $3,000 that I can receive next time I leave Korea. They tried to damn us, so we messed them twice as hard, and I got to leave that shitty school early with pro-rated benefits. Plane ticket plus severance pay. Damn hagwons. Next story, not my story, but a friend told me a story he saw happen to his coworker. These 2 old ladies, white, are walking around in circles, and the coworker, black, asks if she can help them. The 2 old women immediately start flinging racial slurs at her and telling her that they don't want her help. My friend, white, trying to pacify the situation, offers to help and tells his coworker to just brush it off, that they aren't worth getting angry at. But no, the coworker wasn't going to take the insults lying down. She started arguing with them, and eventually this drew the attention of their boss, and she was fired, even after she explained the situation. But that's not the end of the story. The coworker leaves before the old women do, and the moment they step into the parking lot, she comes out from around the corner and punches these old racist women square in the face, knocking them ass over tea kettle, and then takes off in her car. When the cops did an investigation, the manager denied that the event ever happened, and that the woman was in the process of being fired in his office when the supposed assault took place. She got rehired. Next story. I was working at a movie theater and had put in my 2 weeks' notice 1 week and 6 days before. On my last day on the job, I spill a huge tub of ketchup on the floor by accident and said crap a little too loudly. The manager then made me come to his office, told me that cursing in front of customers was not allowed, and my history of bad judgment was grounds to fire me. And so, even on my last day, he proceeded to fire me and tried to get me to sign a piece of paper saying that I have done this in the past and have been written up multiple times. I told him to show me the write-ups, since I had never been written up or in trouble before. After a half hour sitting there, he comes back, says that he can't find them right now, but that I'm still fired and need to sign the piece of paper. I was pissed at his attitude and didn't care because I was starting a job at a hospital for $3 more an hour and just wrote, "Damn you," on the signature line and walked out. 2 weeks later, when I went to pick up my final paycheck, I came in my new work uniform. The same manager was working. It was a little awkward until he asked me, "Do you miss this job yet?" "No, I make more money than you now." Signed the pay sheet and haven't been back since. Next story. I took a new position at an IT shop that seemed pretty legit during the interview. All is well. But after a few days, I get asked to do something rather sketchy. Install pirated Windows on business machines. That's quite illegal and could cost me my Microsoft certs. So I pushed back. The owner says, "If you don't install that software, consider yourself fired." I politely said, "Works for me. You can take this job and shove it up your ass." Called the business and told them what was going on, and they immediately fired him as their IT contractor, and word slowly spread around town. Last time I checked, he had to close up shop. The company I left to go work for this other company immediately hired me back, and I was able to bring a good portion of the sketchy company's clients with. Next story. Years ago I worked as a temp, sweeping floors in a factory. There were quite a lot of women working there, and the boss was constantly making sexual suggestions towards them. At a certain point, he tapped his fat belly and said, "Good tools are stored under a roof," on which I remarked that nothing grows in the shadow. That was my last day. Next story. My manager at Sport Check was on break and wanted a chocolate bar from the vending machine, but she didn't have any change. A coworker decided to help her out by reaching into the bottom of the machine and pulling one out. As he handed her the chocolate bar, she replied, "You're fired." Next story. This is more of a quitting on the spot story, but it's a favorite of mine. So a friend of mine got a job at Taco Bell in high school. 3 hours into his first shift, they asked him to take out the trash to the dumpster out back. So he did, but as he was walking out there, he realized that he hated the job and was parked right next to the dumpster. So after disposing of the trash, he just got in his car and drove away. Didn't go back inside or say a word to anyone, just left with the trash and never came back. Next story. I was a co-owner of a coffee shop, and we both pulled shifts behind the counter making drinks with the employees. One day, some guy orders an iced toddy. We make the drink to the usual specs. He complains it isn't strong enough. I tell him that it will cost extra to add a toddy shot. He says to do it. I add the shot and announce the new, higher price. He then shoves the drink across the counter at me and says it still isn't strong enough. I add another shot, free, in order to get him out of there and off my back. Re-announce the price. He then pushes the drink across the counter back at me and says, "I'm not paying for this crap." It was summer and hotter than hell behind that counter. I'd done my best to please him, even throwing in a free shot. I snap. I throw the iced drink into his chest and shout, "Well then you can go damn yourself with the cup." He storms out. I immediately find my biz partner and tell her what happened. She says I'm never to work the counter again. We had to start another axillary business for me to put my share of work into. Next story. Working at local ISP, Internet Help Desk. Way below my qualifications, but they had sweet benefits and discount football tickets. Anywho, every Friday was jeans and t-shirt day. About 6 weeks in, I showed up on a Friday ready for my usual overnight on the help desk, when my dipshit of a floor manager comes over and starts questioning me about my jeans. I asked him why he was asking me about it, because everyone else was wearing jeans that night. He says, "I thought it was only one Friday a month." Then he decided to try and argue with me about my knowledge. I was already pissed at this point when he asked, "Which port number do you use for HTTP traffic?" I said to him. "The same port that we all use for your mom's asshole." Needless to say, I was done within 30 seconds. Official release letter stated cause of release as, Mr. Landingbird did not enjoy his career choice. Next story, 2 years ago. It was my second job. I was working as a cashier at Pick and Save. Someone who was in my line left 2 big packages of bottled water on the bottom of their cart. I didn't catch it, nor did the person bagging, so they got out without paying for them. I was taken to the back room by security. They asked me if I knew what it was about, and I had no idea. They told me what happened and proceeded to call the police on me. I was fired, given a 303.00 ticket, and arrested. They cuffed me, pretty forcefully actually, as if a 17-year-old 95-pound girl posed a huge threat to them, and walked me out in front of everybody. I eventually got the retail theft charge dropped from my record, under the circumstance that I pay the 303.00 ticket. The attorney told me if you lose the company money in any way, excluding injury, it was a completely valid reason to press charges against a person. It was enough to make me strongly dislike large companies. A whole lot. Next story. This may be too late for the show. I was a pre-TSA airport screener. I missed an OPT, operational test piece. Basically, a big chunk of metal in the shape of a gun. It was on the body of fat guy on his upper inner thigh. I'm not sure if I went too fast, or not high enough up his crotch, or if I had actually turned on my wand, but I did not hear my wand beep. My district manager calmly walked up to my direct supervisor, spoke something to her. My supervisor called me over to her desk, where the district supervisor informed me of my mistake, and simultaneously informed me of their new zero-tolerance policy for DOT testing failures, and fired me in front of all of my coworkers. The company was looking to be taken in by the TSA. I hated working airport security, so it wasn't all bad. I did manage to get pity sex from a coworker later that night. Next story. I was smoking on my smoke break in the smoking area. Apparently the owner was in town and did not approve. I think I'm doing this wrong. This story sucks. Next story. I have a concession business where I set up at different locations and sell food. Having odd hours and dates, sometimes it's hard to find workers. One place I set up regularly has catering staff, and I hired one of their guys for a weekend. He seemed like a nice kid and was recommended by the manager of the catering company. As I was coming back to my booth from a restroom break, I rounded the corner and saw him stuff a $20 bill in his pocket. I opened the cash register and gave him his total hourly wage he had earned, minus $20 to him, and told him to get lost, because I can't have a crook working for me. Just at that moment, the manager of the catering company walked by and asked what was going on. I told him he stole money and was no longer wanted. The manager looked at him and said, "I recommended you over 30 different people. I can't have a thief working for me either. You're fired." The kid managed to get fired from 2 jobs within 20 seconds. Next story. Wasn't me, but a friend of mine got fired from an A&W for writing, "I am making a mess in ketchup on the counter." He then went through the drive-thru and tried to order his job back. Next story. I had to show a new employee how to run the cleaning system. He tells me he has the place all worked out. Me. Huh? Him. The people in the office are idiots. I can hide back here and just look busy all day. Later, he asked me to punch him back in from lunch because he is going to be back late. I was humored throughout the morning by him, so I, waiting till he arrived back from his hour-and-a-half lunch break, to fire him. It was my family's business. Total of 10 employees, and my father was the idiot he referred to in the office. Had another employee break into my car and steal my wallet on his first day. He never showed up for his second day of work. I acquired photos of him using my gas and bank card. He called the next week and asked if he was being paid for his partial day of work. I arranged a time for him to come in. He was met by a police officer in my office. Pure win when he attempted to run and was taken out screaming. Next story. Not me, but a friend. He was working stage crew at the Metropolitan Opera House in NYC. His job was to change the slides on the projector during the show. I think it was one of the Ring Cycle operas, IIRC, and when he went to change it, he put in the wrong slide. So he finally fixes his gigantic messed up in front of a whole audience, and as he's getting down from the ladder, his boss shows up to ask what's going on. No sooner does he start explaining when the director of the opera comes backstage and begins to tell his boss that he better find that damn and fire his ass. ASAP. So his boss, instead of selling him out, goes, "As soon as I find him, I swear I will," and the director leaves. Then he turns to my friend and goes, "So I've got some bad news." Next story. Was 16 at the time. Had to take a 30-minute break by the 5-hour mark per child labor law. Manager forgot. Gave me the break during lunch rush. I was starving. I had been there since 7, but we had to let all the customers order first if we were on our break. No, just making your own damn food. That's heinous. It took all of 20 minutes, so I scarfed down my food, ran outside, and hopped in my car to smoke. Ran the engine because it was so damn cold. Manager came out at the 31-minute mark, screaming at me. I explained I had to stand in the lobby for 20 minutes to get something to eat, that I'd be in just a second. She continued to scream at me, yanked the cig out of my mouth. I put the car in first, drove off. Not sure if I quit or was fired, though. Next story. Didn't get fired, but ultimate interview moment. So it's the first day, sign this form, blah, blah, blah. This is the break room, blah, blah, blah. Me and the new kid Chris and the manager Peter are sitting at the break table signing papers. I needed to put my SIN down, cards in the wallet. The night before, me and some friends smoked and I sandwiched the remains in my wallet. I whip it out and it flops open onto the table. Substances spilling out everywhere. Peter and Chris are deep in convo, but the old Philippine lady by the microwave saw the whole thing. She slams the button on the top of the fan in the corner of the room to start moving. Fan blows away all the substances that went everywhere, and I grab the wrap and throw it into my pocket. Never met her in my life before then. She was the best person to work with. Next story. Worked at a Sonic about 6 years back. We had a blind guy who lived in an apartment complex across the street. He'd walk over to get lunch almost every day. I was outside car hopping when someone hit him and drove off. I dropped the food, ran inside, grabbed a cook, and sprinted to the middle of the street to help the guy out. Boss yells after us that we're fired if we leave. Oh, damn. Well, right? Anyway, we were rehired 30 minutes later when they got their crap together, and I got a $30 tip from some lady who saw the whole thing. The poor man died, though. Next story. Told this one before, and it's not mine, but my aunt's. Back in the 70s, she worked at a steak and ale. Her good friend was just promoted to a waiter from busboy, and a fairly large family came in. He served them for over 2 hours, pretty much busting his ass making sure they had everything they could possibly need. Well, after they finished, he came back to see that they left a 10-cent tip. Naturally, he was furious, so he ran outside and threw the dime at their car. Well, the father gets out of the car and complains, and he is demoted back to being a busboy. My aunt then asked their boss to reconsider, seeing as how it was completely unfair, given that the customers were being total asshats. She was fired on the spot. Next story. I was a director of marketing at a mortgage company about 10 years back. We had a new hire doing our blast emailing for us, and the system was a little behind the times. It involved a lot more manual work and repetition than it should have. Basically, each account executive had a separate list of their brokers, so the temp had to start an email for each account exec, select their email list, and then paste in the subject line, Well, at some point, she accidentally copied a line from an IM conversation to her girlfriend into her clipboard, and that became the subject line that went out to about 30,000 customers with our account exec's name in the sender field. What is it about seeing girls eat pussy that turns guys on so much? Next story. Worked at a call center which used cloak and dagger techniques to sell green electricity. We would call up pretending to be doing so on behalf of the government, then sell them green electricity which was actually only 10% green. I went into a meeting with the boss to explain I would no longer do outbound calls, only inbound, because the outbound calls were immoral. I was fired on the spot. Next story. Not me, but I have a friend I used to work for who got fired like 3 to 4 times from our job. We worked at a moving company. One time he dropped a lady's hot tub down a hill and it rolled into a lake and was forever lost. Got fired. Couple months later, boss man needed more labor. Brought him back. Second time, I paid him to fight the boss man. He got fired on the spot. Third time, he told one of the customers that one of the other guys we worked with was banging his cousin. The other guy was banging his own cousin, to clarify. Anyways, I guess he's laughing now because he went on to play football for the Arizona Cardinals 2 months later. Funny stuff. Next story. I used to write horoscopes for my college newspaper. For fun, I would occasionally write things like, "Today, you will be mugged by a homeless man, only to fall in love with his ruffian ways." The editor would always catch these things and make me fix them. It was a joke we had. Well, one day my prediction for Rez was, "Your substances smuggling ring will be uncovered today by your true love, who it turns out shares not only a love of the Strokes, but a gender with you as well. She will bring you flowers in chino." For whatever reason, this one printed, and the editor denied that we ever had a game in the first place. So, long story short, I wasn't in charge of horoscopes anymore. Next story. Boss found out I actually intended for my temp job to be temporary. Everyone else working there was there for the long haul, even though they were hired through a temp agency, so they got low pay and no benefits. Word got out I was actually quitting in a week. Boss told me I don't need to come next week. I was like, sweet. He wasn't mean at all about it. The company was just taking advantage of people, and I felt awesome having worked there under the assumption that they were going to take advantage of me, when I was actually taking advantage of them. Everyone there, chemical packing plant, thought I was weird because I would read books on my lunch break. Next story. I worked at Arby's, and I hated it. One day, while the manager was out, I decided that I was going to get myself fired. I grabbed a puppet out of her office. To this day, I have no idea why it was there, and proceed to handle the drive-thru in a cartoon voice and serve orders. The manager walked in as I was handing out a bag of food, took the puppet, and told me to go home. On the way out the door, I grabbed a handful of curly fries and stuffed them in my face. Next story. At the college I went to, I broke a chair by accident at work one night. I went ahead and threw it away in a dumpster and cleaned up the mess, and thought nothing of it. The next day I worked, I had forgotten about it, and the university police wanted to have me arrested for destroying property and endangering the lives of others. Needless to say, I was fired, but didn't get charged with anything, but was required to pay back the cost of the chair and do 30 hours of community service. Seriously. You think colleges are hurting for money? Break something and you'll really see how low they'll go to get money out of you. Next story. Okay, so I worked at a grocery store and had the most idiot boss imaginable. He had a very distinct nasally voice, and so me and my coworker would often impersonate him to each other, because working at a grocery store is incredibly boring. One day, during a giant snowstorm, I hear from behind me in a nasally voice, "Hey, how would you like to go gather the carts?" Assuming it was my friend, I answered, "Hey, how would you like to suck my..." Turns out it wasn't my friend. Next story. A buddy of mine worked at Walmart for a while. The managers aren't known for being exceedingly intelligent, and one assigned him 2 jobs at once. Figuring he needed to just get them done in sequence, he chose the easier one and set to work. Well, you see, the manager walks by and notices my buddy. He then proceeds to yell at him for not doing his job and fires him then and there. Turns out he was supposed to do both jobs at once. Next story. Also not my story, but a friend's. He had just gotten a bartending position at a restaurant, and the manager leaves for the day. His coworkers tell him that as part of his initiation, he has to chug a beer from the tap. He gets under it, begins to drink, and his manager, who had forgotten something, decides to walk into the room and promptly fires him. Worked for a grand total of 6 minutes. Next story, not me, but a guy I know worked as a server for a fairly high-class restaurant, Clubhouse. He forgot to put in a table's order for about 15 minutes. He apologized to them, and they were totally cool with it. But when he asked his manager to put the food in as rush, his manager said, "Sure, but you don't work here anymore." And so now he delivers for another restaurant. Next story. Got fired because my boss refused to believe that his wife couldn't learn Photoshop from me. After a month, she still had to have someone show her where to start the pen tool. Her real job was a makeup artist. Go figure. Next story. Man, this post is horrible to read. Why doesn't America have some sort of unfair dismissal system? If I was a permanent employee of any business in Australia, and my boss tried to fire me for some of the reasons that you people have been fired for, they'd get reamed by the Fair Work Ombudsman. Next story. Short story. I was working at a daycare center as an assistant. I brought in my guitar one day to play some songs for the children. My superior decided to complain to my management, and I was let go the next day. Next story. I used to work at a Dairy Queen, and this guy we worked with got fired because he forgot to clean the milkshake Blizzard spindle after making a milkshake with hallucinogenic mushrooms. Those kids probably had the best Blizzard they have ever had. What's the worst reason someone got fired from your job? Next story. A husband and wife both worked in the same building. The security guys noticed some shenanigans going on in their car in the parking lot of the course of several days. HR gets a call, reviews the tape, and sure enough, they're having sexy time in the parking lot after lunch. HR calls them in and basically says, "Hey you guys, this is no big deal, but could you guys not have sex in the parking lot? Somebody might see, and that would be bad." The husband acts bewildered and claims he doesn't know what HR is talking about, so they go to the tape. Sure enough, it's the wife and her supervisor going to town in the couple's car. The husband goes nuts and demands that heads roll. Wife and her supervisor are fired that day. Next story. She didn't get fired, but I did watch over the slow course of weeks as an assistant manager talked her way into an official write-up and burned down any hope of career advancement she had over a pair of crappy boots. See, the place I was working at had a dress code. Only thing the company reliably provided was a shirt with the logo and your name on it. Pants, shoes, socks, etc. That was to be provided by the employee within certain parameters. The exception to this was delivery drivers, who received winter boots on the company dime. Since their job involves driving out to muddy construction sites, that makes sense. A female driver gets hired in at our store one day, and boots are ordered for her. The smallest size available in our catalog, too big. So they sit in the back room for a few weeks. One day, the manager notices the assistant is now wearing them. He explains to her that he doesn't actually care about her taking the boots, but that she needs to not wear them to work. None of the people who report to her get their footwear provided by the company, and she makes more than they do. That's an optics of leadership thing. So don't wear them to work, but they're hers if she wants them. She comes in the next day wearing them. She explains that she doesn't need a pair of boots for home, as she has cute ones that she doesn't want to mess up at work. He reiterates that this isn't really the point he was making, and that she needs to either return them or not wear them at work. She emails his boss, thinking the manager's just being a jerk. After all, one of the part-time delivery drivers, technically her subordinate, suggested she try them and take them. That's basically being given permission, right? Regional manager explains via email that she could, in theory, be fired for taking the boots. Realistically, no one cares, but the manager's right about the optics. Uses some specific analogy. Separately, he meets in person at the regional office with the manager for pre-scheduled review. Naturally, this bizarre situation comes up. Regional manager uses the same analogy on store manager, which prompts him to use it himself when the discussion comes up again the following day, with the assistant continuing to maintain that she was in the right. Consistent messaging from multiple layers of management? No. This is evidence that she's being ganged up on and conspired against. So she emails her boss's boss, looking for an ally in her fight. He immediately wonders why the hell someone is trying to loop him in on a store-level disciplinary issue, and informs the layers of management below him that she needs to be written up for insubordination and return the boots to prevent any action from being taken, her misappropriation of company property. So now she has a relatively serious disciplinary action in her file, bad blood with 3 layers of management, and everyone who could promote her to running her own store, rightfully, thinks she's both a terrible leader and kinda stupid. She ended up quitting shortly after. Next story. For having a criminal record. From a crime he committed 30 years ago. He was 50, had a rough childhood, and had just managed to get his life back together. He had worked for this company for close to 2 years and was by far the hardest worker in that factory. He would output at least twice as much product per day as the next best person. He took time off to get married, and regional management enacted a blanket rule, and the branch management said nothing. I learned a hard lesson that day. Companies have no loyalty towards their employees. He went on to work for their competitors 2 blocks away and was given a pay rise, so at least it worked out okay for him. Next story, our cart dude was a racist asshole who always tried to provoke, usually random, people into fighting him. He'd accidentally knock displays over and then say, "I ain't cleaning that up," and walk away. Management tried to fire him several times, but for whatever reason, the union always stepped in to protect him. He was finally fired and escorted off the premises after he threatened to beat the floral manager because she complained that he was bothering her. Next story, guy was fired for stealing from the register. We were all surprised since he was well-liked and a hard worker. Few months later, I was helping the manager clean behind the cash wrap. When we got to the register that employee used most often and popped out the cash drawer, we found a handful of 20s behind it. Turned out that bills were getting caught and dragged behind the till. Next story. Dude at work was a known thief, just hadn't been caught by the supervisors. One day he's walking out with some zip ties sticking out of his lunchbox, and an engineer walking by asked if he paid for those. Dude said no. Then engineer brought it up to his supervisor in a meeting, and they fired the thief right then. It was fantastic. Dude lost a damn good $30+ HR welding job, with all the benefits, over $10 worth of zip ties. Next story, me. I was 17 and working in a commercial landscaping job. My whole team smoked on site, and I almost took part. Kind of scared me that I'd come so close, so I stopped showing up, but didn't want to dob them in, since it would be obvious it was me. Not the most pleasant bunch of people. I got a call one morning from a furious manager saying if I didn't come in today, that I shouldn't bother coming back at all. Probably the best decision of my life. Next story. Maintenance guy got fired at least 5 times for harassment. I lost count after that. Groped an employee, groped a customer, called the girl working the portrait studio a jerk after she refused to give his number, among other things. He was also a crappy employee anyway. Always would go on trash rounds to get garbage from the registers, which wasn't something maintenance generally needed to do, mainly so he could flirt with the girls and get close to them. He liked to go to the bars and check out the girls, would talk to me about it and make creepy comments. I wasn't interested in the normal things he talked about, so that was what was left. He was also off duty, half hour before his shift ended every day, so sat in the break room. Also acted like he was working when he went to get lunch and clocked out after getting back. Would also take extra breaks amidst cleaning the break room. If we had free food, he would clean the back room constantly and stash food in the fridge. Was really annoying when management would spring for better food, but try to limit it. His sister is a lawyer and brother is a social worker. The maintenance guy is a bit slow. The siblings would make a huge stink and threaten lawsuits, and Walmart would just hire him back. The dude is well aware of his actions though, so it's not an excuse. The thing that got him fired was shitting himself in the break room, making a big scene about not cleaning it up, and changed seats to finish his lunch. Next story. Mechanic of 32 years got fired for disabling the RF entry card readers on the backside of the warehouse, so he could throw parties in it after warehouse hours. Nobody batted an eye until they mistakenly invited the plant manager to it. Next story. Don't know if it's the worst, but it's certainly the dumbest. Small, late-stage startup. Small U.S. staff. Me, account management, tech support, CFO, CEO. CEO is doing sales, but CFO, who is new, recommends we hire someone for that. So we do. Guy was a train wreck. Regularly low-key racist. Frequently made comments about the gay agenda, and how it was okay for him to use homophobic slurs because he had a gay friend. Once laid into me in front of the CEO and CFO when I refused to lie to a prospective client about the viability of our product for their situation, and was shocked when the COS backed me instead of him. But sales guy didn't get fired for any of that. No, he got fired because, on a trade show trip, he shared a cab back to the hotel with me and the CFO. On the way, a butt tipsy from dinner, he suggested we head to a strip club or get some prostitutes. CFO and I decline, so sales guy whips out his phone, finds a girl on Craigslist, and calls her up, haggles with her for the rest of the cab ride, talks her down in price, and gives her the name of the hotel. Next morning, we're back on the trade show floor with the CEO. and sales guy starts openly complaining that the prostitute never showed. Called her all kinds of names too. That he was fired for as soon as we got back to the office. Next story, we had the New Year's party, alcohol involved, and a guy started hitting on a big boss HR who came to visit our country from the headquarters during that period of time. She tactically rejected him, but he started talking crap about her and, wait for it, then he damn threatened her. Next story, guy at a big retailer drank a bottle of wine in his car during his break and then returned to work. He got the wine sleepies and decided it was a good idea to nap in one of the display beds in the furniture department. That probably would have been bad enough, but the thing is, nobody noticed him there. Security locked and armed the building and everyone went home. Fast forward to 3 a.m. and the alarms are going off and security was called in for an intruder. He had woken up and started wandering through the store. Security and cops just let him leave. Fast forward again until 8 a.m. and I, then the loss prevention manager, get called upstairs because the managers found a pair of shoes at the foot of a slept-in bed, which was also soaked through with urine. $4,000 in damages, and the most awkward conversation later, he denied being drunk and almost got to keep his job on a technicality. Next story, got a few. Really stupid guy put his foot under edge of a bin of wire, weighing in at around 2 tons, as it was being set down. Said he wondered what it would feel like. Had a guy tell a woman, "Those some nice boobs you got there. What size are they?" Work there 30 plus years, lose you job in like 5 seconds. We have gas pumps at work for fleet and maintenance vehicles. A guy got a 2-gallon gas can of gas and set it by the back door. Took it at the end of the day. Next day fired for theft of company property. Pisser is, had he asked for it, they would have let him have it. This was 93-ish, so gas was about 1.30 a gallon. Guy came in off his gourd. Was a good kid for the most part, but had some personal issues. Was self-medicating. We have pretty good insurance and decent pay. Thought he was getting his crap together pretty good. Was a good welder and worker. It wasn't hard to tell he was wasted. Was having difficulty walking in a straight line. Could barely stand up. Insisted he had to come in. Can't miss work. He may have been out of PTO. Think leadership was trying to give him a break by not noticing. Plausible deniability. About 2 hours into shift, security and plant manager escort him up front and police arrest him. He apparently ran a woman off the road on the way to work. She was okay. Not intentionally, just due to being so out of it. That is just what happened. Not excusing it. Do stupid crap, it's on you. Don't know what happened to him. Nobody really knew him outside of work. Hope he got his life together. Next story. I was working on a ship a few years back, and we had one employee who is already on thin ice for a few small things. He was also within his 90-day new hire probationary period, so it was made clear to him that he should be very conscious of the rules. One of the big rules when working on ships is not to be late for the all-aboard time. It's a huge rule, and generally results in serious disciplinary action, usually termination. Anyhow, this guy is late for all aboard one day, and I get the call from security who are about to notify the captain that we're short 1 crew member. They call me to see if I know where he is, or know who might have been with him ashore to see if they know anything about his whereabouts. Nobody knows where he is though, and they notify the captain. In these circumstances, it is the usual procedure to have HR get his passport and leave it with the port office so that the ship can still sail on time. There are massive fees for staying in port longer, plus fuel costs go way up if the ship has to go faster to make up for delays. So, just as they're about to hand the passport over to the port agent, the guy comes strolling up to the gangway. When asked why he was so late, he said he would have been back in time, but he'd forgotten his jacket at the pub he'd gone to for lunch and didn't realize it until he was almost back to the ship. He decided to walk back to the pub to get the jacket, knowing it would make him late and knowing what the consequences would likely be. He could have just called the restaurant and asked them to hold it for him, as we were scheduled to be back in that same town only a week later. Instead, he lost his job and got sent home. Next story, told to us by the IT security officer at my place of work at the time. Mary and Jane work in the same department and become friends. So much so, they do things with each other's families outside of work. Mary and Jane have a falling out and are no longer friends. Mary figures out Jane's password. It was something simple like Jane's kid's name plus birth date, and starts logging into the company network under Jane's account and starts poking around. Jane is somehow unaware of this. Fast forward a few weeks. There's an actual problem where those users that are off-site are unable to dial into the work network remotely. Mary had the day off, was trying to log into Jane's account from home, but was unsuccessful. Mary actually calls the help desk, masquerading as Jane, to report the problem of not being able to log in from home. Help desk tells Mary Jane that they're aware of the problem, but they do open a ticket. Maybe you know where this is going? Like many places, if you have a help desk ticket created by you, you receive an email to your account saying, "Ticket number 12345 has been opened concerning XYZ, etc." Well, Jane is at work that day and receives that automatically generated email. Jane knows she didn't open a ticket, so she calls the help desk herself, asking what's going on. Tapes are pulled of the first phone call to the help desk that created the ticket. Interested parties listen to the tape, which I believe included Mary and Jane's manager. We were told Mary had a very distinct voice, so she was able to be identified easily. Mary gets pulled into a meeting the next time she's at work. One question asked of her, "Did you see Jane's pay stub?" Something you could see on our intranet. Mary answers she may have accidentally seen one or two. It took 4 or 5 deliberate clicks to get to seeing your pay stub, so not an accident, and Mary was immediately fired. Next story. An employee came to me, supervisor, and told me that he wanted to give his 2 weeks notice because he didn't feel like he was growing enough in his position. It was a restaurant, and he had been there for about a month. I told him that it was fine, and I'd phase him out of the schedule. I mentioned this to a friend of mine who was also a supervisor there. My friend's face turned red. He immediately called the guy to the office and basically said, "I heard you were giving your 2 weeks notice. You can just grab your jacket and get out right now." I was kind of shocked. Then after the guy left, my friend told me that one of the servers was effectively being stalked by this guy. He had been parking his car behind the restaurant and waiting for her shifts to end, and the rumors were that he even followed her home a few times. I didn't know anything about it. Nobody had mentioned it to me. I sort of thought the kid was a decent guy for the most part. Anyway, about 2 weeks later, the same kid parked his car outside the restaurant and started prank calling the restaurant's number and a couple of the other staff that were working that day. I ended up having to call the police and had him removed from the property. Next story. This guy at my old job had a crush on another one of our coworkers. It was really obvious, and as time went on, it got more and more intense and uncomfortable. It got to the point where she started having panic attacks at work whenever they were on shift together. So she approached management and asked if she could not be rostered on with him anymore. Management agreed, and everything was fine for a while. The guy was a little depressed because he mysteriously never got to work with his crush anymore, but we thought it was good for him because he seemed to have dialed it back a bit and wasn't so obsessive. Unfortunately, we were wrong, because when it somehow got back to him that she had requested to not work with him anymore, he went damn crazy. He made a fake Instagram account in her name, adding all her coworkers and stealing pictures from her Facebook and uploading them with awful captions that contained super racist and messed up slut-shaming language. It was so awful. Then he posted a picture of the CEO of the company and wrote a long, insulting, ranting caption, tagged said CEO, as well as a bunch of people from upper and middle management. Happily, no one ever for 1 second thought it was a real Instagram account, as it was so obviously a revenge-driven smear campaign. The main suspect was also pretty obvious. He was very quickly fired, and also banned from ever coming into the building again. Next story. Worked at Lowe's Home Improvement for a year in high school. I used to work in the outside lawn and garden department. One day they hired a second person for my department. He was a lazy guy, just stood around, barely did anything. By second week, he started signing up for all the opening shifts at 5 a.m. every day. I was fine with it because I honestly did not like going that early, and that shift usually had to stock up and move the products to the front. By the end of third week, I started noticing empty shelves, and manager getting pissed off at me during the evening for the empty shelves, and why the new stock wasn't put up. So I started restocking once my shift started, and again clean up at closing. Fast forward 5 to 6 days on a weekend, I go to the store with family to get some stuff. I walk by my department, and the other guy is not there. I checked the schedule, and he was supposed to be there. He even time-stamped in at like 4:50 a.m. I walk through the department, and the aisles look empty. It looked like they hadn't been restocked since I did it yesterday. I honestly thought he checked in and left. As I am going through the patio furniture area to go to the front, I noticed one of the gazebo has its curtains closed. They are supposed to be open to show the furniture display inside. I go to open it and find the other employee sleeping inside. It all made sense why he signed up for all the morning shifts and nothing got done. Took a picture with my phone, showed it to the store manager who fired him on the spot. The manager literally walked up to him and woke him up to tell him he is fired. Next story. Alright, so I worked at a wireless retailer, and it was privately owned, so we were an authorized retailer. Anyways, we had this one guy who usually worked at our other location, but would fill in randomly at our location to help out on busy days, usually the weekend. My store was also the home office for our CEO, who owned our 3 stores. My store had 4 employees in it, me, another dude, and 2 girls. One Friday evening, I'm working with one of the girls, and here comes dude from the other store. He wasn't scheduled and showed up about 4 hours till closing time. I was due to get off in 2 hours, and she was to close the store. It wasn't a busy night, so we only scheduled one closer. I text CEO and ask him what's up. He is surprised as well, but said to let him go ahead and work to pick up some time, and I could go ahead and leave early. So I did. Come to find out, he came in so they could dam in the CEO's office. Turns out she knew his office room code, and when they closed the store that night, he made an advance on her and had consensual sex on my CEO's desk. He wasn't fired, but permanently moved back to his store he was originally working at, trying to separate the girl and him. A couple of months later, he was closing with a new girl that was hired on at his store. He tried to rape her, and she pressed charges. We fired him, and he was arrested. Next story. I'm a director at a zoo here. More people than you might think, mostly interns and 1 or 2 full-time hires, have been fired for being unable or unwilling to deal with the stench, foulness of the job. Next story. The one that bugged me the most was when I worked in a grocery store for half a year. I was a dumb teenager, so I didn't really know how things worked. Anyways, there was this guy who was an assistant manager. Really nice. Really good dude. Worked hard. Helped in every department. I helped people load groceries and get carts. He would give me waters and sports drinks. Just a really nice dude. We loved him. Customers loved him. He did schedules and all that. Figured he'd be a manager in no time. Anyways, the manager of the shift we were on left, and we thought this guy would take over. We were pretty jazzed because we liked this guy way more than the manager. I think he thought so as well. Anyways, they bring in a manager from another store, and this dude sucked. Talk about everything. Jumped on the assistant manager about shift schedules. Just a real jerk. The assistant manager definitely felt defeated. Anyways, he got fired for stealing water and sports drinks, the stuff he was handing out to us. What they didn't want to believe is that he bought them himself and kept them in the back. They thought he was stealing them off the truck and drinking on shift, which we all know was bullshit. Anyways, he didn't contest it. He wanted to leave anyways. And we later found out it was because the store manager didn't like how much attention he was getting and how much we praised him, so she brought in a known asshole shift manager. I left shortly after that because the job sucked ass, but I still think about that assistant manager 20+ years later. Next story. The manager didn't like her. That's it. Like she was good at her job and hardworking. She was nice to everyone, including my manager, but the manager didn't care for her for no reason. He would always talk about her towards me every chance he got, saying how she had 0 experience serving, and how she always left the food in the window for too long or didn't communicate with both, which was all BS. His excuse for firing her was that she was showing up late, which is the most hypocritical thing ever, especially considering the number of times I've had to sit out in the cold for like 15 minutes waiting for him to show up and let me in. He lives like a 5-minute drive away from the restaurant. The girl he fired had to drive from one city to another to show up to work, maybe a 30-minute drive. I thought she was cool as hell. We talked about music and anime and crap and had cool friends. And after he fired her, I handed in my 2 weeks. We're still friends, and I hang out whenever I go back home during the holidays. As for that restaurant I worked at, I honestly really want to call out that restaurant and the manager that fired her. The manager especially is one of the most miserable hypocrites of a human I've ever met. But at the same time, I don't want to get myself into any kind of drama or crap while I got enough on my plate as is. One day, me and my ex-coworker are going to make a statement. I don't know when, but it's going to happen, I guarantee. Next story. During the first year of COVID, we were given an hour-long protocol workshop by the department attorney at the county in working safely. We were an essential program. Everything from cleaning our workspaces after our shift, to opening doors, to wearing masks, above the nose, people, and how to sneeze. We were specifically warned that favorable to follow the protocols would be a 1 warning, 2nd offense firing scenario. We all paid a lot of attention to his lecture. We all loved our jobs. for the most part, and of course, we were all pretty freaked out by the virus. As always happens, there's that one older person in the department who is very flagrantly ignoring the new COVID protocols, including wearing her mask under her nose, pulling it down to talk, and taking forever to flip her mask back up after drinking water, etc. She was constantly sneezing into her bare hands, then not washing them, and coughing a lot, which caught everyone's alarmed attention. Our protocol was to sneeze either A, into a Kleenex under our mask, or B, into our elbows. After 3 complaints, I made one, not gonna lie. She got into a screaming argument with the department lawyer about how her daughter was an LVN and knew better. He smiled tolerantly at her, nodded, then had her escorted out by security guards. Going rounds with the department lawyer at the top of your lungs over the word from your LVN daughter, 1 to 2 year program, is a pretty dumb way to lose a job, IMHO. County retirement is pretty choice around here. Next story. A client's wife made a scene that one of our receptionists was sending her husband nudes. She came with printouts, was fired that day. I've never seen a woman so hell-bent on destroying another. Next story. Neighbor's babysitter got fired because she left the kids, 3 kids under 10, alone in the house when she was scheduled to leave. Apparently, she thought the dad was still upstairs, and she got paid weekly, so she didn't have any reason to talk to him after she had put all the kids to bed. But dad had left, and the mom was late coming home. The mom about had a heart attack. I could hear her yelling from my house.